That was a bit shit, wasn't it? You're going to be seeing a lot of narcissistic personality disorder throughout this. Let's talk about groupthink. What the actual fuck is he on about?
I don't know why I'm laughing, this is really fucked up.
Even Stokar's saying nobody's trying to derail. Didn't even get the present on her birthday. I got mentioned in a DSP stream. He's gone full Karen. He's gone full Karen.
Also, I doubt that you're playing with your cat.
Well, I don't really know what I expected from a pack of cheap party supplies, but, you know, put your back into it, Steve. Much better. Anyway, yes, 1,000 subscriber extravaganza. Camera's cut off the best bit. Fuck. Can see how ridiculous this looks. But yeah, just want to say thanks everybody for 1,000 subscribers. It's baffling to me in a good way. I'm really like appreciative of everything that you've done to help like spread the word, I guess, and for subscribing and for watching my stuff. I know I put out content not that frequently and it's often quite long, so you know people do come back to it over a period of days. Which, you know, anybody else would think that's like indicative of an issue that needs addressing, but I still appreciate the fact that people come to watch my stuff regardless of how long it is in the first place. So thank you, everybody. This is just to sort of say cheers. It's going to be... Well, we'll talk about Phil coping with views, low views for a while, because that's when I recorded this. And there'll be some other stuff as well. Some other stuff like scattered along the way to sort of break it up and do a bit of variety and just sort of, you know, let's give it a party mood. Oh shit, I've got no poppers. I mean the party poppers, not the drugs. Although I don't have the drugs either, now that I mention it. But yeah, you know, it's just it's a DSP video and there's other shit as well. So, you know, enjoy. Wearing a white shirt on this one. There's a couple of reasons why. I'm hoping it's some contrast against this so I don't have as many problems with the light and the colour and everything. He's been doing it a lot recently and it just does not look good on him. And so I wanted to do it just to show that, like, you know, can look good in white, but he can't. Also, it's an Ultimate Warrior one. So, you know, I thought it was just really rubbing the whole wrestling thing. Because, Phil, we know you still play. You're an addict. Get help. Yeah, anyway, right. Let's get on with this. We're doing DSP copes with low views for an hour.
By the way, something I just think this is funny. Something I want to throw out there. For the last 2 weeks, Sam the Spider over here has had the gunner or the aviator glasses on, and no one has said a word.
Sam the Spider. Sam the Spider, 39 years old. And you can tell, you know that, like, deep down inside, he was really upset that nobody had noticed. He thought, you know, someone in chat would notice one day, and then a bunch of other people would be like, oh my god, he's got the glasses, oh my god, there's the aviator glasses, flight simulator and all that. And he's actually quite upset that nobody has done. Even though he's like, hey guys, I thought this was really funny that nobody noticed. When very clearly he thought, I'm going to do this. It's going to be the height of comedy. It'll be amazing. The stream regulars are going to love it. And no one gave a shit. So it's funny to me because it's just obvious that he thought it was going to be great. And the fact that he's had to call attention to it indicates that it wasn't. So, yeah. Sorry, Phil, but your audience don't really care about Sam the Spider or your aviator glasses. I'm sorry, I'm looking down to the side because... Yeah. 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 You in on this one? Alright, you're fine down there, but I swear to God, if you start playing with them wires... Anyway, yeah. Sam the Spider.
When I finished up with Microsoft Flight Simulator, I decided I wanted to keep using the glasses in a prop capacity.
I'm not going to keep pausing this as much as I did for the last one. But no, but who talks like that? I wanted to keep them in a prop capacity. Who talks like that at all? I wanted to keep... I know I'm shocked as well. Yeah. It bothers me too. Because you'd just say, I wanted to keep them, wouldn't you? Yeah? You would, wouldn't you? You'd just say, I wanted to keep them. I wanted to keep them in a prop capacity. Like... let's get on.
So I put them on the Spider, right? And no one said anything. It's been 2 weeks. I was shocked. I was like, someone's going to say something about this. Someone's going to bring it up. No one did. So I wanted to bring it up today. Anyway.
See, he's so upset about it. He's so bitter. Hey guys, I'm just, I'm going to play it as casual and cool because, I don't want you thinking it's a big deal or anything. But, yeah, I did this thing, It's like me going, I've been putting pictures from El Crimson King on the chalkboard and no one's mentioned it, and I just thought that was really fun. It's just the thing that I thought was cool, you guys, and I'm shocked that no one's mentioned it. It's it's so transparent. It's so obvious that that's what he's doing. It's just, it's actually kind of sad in a way. I think that's what gets to me most about this. It's a 39-year-old man being disappointed that nobody in his stream noticed that he put his sunglasses that he wore for one stream a week onto the spider that sat behind him because it's Halloween. I know, I'm telling them. Yeah, come on.
Welcome everyone to the pre-stream and the state of the channel address, I guess you can call it. I do this every once in a while when I feel that there's something important to talk about and I feel like we need to clear the air or address a few things or whatever it may be. This morning I feel is a very good time to do this due to circumstances recently and some stuff going on and people talking about certain things. I said, what the hell? Let's go ahead and let's have an interesting day today.
Some people. Big ups to my boy, Snow Carl.
Not only am I doing this as a special pre-stream today, but also I'm doing a very, very rare thing. I am not adhering to my schedule today. We are playing something completely random on the stream today. Normally, I adhere to a very strict schedule, especially during this very busy gaming time of the year, where I'm like, man, I want to make progress in every game I'm playing, and I can't take time away from that schedule. Today's different. Today, we're completely mixing things up for the sake of variety. I'm playing something today that not one of you is going to expect. Seriously. So, this should be pretty interesting, okay? A couple quick shout-outs, because I will be doing shout-outs during this this video and stream.
What?
Habib Gaming has rejoined the channel as a member. 2 months of support now, and he says, how's Cat and Jasper? They're fine. Jasper's currently on the floor, laying down looking like a loaf of bread, relaxing with me. Cat is at work, but they're both doing fine.
Oh, fuck. I was like stroking my cat when he was talking about his cat. Oh god, that's another likeness. He's bad enough for wearing white again. Fuck. I've got to stop with this. I just more and more of them every time. Earth 2 Phil.
Jack off with a super chat and says, hey man, how's things? What's news? You're about to find out, are you not? Like, that's the whole point of me doing this, is that I'm going to tell you how things are going and what's going on with me while I try to combat my landscapers outside.
Yeah, he's telling you to get on with it. Or it's like a casual greeting, like, hey man, how's it going? And that's the bit where you say, yeah, I'm alright, or a bit shit, really. It's that sort of greeting, I'm beginning to think that Phil being isolated inside for so long has resulted in maladaptive socialization techniques. He doesn't quite know how to interact with people.
What's hilarious about this, I'm not even joking you, for the last month or later, the landscapers have been coming late. They come like in the late afternoon to do this. Today, for some reason, they're here at 11 a.m. because I have a special stream.
That is hilarious.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. So, like I said, today is the 20th of October, 2021. I have a lot to talk about today in regards to me, the streams, the channel, and everything going on.
I would also just like to point out at this point that if you know me in real life, then you're Cat. And, you will know that I am not punctual. Apart from that one time when you were like, be round at 5. And I was like, right, okay. And you were figuring that I'd be there at like 5:30, 5:45. And I turned up at 5:15. You were just like totally not ready. So, anyway, I'm not punctual. That's why this is being done in November. So, and also after the last 4.5 hour one, I thought I'm taking a break. I'm like switching off from DSP for a bit, and I'm going to playing some fucking games or some shit, and I'm gonna try and see and catch up with friends. So yeah, that's why I'm not always on the ball. And that's why I just seem to get a backlog of stuff. There are like loads of things that have happened since then. And today, let's date it today. What was he going on about earlier? He was playing in GTA San Andreas, and he was going on about cancel culture and shit like that. So yeah, there is like loads of stuff that I want to do. It's just that I can't put out content in that way. I just put too much importance on having a break between videos about Phil because too much is toxic. So I have like the utmost of respect for people who put out videos more regularly, more frequently than I do. So, you guys are the backbones of this community. People like Super Crazy and Forbidden Math and Aquateal and, Hate Army Watch and people like Snot Benel and Soma and all that, Yous are all carrying the community. And letting people like me and others that do it not as frequently sort of coast by. Like this Forbidden Maths video. So, Forbidden Math 'S video. Even though I'm British. Anyway, let's carry on.
I think maybe I should close the window. What do you guys think? Till these guys are gone. It's kind of annoying, isn't it? But that's the nature of the business, is it's spontaneous and things just happen out of nowhere that I don't expect. And then I have to adjust to them. And I don't want to have this guy buzzing outside my window here. Fucking annoying. Okay. I will reopen the window when the guy's gone, which will probably be in like 5-10 minutes, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. How you guys doing? I hope you're doing all right. And, we're basically in the midst... I'm sorry, Jasper. You're right where my feet go. He kept getting uncomfortable because I kept getting up. We're in the midst of the busy gaming season of the year, right? Right? I guess. But, this year you probably wouldn't even know it. What a year 2021 has been in regards to gaming in general and just things not being the same as they usually are. And I think that's some of the things that I definitely want to address, because some people have been under the impression that basically there's nothing going on my streams. My streams are dead. My streams are dying. My content is dry and stale. This is supposed to be the busy gaming season, so why isn't Phil thriving? And yada, 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 right?
Yada, 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 yada. Right. These are like actual legitimate, let's say concerns. I wouldn't necessarily say criticisms, but let's say concerns, especially if Phil has a history of doing particularly well in October, which I'm pretty sure he doesn't. I'm pretty sure he's the only one who uses things like Broketober as well. But yeah. Like, I think the pinned comment on this, he's playing like Super Mario, isn't he? He's playing like one of the Mario games, Mario Galaxy, and something else I can't remember. And obviously Street Fighter. So, yeah, typically he doesn't really do that well in October. So, yeah, the fact that he's doing worse than normal would be a legitimate cause for concern, especially if you were a fan of Phil's who wanted to see him do well, because you're a fan of his. So if you're noticing that stream attendance is down and donations are down and just support is down, yeah, I'm telling him, don't worry, I'm telling him, yeah. So if you're seeing that, you're worried, and you're going to want to bring that up with Phil and sort of like say, we've noticed this, what's going on, and what are you doing about it? But instead here he's automatically setting it up as something that is ridiculous that can be dismissed. He's included it, he's basically hand waved off all those things. He's listed criticisms like attendance is low, support is low, yada 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 yada. So he's already setting them up in a dismissive tone, so that the next 50 odd minutes is going to be spent basically going, here's why. Here's why I think it's bullshit. And that delusion and that denial is obviously what we're here for, and that's obviously why I'm doing this now. But it's just interesting to me that he's already set it up from the start, even just like the way he spoke about those things. And the sort of passive aggressive some people as well, because we all know who he's referring to. We all know he means Snow Carl, but it's that some people might say, it's a very dismissive, haughty tone, and his attitude is generally like, I'm above it all at the best of times, So here especially, it's quite interesting to note that he's already setting it up without even necessarily saying these things are ridiculous. Just from the tone and the context of his words, that's established as the position he's taking. So that's why it really frustrates me when he's like literal about things, and when he says, oh, I didn't say that word exactly, I didn't say those words, I've never said that thing, when it's more often than not tone and context that imply things for Phil. He uses that a lot. He can be quite picky with his words in that regard. I've seen him weasel his way out of a few things by going, oh, well, I didn't necessarily say that thing exactly. And it's like, no, but you implied, or the context suggests, or, something like that. So, yeah, anyway, let's get back to speech patterns. I must say before we do go on, I'm so glad I've got body language now. I'm so glad he started doing these on camera, because this is helpful. I know, I'm happy about it as well. Yeah, you're wrong, Am. Come on.
Admittedly, what I will tell you is I've noticed a huge pattern this fall that is not usually what happens around the fall. Usually what happens is around the fall gaming season, there is a huge increase in the amount of game releases that are coming out, and more often than not, at least 50% of the game releases coming out during the fall are games that are high priority, hyped releases, AAA blockbusters, games that we've all been anticipating and highly waiting for years in some cases. And they all come out within the same 1 or 2 months, and that's why typically this month, October, is usually called Broketober.
Oh, you're done.
Because most gamers can't afford to buy all the games coming out in October that they're interested in, because there's just too many of them.
I can't leave a single bit of paper out, can I? Actually, no, this is how I get scratched, by going like that. So, where's your toy? Oh, good catch. Well done. All right, you have fun with that. I'm getting back to this.
And there's so many high-profile new releases, you basically have to, like, run around checking reviews and what other people are saying about games, because there's no way that you can judge for yourself when there's so many releases coming out in a very short period of time, right? And typically, during this time of year, I decorate and we have a festive vibe on the streams, and everything kind of feels different as the weather changes or whatever, okay? Now, as you can see, I still can't keep up with that half of the stuff.
Typically, we have that sort of vibe, you know. I've mentioned this before, but his overuse of "we" as a term is really, it really stands out because most streamers will, when referring to their community, they'll be like, "Hey guys, we did this. Thanks for the help and all that stuff. We've reached this goal. We've got this many subs or whatever." But he does it a lot more than most. He really pushes the idea that this stream is also yours. Obviously he wants you to feel that investment so that you're... Oh, did I just bump the mic? Yeah, I'm getting on with it. He wants you to feel that investment. So when he does say, like, we, normally we decorate, normally we have a festive spirit, normally we have a different vibe in October, that sort of thing. He just wants you to feel part of the community. He's trying to drag you in because he wants your money. So, doing that is a good way, because obviously people want to be part of something. You want to be parts of communities, you want to be part of various communities. And most of us do that in a number of ways. We're part of communities at work, through our social life, through our friends, through the tastes that we have, the music, our hobbies, all sorts of stuff. And this is just another thing, we're part of a community of detractors in the same way that his fans are part of a community of DSP fans. So, yeah. But he just uses it a lot more than most. And again, I just... It keeps standing out to me every time he does it.
The streams, in my opinion, have been pretty fun. For those who are here, there's a spooky vibe. I've been doing my best to try to balance in some spooky horror themed stuff this month. For example, I've been playing Alan Wake Remastered. Even though it's a remaster, I felt that it fit the month perfectly. Coming up this Friday, we got a horror game, right? We got the Dark Pictures anthology House of Ashes. That'll be good. And of course, we got a Halloween marathon coming up on Halloween itself. Okay? So, all that being said, I'm doing as much as I can, but admittedly, you got to look at what's out there to be played on streams, right? And this year has been the most underwhelming fall gaming season in the 13 years that I've been a content creator.
We all know Metroid Dread. Yeah, if you calm down. We all know that's the big one he's not played. But think about what else he could be playing. He's not played Guilty Gear Strive. People were asking for that. What was that anime one? Code Vein. He's not played that. He's got Gamepass. He could pick literally any games from Gamepass to fill out the month. And he's like, it's a slow month. Yeah, he was bigging up Gamepass a couple of months ago. So where is it, Phil? Why aren't you using these things that you've had your audience buy you? It's the Brittany Gates thing again. We really should do a collab one day, because the idea that you'd have these things for your business to make money and then not use them is just beyond me. Why wouldn't you have like Game Pass days? He said he would. I'm sure he said he was good. That's a thing we could do, and yet he's not. So I just. Because I would, if it was me. Sorry, a bit on. PlayStation, PSN. I would have a like 2 streams a week of the games that they give away every month. Assuming you stream like 4 or 5 days a week, which is a fair bit. But he does 6, so even in his schedule, 2 streams a week, one for one game, one for the other, and he doesn't. You don't need a business degree to do this.
By far, you can't even compare this year to a usual October. Okay, just on paper, just look at the games that I'm playing. All right, Alan Wake Remastered, a remastered edition of an 11-year-old game with no new content, but better visuals and graphics. That'll have a nostalgia factor for maybe those who were around 11 years ago and want to watch me replay the game in a modern setting with much better visuals. My God, the biggest improvement is the visuals. My original Alan Wake playthrough looked like shit because I was just using a camera pointed at my TV, right?
Yeah, it's almost like that method looks like shit. And I say that as a man who's recording using a webcam. It's almost like people kept telling you it looked like shit and you should get direct capture for years. Let it go, Steve.
But now I actually have direct capture and everything. It's much better. So if that, in that regard, my God, you want to talk about an improvement. But let's face it, I already played the game many years ago, so this is not some giant difference, okay?
Like GTA Remastered. Played them years ago. That's an old game remastered.
Far Cry 6. Was it a new release? Yes. But sadly, it's an Ubisoft game that is in a series that literally everyone says it's the same game every time it comes out. And admittedly, Far Cry 6 is the same game again, only I feel it's the best one in the series because it's got the best visuals, the best controls, the best gameplay mechanics, and a pretty decent story so far, but still it's more of the same. No one's really hyped for that.
Can't disagree with him there, though. And I say that as someone who loves Far Cry. You know, I'm currently playing Primal because I've not. But, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 fucking ace games. 2 especially. 2 is much maligned. Blood Dragon as well, obviously. Even Instincts and Predator weren't that bad, you know. But yeah, it's the ubification thing, I think Jim Sterling called it. It's the, you know, open world and just populate it with the same stuff over and over again. So yeah, it's fair enough. I'm sort of with him on that one.
Okay. What else? Back for Blood, the spiritual successor to Left 4 Dead, an 11-year-old franchise that hasn't really been around for a while, probably for good reason. Games have evolved a lot, meaning a lot, in the last 11 years. Playing a game that feels like a throwback game isn't necessarily best for business in this modern era, I feel, okay?
I'll bet there are at least 10,000, probably 20,000. Actually, I'm going to take a stab at like 14,000 people playing Left 4 Dead 2 right now. I'm going to check, actually. Fuck it. When Chrome opens up and Steam Enhanced works. But yeah, I'm going to bet there's at least 10,000 people playing Left 4 Dead 2 right now. Probably an equivalent amount playing Left 4 Dead 1. I know a dude who's got like thousands of hours of Left 4 Dead 1, you know? People still play the games. So, yeah, just because he hasn't, that's... You know, it's me. Played once, moved on. Why don't you stick around, you know? When you want to load. Hey, there we go. Left 4 Dead 2 on Steam. All reviews overwhelmingly positive. 392,420. Good job. Nobody else reviewing now. Right, let's wait for the thing to load. That's not Steam Enhanced. It's augmented Steam. That's the add-on. 14,650 playing now. Fuck yes. Take a picture of that for proof. Yeah, I feel proud of myself for guessing that right. Look at that. 1 day, 10 hours average playtime. Fucking mental. 18,000 today. 161,000 all-time peak. And he's like, it's an 11-year-old game. Nobody cares. Games have evolved past that.
Lost Judgment. It's another game in the Yakuza / Judgment series. It falls right in line with those games. It's going to appeal to a certain audience, but not the mainstream audience. And Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania. A game that's a collection of 2 games from the past that are 20 years old. So I think you're getting the point of what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you're playing a lot of old games. Which I suppose, actually, given what I say in another bit, is fairly retro. So, you know, king of retro. But you're still not the king of retro. And yeah, we get what you're saying. You're playing a lot of old games. That's why things are slow. and the Grand Theft Auto remastered is going to save the stream. Which, all right, fair enough, is me getting a bit ahead of myself, but, you know, we know what's coming.
Normally in October, I would currently be juggling 3 to 5 major new releases, and out of those, arguably 3 or 4 of them will be either new IPs or continuing blockbuster IPs. You know, we're talking the biggest first-person shooters, continuing franchises like Assassin's Creed, stuff like that, right? That's typically what I would be playing around this time of year. This year just hasn't happened. You could argue it's still Broketober because a lot of games.
All right. No, wait. I've got to stop pausing. But you were like, you know, normally I'd be playing, you know, the latest shooter or Assassin's Creed, and I haven't done this year. You playing Far Cry 6? I know, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, I know. Bass was the best. I agree. Killed him off too soon, I know.
Because a lot of games are coming out. But let's be honest here, and I could easily pose this question to the viewing audience right now. There's over 400 people watching live, and I'm sure on YouTube On Demand, there'll be a lot of people watching this as well. Okay? How many of you actually are going broke this month because of video games? Right?
I'm going broke because of weed. I'm not really.
General, I think what's happening this month is people are saying, well, everything's a re-release, so I pick maybe 1 or 2 and I'm saving my money up. Maybe next month with Battlefield and Call of Duty, and I have to pick between those 2 first-person shooters. And next month you got Forza Horizon. Next month you got a new Pokemon game. You got a bunch of stuff. December's Halo. But even then, Halo's under Game Pass. So it's kind of like, honestly, this year is just not the same. It really doesn't feel the same anymore. It doesn't. I feel like that vibe of the busiest fall gaming season when you are so invested in 100 games at once and you have to drop all this money to try to play them all and juggle them all. I'm not feeling that anymore. It feels like 2021 changed everything because COVID delayed so many games. The games that would have been coming out during this fall season, including games like Horizon Forbidden West, the God of War sequel, Elden Ring, all these games didn't come out during the fall. They all got delayed till first quarter 2022, and it almost feels like the first quarter of 2022 is the new hardcore gaming season.
God, shut up about the hardcore gaming season. I know it was my heading when he says it as well. Move all this. Give me some space. You're fine. You go back to playing with your toy. Cool. Good girl.
While the fall is just kind of a meh time where you might want to play some of the games, you might not, but you're not really missing out on any of that if you're not playing or buying all of these games. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I'm trying to keep a track of his body language. And I'm working out where things are. So when he looks to his left, when he looks down into his left, that's his chat. And when he does this way, when he turns to his right, that's him doing the leaderboard across the top. So I'm assuming if he's got anything else, like he might have, you know, a notice board with like bullet points on, like in the Crimson King cartoon. Life Sucks, I think. But his body language is still very fidgety. You know, he's moving around a lot, and he's looking about a lot again. And it's very. I mean, I don't want to say that everybody who fidgets is lying or is trying to deceive you in any way, but well, it is a sign of nervousness. You know, it is a sign of being on edge slightly. You're sort of like hyper aware of things, and that's why, you know, you might get a little itch here and there, and you'll constantly want to, you know, stick your fingers in your ear, and, you know, you'll be moving around a lot. So the fact that he is just makes you think you're a bit on edge. You know, you're a bit jittery. It's almost like he's going through withdrawal of something, you know. It's almost like he's stopped taking caffeine. And, you know, he's coming down off that. his body's suddenly gone, hang on a minute, I've had caffeine for years, daily, you know, when suddenly it stopped. What's going on? He seems very, you know, restless. So, I think he's very uncomfortable here. I think that's what's coming across to me. He's very uncomfortable. And normally he's comfortable in this sort of situation. Normally, you know, if he's doing a pre-stream or if he's doing a special stream where he's directly addressing the audience, it's his thing. He has decided I'm going to do this. He has decided that I'm going to talk about this. And he has decided this is what I'm going to say. So he's normally very, very secure. Think about how he is in Ask the King. He's very relaxed and confident when he's doing Ask the King because it's his... He has complete control over things. Whereas on regular streams where he's taking questions and comments from people through like tips and super chats, he can't necessarily control or account for all the variables. Like, you know, you might get a troll tip or he might get something that triggers him and sets him off, you know, like when Snowcow will say something and he'll go mad. So it seems to me like he's a little bit more nervous and jittery there, whereas compared to somewhere like Ask the King, he's completely... He's better with it. He's more relaxed and more confident in it because he has control over basically everything. And I think, considering that he basically has control over this now, it's unusual to me that he's as fidgety and as restless as when he doesn't, when he's normally streaming and when he can't account for as many variables as like troll tips and things. So, yeah, maybe he's looking to that and catching a glance and everyone saying, "Hey, Snowcow, how you doing?" And it's really annoying. And he's like, "No, I'll deal with it later. I'm talking about this for now." But he's glancing at it and he's clocking it and he's registering it and thinking, "Put that in the long-term memory and come back to it in a bit." Who knows?
Now, for me, 13 years in the business as a content creator, every year I gear up full throttle for this busy gaming season.
I don't think gestures like that are worth reading into as much. People do it all the time. We do it for emphasis and we do it to convey meaning and to, you know, facilitate all sorts of conversational things. So it's not necessarily it's not necessarily a sign of deceit, but it is a sign of him trying to emphasize a point and him trying to sell you on a point. So when he goes like, you know, it's the busy hardcore season, you know, he's really emphasizing that this is a period of time where, you know, a lot of money has to go into a lot of gaming because there's a lot of new releases. He just wants to emphasize that, you know, he's going full in with it. He's just emphasizing the point most of the time. So there's not always much to read in there. I think I'd kill for like either a forensic interrogation of him, you know, like an interview of a suspect or a witness, or just like a one-to-one chat where he had at least full body language. Because again, it's hard to see his posture. I think he's got his arms crossed. I'm just wondering like how broad he is compared to how broad I am. But I think he's got his arms crossed, which is, again, it's unusually defensive. That's a defensive posture. Actually, it could also be contemptual, couldn't it? You could also be like, oh, for fuck's sake. You know, I guess, though, again, that depends on the rest of the body. That depends on how you are carrying your upper body specifically and the facial expression that you have and how your gait is. So I would just, you know, a full body. Not clothed, obviously. But like a general one-to-one conversation with him where I could at least properly get an idea of his body language as a whole, that would be great. There'd be so much to sort of like pick from there. But I'm making do with what I've got. It's better than nothing. At least we've got this. At least we can see like how much he's moving now and, you know, whereabouts his attention is. How annoyed he is. Doing that as well, but he's very fidgety.
And I try to get people to come to streams, and I use incentives like decorating the office or doing themed pop-ups and having a marathon at the end of the month and all of that. And typically it works.
How sad is that putting Halloween decorations around this bit behind you, not even around the frame of the camera, it's behind you, you know, that's an incentive to come to the stream. It's path of least effort. It's path of least effort, path of least resistance. It's so fucking lazy, Phil. Come on. A marathon stream where all you do is marathons. The best you can come up with to fundraise for an emergency is a marathon. I swear to God, at one point you were having like one a month. It's a big go marathon. But yeah, just how pathetic. At 39, you can't think of a way to encourage people to come to your streams beyond, look, I've got a new theme pop-up. It's Halloween, so ooh, there's a skeleton when you donate $4.20. Ooh.
Because there's new games paired with all that hype stuff. People get engaged, people like the content, and they come out to support, all right? But admittedly, I've been a full-time streamer now for over 4.5 years.
Intoxicated Vet's right, by the way. Splitgate's great.
And most of that time has been on Twitch. And what happens is over on Twitch, there's what's called discoverability. What that means is when you're on Twitch and you're streaming on Twitch, a new release, people will say, oh man, that new game came out today. Oh, what is it? Oh, the Alan Wake Remaster. I'm curious how it looks. I'm curious if it's any good. Let me see who's streaming it. And they type in Alan Wake Remaster, and immediately on Twitch, on their search engine, you'd see, oh, here's 100 people who are playing the game today. And people would click through, and you get...
My God, how fast is he blinking there? I'm gonna have to go and edit this in a minute. I need to know. I'm gonna have to take. Normal blink rate is about 15 or 20 a second. Sometimes it's a bit lower, sometimes a bit higher, but it's generally around that. Sometimes it can get into single digits if you're in a very relaxed setting. But I mean, like really relaxed, you know. Most of the time, it's about 15 to 20 per minute, and he's. See, blink rate slows down when you are relaxing, but it goes up when you are working your cognitive processes, and so a higher blink rate is sometimes indicative. Well, it can be indicative of. It's indicative of a lot of things, but it can be one of the things is an increased cognitive load. You are tracking more and more information, and with DSP here, what he's doing is he's constructing a narrative in order to sell you a lie. Basically, he's trying to convince you of something, isn't he? He's trying to tell you this is how it is here, and that is in service of a greater purpose of where I am now is different, and that is in service of a greater purpose of. So I need your help, give me money. But in that first part is a bunch of other stuff that he needs to remember. He needs to remember the processes and the regulations and the rules and how it was and how it used to be. He needs to tell you what it used to be like on Twitch, how much he used to earn, how it worked. He has to keep track of all this stuff. And it's a lot. Most people, when we're telling somebody a story or we're trying to explain something to them, don't need to carry that much information. They don't need to process that much because you're telling the truth. Whereas here, because he's selling you a lie and he's telling you a story to further a lie, he has so much more extraneous information that he has to remember in case he needs to bring it in. Sometimes he needs to bring it in to establish that this thing is true. You know, he needs to lay a bit of groundwork. And other times he needs to bring it in to deflect a criticism or like an inquisition or a questioning of his point. So he's carrying a lot and he's processing a lot. And on top of that, rapid blinking can also be indicative of distraction, being distracted and losing your attention on things and losing focus on things. So if you're engaged in a task and then all of a sudden you get an intrusive thought, like, you're doing it work, you're typing away and then you're like, oh shit, I've left did I leave the oven on? Fuck, I better call the wife and check. Or, you'd be like going through the supermarket, doing your shopping, checking your list, and then you think, oh, I can hear that song on the radio. What? Who was that? Who did that? Oh, who sang this song? Fuck. Things that distract you. Any thought could be an intrusive thought. I don't necessarily mean anything deceitful or inappropriate or rude about it when I say intrusive thought. But on top of trying to remember all this information that he needs to sell you this narrative, he's also having to fight away intrusive thoughts such as, they're not going to believe that, or I need to order this bit next, or are you sure that this bit comes next, or are you sure this bit's relevant? And there's going to be a lot going on in his head, and he's going to keep track of a lot of stuff to try and get this story out. And I'm going to edit this now. I'm going to stop now, and I'm going to edit like a minute. I'm going to like the last minute of this and count how many blinks he has, because it seems excessive. I'm going to guess it's around 35. I'm not sure why I feel like it's 35, but I'm feeling like I'm on a roll because of the Left 4 Dead 2 guess before. So I'm going to stop this now. I'm going to go back and edit a blink count into the previous minute of this and see what I get.
If you're not playing or buying all of these games, you know what I'm saying? Now for me, 13 years in the business as a content creator. Every year, I gear up full throttle for this busy gaming season. And I try to get people to come to streams, and I use incentives like decorating the office or doing themed pop-ups and having a marathon at the end of the month and all of that. And typically it works because there's new games paired with all that hype stuff. People get engaged, people like the content, and they come out to support, all right? But admittedly, I've been a full-time streamer now for over 4.5 years, and most of that time has been on Twitch. And what happens is over on Twitch, there's what's called discoverability. What that means is when you're on Twitch and you're streaming on Twitch, a new release, people will say, oh man, that new game came out today. What is it? Oh, the Alan Wake remaster. I'm curious how it looks. I'm curious if it's any good. Let me see who's streaming it. And they type in Alan Wake remaster, and immediately on Twitch, on their search engine, you'd see, oh, here's 100 people who are playing the game today.
$59. Fucking 59. He's almost at one blink a second. That's fucking amazing. I mean, right. Blinking is an autonomic thing. It's not something that you consciously regulate. I mean, you can close your eyes if you want, like at any point, but you're typically not consciously regulating your blinking. It's a fairly autonomic thing, and it's done. The body primarily does it to minimize the risk of losing information visually. So when you're in conversation with somebody, you actually slow down your blinking because you're getting visual information. You're getting all sorts of cues about body language from this person that you're talking with. So you don't want to miss out on that. So you don't blink as much as when you're being distracted constantly and when you're thinking about a lot of things. So that he blinks so much tells me that the visual information around him isn't necessarily important. And he probably isn't by this point. I mean, it's his office. It's his surroundings. He has it set up a certain way, so he knows where everything is. So his eyes don't need to consciously be checking the environment to see if anything has changed. So he can afford to divert the resources away from regulating the blinking to his brain, where he's desperately needing more resources so that he can struggle to keep this narrative going. Fucking hell. Ironically as well, the more invested you are in something, the more engaged you are in something, the less you blink, because you're focused on it and you're engaged in it and you're getting visual information from it. So the fact that he blinks so much means he's not even engaged in his own content. Fucking hell. I didn't expect that. I thought it would be high, but as I was editing it, I was like, right, I'm at 35. And I've still got like another 25 seconds to go. Fuck. Right, let's get on.
And you're streaming on Twitch a new release. People will say, oh man, that new game came out today. Oh, what is it? Oh, the Alan Wake Remaster. I'm curious how it looks. I'm curious if it's any good. Let me see who's streaming it. And they type in Alan Wake Remaster, and immediately on Twitch, on their search engine, you'd see, oh, here's 100 people who are playing the game today. And people would click through, and you'd get attention for that on Twitch, just for playing the new release, okay? Well, as you guys know, this year I left Twitch and came over to YouTube because Twitch is falling apart at the seams, in my opinion. They're mistreating people who are streaming over there. There's tons of toxicity, insanely bad business decisions, to the point where I determined I just can't continue to do business there. I had to lift my business from Twitch and put it over here on YouTube. And I knew when
Oh, did you, Phil? Did you determine that? Is that why you left? Fucking just the revision, the gaslighting. This is gaslighting. This is fucking gaslighting. No, is it? Is it? Or is it denial? Is it denial? His ego cannot accept he's done anything wrong, so he's just outright denying the possibility that he was at fault for being kicked out of the partnership program and choosing to leave Twitch. I mean, he chose to leave Twitch. He's not banned from the site. He could still log in and start again. He just wouldn't be a partner for a year, you know. And so just the reluctance to accept any culpability, when you know fully well, we all know why he was kicked out.
hateful slurs.
We all know what that meant. We all know hateful slurs. They gave you an excuse. And, you know, I think this was the very first video I did where I said that to him, hateful slur means just the N-word. So anything else, you know, anything else he said is not a hateful slur. So when Twitch says you've used hateful slurs, his definition of hateful slur is just the one word. And he's like, I've never used that word. Whereas to Twitch, their definition of hateful slur is like 4 or 5 or 6 words, or 10 words, or 20 words, you know, however many words Twitch uses. And they gave him a reason. And he's still like, nah, I don't agree. So here, he's painting it as, I made this decision. I decided that Twitch was falling apart at the seams and they're so toxic that I can't stand being there anymore. So I left. No, you didn't. You were kicked out. You were kicked out, mate. It's just... It's pathetic. It really is. It just... See, I was about to say, right, I previously lost my job, and when I appealed, I accepted the responsibility for the actions that led to me losing my job. But, you know, like my union argued that the punishment was too severe and it actually violated their standards because it was a first-time thing and it wasn't gross misconduct, so it can be dismissed for a first-time thing. Anyway, fuck it, that's been like 15 years now. But that's like the sort of thing that like forces humility on you, you know. It's one of them like really adult situations where you're like, I have fucked up and I have to accept that, you know. And it's like admitting that you're at fault in a car crash, you know, and you have to take the rap of your knuckles. You have to take the punishment. You have to sort of accept the consequences. There are events in your life that sort of teach you humility and teach you to accept responsibility. They teach you culpability for your actions, you know. And I was going to say it's a bit like this, but every time he's had one of them, he's blamed someone else. When he lost his job, he blamed the management who, you know, like a month previously had given him a commendation for going above and beyond. And then the next month, they fired him. So he's like, they're assholes. And then they're shit anyway because they lost their jobs and the place closed down. And he had a car crash and he blamed someone else. He said that like another car was speeding towards him and then, you know, he had a hit there and they disappeared off, whereas he flipped and rolled or whatever or drove off the road. So even these moments in his life that are supposed to teach him humility and supposed to teach him sometimes your actions have consequences and you have to accept that you are at fault here because these consequences are a result of your actions, you know. Every time he's come across something like that, he's blamed someone else. He has outright refused to accept culpability, and this is what we're seeing again. This is just like the most powerful ego defense mechanism he's got. I also keep looking that way because the frame that you're seeing bigger is on that screen, that pause, the frame that I've paused at, and he just looks so fucking dopey. I want to move on because it's doing me in.
When I was doing that there was going to be changes and shortcomings to being a full-time streamer on YouTube as opposed to being a full-time streamer on Twitch. And I will tell you, this is 100% one of the biggest changes and one of the biggest disappointing things about being a streamer on YouTube. There is no discoverability on YouTube at all. Zero.
You sure it's not the gifted subs?
There was not a single person who in the month of October came to my stream on YouTube because they said, oh, I was interested in seeing a new release and I wanted to see who was streaming it live, so I searched and I found you streaming it live and I'm joining your stream to see the new game. Zero. What I'm seeing this month is that my core viewer base, okay, which is roughly anywhere between 150 to 300 people who are always here for no matter what I play, are coming here no matter what I play to watch me play the games. But I am getting absolutely no discoverability on YouTube as opposed to what I used to get on Twitch.
We all know why this is. Again, in the following month, he has been forced to bow down to the knowledge that the algorithm is king on YouTube. And stuff like comment and likes and dislikes affect engagement, which affects your ranking in search results. So again, it is a consequence of his actions, to be fair. It's one of those things where it's like you basically killed your channel. You shot your channel in the foot. You decided when you went to Twitch, oh, it's just an archive. You turned off comments and likes and dislikes, which basically killed any sort of interaction. So, you know, him whinging about there's no discoverability on YouTube is, especially in hindsight, like I said, in hindsight, knowing now that he's switched on comments again and he's got, you know, he's got his likes and dislikes on now that he can hide the dislikes. And he's engaging, he's trying to tell people, oh no, I'll reply to comments sometimes. So, you know, leave comments, leave me good comments. Which, by the way, I hope you're all leaving positive comments and then once they're approved and they're on, going back and editing them. So, yeah, Phil. Bow down to the algorithm. Again, it's an area where you would normally be taught a bit of humility. You'd be like, shit, I was wrong about this. I need to change how I approach YouTube. But he's changed how he's approached YouTube and framed it in terms of, guys, this is a positive thing that I'm doing, not a, I've learnt my lesson. It's a, you've all wanted this. People have been asking for comments. People have been asking for likes. People have been saying, I can't watch these videos and it doesn't feel like a community because there's nobody else commenting underneath, and so you feel like you're watching it on your own. He's framing that positively. Again, he's trying to frame it as a thing that he's choosing to do rather than accept the responsibility and the culpability of, I have fucked this up myself. So there's a lot of denial of responsibility here. It's just, I think that's what's at the core of DSP. Once you take away like the narcissism, the personality disorder, I think that is the main thing that I would like to pick at. That's his id. That's his beating heart. You know, that's the. It's not my fault. His defense. That's basically. Did nothing wrong. You know, did everything I could. I pressed the buttons. That's going to be on his gravestone. Because it's just. I've never seen someone so reluctant to accept responsibility for anything. It's amazing.
And sadly, when there's no new releases anyway that are big, high-profile AAA releases, that's like the double whammy. No one can find you playing the new games, and the new games aren't even that interesting to most people because it's a different kind of year this year because of COVID. So, in general, here's what I'm noticing. Viewers on my streams are down. It's absolutely true. Indisputable evidence that this is the case. Normally around this time of year, I'd have a decent amount of average viewers. My average viewers are way down on every stream now. You know, I'm on night streams, I'm struggling to hold 200 viewers. And that's not good. You know, I want to have a variety of people here at all times enjoying my content. I'm a variety streamer. I purposely play a large variety of games to try to bring in people to watch the content at all times.
The problem with spreading yourself too thin is that you only attract a few people, though. You can't... I can understand wanting to play everything to you know, potentially increase the size of your audience, but people tend to prefer what they prefer. Fighting game players and people that like that sort of thing tend to watch people like Maximilian because they've specialised in that, you know? So... generally it is better to have a core, and arguably you could say like Street Fighter Fridays is a thing for him, but he doesn't play that many other fighting games that would bring in people for that, you know. He's not played like Melty Blood, he's not played Under Night, he's not played BlazBlue or Guilty Gear, you know. He had a quick go of Battle for the Grid and hasn't gone back to it. So did you play Skullgirls? I don't think you played Skullgirls. So, you know, he just chases, doesn't he? He chases day one views. So, yeah, that's the problem there. That and thinking, oh, it's the games that are the reason why my attendance is low, not me. It's the games this year. They've been particularly bad. No one's wanted to come to see it. So,
right now, I'm playing one style of game. Tonight, I'm playing a different style. Friday, I'm playing a different style. And those could be all different viewing audiences. And that's cool, because that means overall, I might have 1,000 people a day who watch me, right? But...
no, you might have 1,000 people cumulatively over the week. You know, assuming that your different genres are spread out. Like, one day you're doing your shooters, and then you're doing your racing games, and then you're doing your fighting games, and then you're doing, like, puzzle games or platformers or retro. Assuming that... and assuming that the people that want that sort of content are coming to that stream, you know, because your fighting game player isn't going to necessarily want to come and see your racing game. So, cumulatively, you might have 1,000 members, and I'm being very generous. You might have 1,000 viewers of live streams. But that's not for a day, that's over a week. And because you're trying to attract all sorts, you don't have the time to dedicate yourself to one or two other types and grow them to be bigger. You're just too busy trying to chase everybody else. You can't develop your fighting game audience because you're too busy trying to chase the people who want the racing game, and the people who want the JRPGs, and the people who want the platformers, you know, the people who want the shooters. You're trying to get all them as well as the people who want your fighting games. So this is why people specialise, you know. This is why I feel bad when I talk about business, and I think shit, I'm intruding on Brittany Gates's turf here, because it's like, that's not what I do. I do psychology mainly. I specialise in focusing in that because that's my thing. That's, you know, I've got a degree in psychology, so, you know, that's my thing. You generally want to specialise to a far larger degree than he has. So, like, I keep thinking about streaming in future, and I know I keep cock teasing you all with this, but, you know, like, my main list is a bunch of, like, murder mystery and sort of point and click and like there's a bunch of games that I want to play, and they're all sort of that sort of thing, like Murder by Numbers and Paradise Killer, and oh shit, what was the other one that I was playing before? Case of Distrust, you know, and Psychopaths, because I've been tweeting them. So, and you know, they're sort of games like that because they're sort of forensic. I played other games myself, but these are sort of games where I think, oh, there's interesting stuff that I could talk about there enough to carry a stream. So generally, you really should specialise a bit more. And again, I feel like I'm giving it career advice, so I'm sorry, Brittany. I'll move on.
In general, when you're looking at the streams individually, okay, absolutely the viewership has been way down, especially for this month. Like, it's crazy. This usually in October, I would see a spike like this. Viewership up, everything up. Instead, in October, here's where it's going. Down. And I'm like, why is this? And all I can say is lack of discoverability on YouTube and the fact that there's just no games that are very attractive to a mainstream viewership right now.
There you go. Not him. Not anything he's done. Not any possible cause can be found in Phil. It's the games. It's YouTube being different to Twitch. And as a result of that, I am already hampered in my attempt to get higher in YouTube search results and get more discoverability and notice more on YouTube because of the way I've treated my channel in the past. And also, there's no big AAA releases that people want to come out and see me play. There's just Super Monkey Ball and Lost Judgment and Far Cry 6. No big releases, but there is Far Cry 6. So yeah, not me. It's those things. It's not me.
There's literally not a single AAA release this month that's interesting, or that's not like a re-release or continuation or spiritual successor of something else.
Yeah, he has to add those caveats. He had to add those disclaimers because it's like there's not a single AAA release this month. You're playing fucking Far Cry 6, you know. So he has to get a spiritual successor or a sequel, you know, or a remaster or whatever. It's like, is Alan Wake not a AAA release? Back for Blood, not a AAA release. Arguably, it's like AA, I guess. Not an indie game, not an indie dev studio. But they're not one of the big ones either, so somewhere in between. Far Cry 6, though, arguably AAA release. So, yeah, just that you can be like completely ignorant of that reality. Consciously, you know. Because he has to make that decision. He has to say, these things also don't count. Because otherwise it means I'm wrong. I'm wrong in my presupposition that the games are why people aren't coming here because there's no AAA releases, even though I'm currently playing a AAA release. So he has to go, oh, that don't count. That's a sequel. You know, that's just more Far Cry. That's, you know, the 6th in the series by this point, so you know what you're getting. So it doesn't count, even though it's fucking Far Cry 6.
What has there been in October, okay? Right? And arguably the one game that I skipped, which is Metroid Dread, I told you guys I am going to play it. But even that's the continuation of a franchise that hasn't seen something since the early 2000s. It's this...
It's just... Again, the disclaimer, the criteria by which he can discount this thing. It's Metroid Dread. It's the first Metroid game in years. People are hyped for this. I legitimately thought about buying a Switch for it. It's fucking Metroid Dread. It's the new Metroid. And he's like, but it's the sequel of a game that's not had a release in the series for years. So it doesn't count, even though people have literally been begging me for it and people have literally been throwing money at me, telling me, buy it with this.
Same thing. You see, it's not even, oh, Metroid Dread would have definitely changed things. No, it would have been the same deal. A small group of people who really like that style of game, the Metroidvania game, would have come to the streams, and outside of that, it wouldn't have done it.
But they'd have given you money. They'd have paid you to play it. People gave you money to buy it, and those people that would have come to watch the streams would have paid you to play it because they really like it. Because it's fucking Metroid. I love Metroidvanias. Him going, oh, the Streams are always shit when they're Metroidvanias. Fuck off. Metroidvanias are great. It's you that's the problem, Phil.
You know, there's nothing going on right now in gaming that's literally not skippable. You could not play a new release in October and you have not missed anything. And that's the complete and polar opposite of how it used to be. The last 13 years that I've done this, October was the cannot skip, cannot miss month. It's the opposite now. Okay? So,
checking the stream.
You know, that's definitely an issue. All right? It's definitely an issue that I'm not bringing butts to the seats to watch my streams during this time of year. This is the time of year I want to have that increase. I'm not getting it at all. Okay? Now, you might say, well, what can you do to change that? I mean, people who are here for the streams like them. The people
blinking a lot. Pick the right moment to pause there, considering he's blinking a lot again. He's constructing a narrative again. His brain's whirring. He's getting all these narrative threads together and sort of whizzing them into, well, let's say stitching even. He's putting them together into a coherent whole so that he can put forth this narrative to his audience. So, you know, people are telling me they're enjoying the streams. He can just assert that without proof. And then begins the tale, then begins the narrative, then begins the lie that he wants to sell you. You know, streams have been great. People are telling me that they're great. Blah, 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 blah. That's how he started. And to get it all in order, to get it all in sequence so that he can then sell you. His mind's whirring. So he's like, fuck it, I don't need the environmental information. The data is not that necessary because I know things are highly unlikely to change in this environment because it's my office and I'm here every day. So fuck it, I don't need to worry about visual data. I can concentrate on constructing this narrative. So blinks more.
Who are actually here for my streams are telling me the streams are great. It's got that chill vibe. It's got that interactivity that we crave.
Just thinking of Idiocracy now. It's got what plants crave. Nobody says that. Nobody talks like this. This is very obviously Phil putting words into the mouths of his audience. Nobody talks like this. You only talk like this if you think that's how people speak because you don't have enough experience speaking to them outside because, oh, let's say you stay inside 6 days a week in your gated community. Well, you probably don't speak to your neighbours. You certainly don't go around knocking on the door and saying, yeah, you got my Amazon parcel. Has it been delivered to you? Just... It's got that interactivity we crave. I wouldn't even say it's got the glucose I crave, you know. It's just not how people talk. It's a fun stream, it's chill vibes, it's got all the interactivity I crave, like the craven sod that I am.
Being very, very generous when it comes to feedback. If there is something they feel they can improve, they're sharing, and I'm trying to adapt to that. But things are good.
I'm sorry, I keep stopping and I shouldn't, but no, you're fucking not. You just don't. I don't know how he could tell this lie straight faced. I really don't. In some part of his brain, he's convincing himself that he is trying. I've taken feedback. I'm trying to improve. I.e., I've gone into my YouTube settings and I've set the comments to on. Moderated, hold before review, you know. I've set my comments to hold for review. I'm trying, you guys. I can't. I hate that lie. I need to figure out why I hate that lie. I need to do that later at a future time and place. I need to work that out. But for now, just need to remember that he said that. Because it's the biggest pile of bullshit ever. You had to be dragged kicking and screaming to every improvement that you've made on your stream.
Good right now in regards to the quality of the streams that are existing. It's not that I'm turning the stream on and no one shows up and everyone who shows up says, man, this stream sucks. That's not the case at all. I'm getting the opposite feedback that the streams are good, okay? So then what can I do to improve?
Okay, and the opposite feedback that the streams are good. There's delusion there. There's denial. There's ignorance of the possibility that you could be getting that feedback because anybody who presents feedback other than that gets banned. That might be why you're earning sycophantic praise, because anybody with a contrary opinion is immediately excoriated, runs the risk of public denouncement and embarrassment and humiliation by you, and is then banned. There's a term for that sort of behaviour. It's called groupthink, Phil.
Well, I could become some kind of a gimmicky fucking streamer that jumps on the bandwagon of everything and just does stupid pranks and does dumb drama and shit.
I could become a... Stop pausing so much. But just stop being a cock, Phil. I could become a gimmicky streamer. You put on glasses and a vest and a hat. That's a fucking gimmick. You are a gimmicky streamer. A fucking embarrassing one as well. You put on a hat. If people give you enough money, you put on a hat. That's fucking... I don't want to be a gimmicky streamer, guys, but we have hit the Gunner Glasses goal, so, you know, the glasses are in effect, and the vests that are eligible for tonight, let me tell you, they are some beauties. Fuck, get on with it.
But I'm not going to do that.
I'm not going to do that.
I'm not going to change who I am. I'm not going to...
I need to... This especially. I'm not going to change who I am. It's important for future. I need to stick a pin in this because it's going to come up again. But I'm not going to change who I am is probably the biggest defense that Phil can have. It's probably the last great Megadeth option for anybody saying you need to change this, you need to do this. A good way to improve your streams would be this. If you want to attract more people, do this. Is I'm not going to change who I am. I have had 13 years. When you have to be drag kicking and screaming into every single upgrade, you know, when you are like 4 years late to direct capture, and when you're starting Minecraft when everybody else has moved on, when you're that resistant to change, I don't want to change who I am, is the best justification for that. It's the best justification to go, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not making that change. I'm not implementing that. I'm not making that improvement because I don't want to change who I am. I could have a green screen behind me, but I don't want to change who I am. I could have flash. I could have lights around me, but I don't want to change who I am. I could put some effort into my presentation, but I don't want to change who I am. Oh, fuck. Oh, I've just remembered. Oh, I had a great idea. that I wanted to put, like, because I've got, like, you know, my Wii U in a shoebox and, like, my PlayStation 2 in another box, and they've just got, like, marker PS2 written on the side. I wanted to put them behind me. And I fucking forgot. Oh, fuck. Right. So anyway, yeah, I don't want to change who I am. It's Phil's biggest justification. It's probably the purest, closest distillation of Phil that you can get in any sort of explanation as to why he's not doing a certain thing, why he's not making efforts to improve his stream in any way, shape or form. Is I don't want to change who I am. So, right, let's move on. Let's carry on.
Change the kind of content that I put out there, especially when I've been doing it for 13 years and I have a viewer base that tells me what I do has meaning. Okay? I'm not, oh yeah, I'm just overnight, I'm just going to decide to change everything that I do because the views are down because gaming has basically changed this year, right?
You don't have to be everything. You don't have to be everything. You could still have your shitty Halloween decorations if you want. Just, don't be such a cock to your audience and put a bit more effort into gaming. And be happy when you get like $30 because people have given you their money. They're simple little things, Phil. Having a bit of gratitude. Not expecting.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. Today I could have come on stream with my hair sticking straight up, bright purple, dancing around. Haha, everyone, new attitude, everything is time to change up. Let's do it, guys.
He's so jealous about people like PewDiePie and Markiplier and Ninja. He's so jealous. That's so fucking sad. Because again, 39. This man is almost 40. And Ninja still makes him react like this. The fact that they're more successful than him makes him act like this. That's so sad. He can't be like, the fact that they're so successful proves that you can be so successful within this late stage capitalist dystopian hell. And, maybe give him something to strive towards in terms of, well, if they can do it, I can do it as well. So I'm going to focus on improving my stuff. No, he has to be jealous. He has to be bitter. He has to be like this. And he's nearly 40. How fucking sad is that?
That's not me. You guys know the reason that I love doing what I do is because I get to be me. I get to be real and honest and open, transparent with all of you about stuff like this. And we get to have honest discussions. I look at the stream attendance and it makes me nervous. It absolutely does. It makes me nervous when I look at that and I'm like, where is everybody? We're playing an ongoing new release. What's going on? And the answer I overwhelmingly get is, well, we're here to chill with you because we're your core audience, but no one really likes these games, man. This is a disappointing game year.
We're here to chill with you because we're your core audience. But it's the games. Again, it's external forces. There are extenuating factors. There are, events and influences beyond Phil's control that are somehow negatively impacting him. The fact that COVID had an impact on game development, which delayed a number of games and, meant that this October, when Far Cry 6 and Metroid Dread were released, didn't count as a good month for AAA gaming, is why Phil's attendance is low. This is fucking delusion. This is delusion. This is like actually clinically worried levels of delusion. This is needs intensive therapy delusion.
Someone even said to me, why don't you just drop all the games you're playing and start playing indie games? And I was like, I could, but I need feedback because here's the difference between an indie game and a mainstream game. Indie games don't have marketing. They don't have a budget to really advertise. I don't even know about them.
Here's the problem. Indie games don't have as much money. And I don't know about them. What do you think Google's for? What do you think Steam is? Why don't you just, look for reviews? Why don't you check video game websites? Why don't you read fucking articles about things? You spend enough time on the shitter and on Twitter. Why don't you read then? Do you know what I do when I see an indie game? I read the fucking reviews underneath it. Because it's normally on Steam. And if it's not, if it's on the PlayStation, I'll fucking Google it and read some reviews. If it looks like a game I'll enjoy, I might buy it. If it looks like a game that I won't enjoy, I'll skip it. If it looks like a game that's interesting, I'll stick it on a wish list and come back to it. Because I'll think, I could get something out of there. It might be some video footage or something to talk about. Why can't he do that? Why does he need to be... path of least resist, path of least effort. Somebody else has to give him feedback. Somebody else has to do this for him. In many ways, he is still a man-child who cannot make his own dinner or dress himself because he cannot, of his own accord, research indie games. He can't go to, Kotaku or IGN or pick whatever video game website you read. I said, my prime is PC Gamer. But he can't. And again, PC Gamer, so they do like a lot of articles on indie games. Even so, most of them come out on like the PlayStation and the Switch and the Xbox as well. So reading them is normally like, oh, it's out on PlayStation as well. Cool, I might as well pick it up on there instead. Just that he can't do this, that he needs somebody else to do this. At nearly 40. When this has been his job for 13 years.
I don't know what's good and what's not, and there is a ridiculous amount of indie games out there.
I don't know what's good and what's not. Make that judgment yourself. Make that judgment yourself, and if it turns out to be good, then great. One of my favourite games is Sundered, and I saw it and I thought, yeah, it looks all right. That again, roguelike Metroidvania. Well, the layout of some rooms changes, but like boss places are still the same, so it's sort of roguelikey, but it looked pretty cool. Good combat, and there's lots of jewels and treasure and shit to pick up, which really scratches the hoarder's itch in my brain. So I ended really, really liking it. But I'd read the reviews of it first. I read the the game's bio, the blurb, and then I scrolled down a bit and I read some reviews about it. I thought, yeah, it looks all right. People are getting generally positive reviews. I'll give it a go. You can't do that himself. You can't think, right. Like, just for example, even if he doesn't play it on PC, just like picking Steam as a platform to search stuff, because most games are now out on both. So just browse through the first-person shooter genre on Steam. Just click the tag and have a look. And have a look at some reviews and have a look at like overwhelmingly positive, generally positive, mostly positive. And just sort of like go through them and think, yeah, that one looks all right. And then if you pick a good one, great, you've picked a good game and hopefully you will have a good stream. And if you pick a bad one, you should be at the point where you can carry a stream regardless. You can laugh at the badness of the game and, have a bit of a joke and not take it so seriously. But no, it's Phil, everything has to be taken seriously. You can't have a bad game because that would mean a bad stream, and he doesn't know enough about these indie games to make that judgment call himself because he's somehow incapable of that, so he needs to be told. People tell him indie games. And he goes, no, I'm not playing that. I'm losing my mind.
To choose from that you just don't know what's good. You know what I'm saying? It's like going from what should be gourmet food and then saying, well, here's a wide range of stuff that's not gourmet. Just pick a few of the things. And you'll like them. Like, well, how do I know what to pick? There's a ridiculous amount of options.
You look at what you think you might like. That's not a difficult... Oh, my God, I can't. The man's reluctance to even commit to a decision in case there's a negative outcome. It's fucking astonishing. He can't even pick an indie game to stream. I don't stream when I've got a list of games that I would. Yeah, most of them are indie. In fact, I'm pretty sure all of them are. Fucking hell. I'm slowly losing my mind at this. I don't know how you can be like this and function. I mean, granted, what he's doing is barely functioning, but it is technically functioning. So, as an adult though, to not be able to like watch a trailer and then read a couple of reviews and think, yeah, that looks all right, I'll go with that. I'll play that for, Tuesday's indie marathon stream.
Up here is the thing that's rated highly that everyone says is gourmet, and I'm doing that and I'm not really enjoying myself. So what do I do from selecting from the stuff below the stuff that everyone hypes up, right?
That's so sad. If you're not enjoying yourself doing the gourmet thing that everybody rates so highly, look at everything else and just think, what might I enjoy?
So, that's the thing. Like, to me, I'm not sure what to do to spice things up around here and make my streams interesting, because I'm basically doing what you guys are telling me you like. You're saying, oh, play all the games that you enjoy, but also play some games that are maybe ongoing things. You know, let me tell you, Alan Wake Remastered, there's a lot of people who asked me to play that. Then I start playing it, and then, you know, you notice you only got 200 people on a stream. Like, well, what happened? Normally, this is, you know, it's a new re-release playthrough, remaster. Why are there only 200 people here when normally, you know, for any game release, it'd be between 300-400 on YouTube, you know? And by the way, even then, there's a dip anyway. Even the last few months over the summer months, when I was kind of doing downtime stuff, there's only about 300-400 people on the stream. Okay, it wasn't like I wasn't getting any kind of big views like I was on Twitch, especially for the new releases. Like I said, I'll play a new release, I get 0 increase to viewership here. I just get 0. Okay.
Just looking at the fidgeting there. Again, when you know, indication of nervousness. At this point, he's talking about a topic that's actually like capable of causing him anxiety. You know, I don't necessarily mean an anxiety disorder. I just mean he will feel the state of anxiety, considering money or the lack thereof. So the more he has to sort of dwell on this subject, and the more he has to think about it and discuss it, the more and more anxious he's going to be. And there's a lot of fidgeting there. The drinking, I know, you know, we like to joke that it's gin or not, but I think he drinks a lot because... Right, let me see if I can remember my biopsychology here now. Your responses to stimuli are governed by your nervous system. Your nervous system breaks down into several components. There's the central nervous system, which is all the bits in your brain, like the cerebellum and the medulla and the brainstem and the spinal cord. These bits here, these bits here, the bits at the base and the back of your brain. And then there's the peripheral nervous system, and the peripheral nervous system is all the nerves coming out and going through your body. And the peripheral nervous system is also made up of 2 systems. It's the autonomic and the somatic, and these basically, the autonomic is responsible for regulating stuff like it's responsible for stuff like digestion and breathing and heart rate, and the somatic nervous system is the bit that it innervates your muscles and is responsible for movement and joints and things like that. But the autonomic nervous system breaks down into the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous systems. Now, the parasympathetic nervous system is your off switch. It regulates stuff like digestion, and it slows down your heart, and it regulates stuff like saliva production. And the sympathetic nervous system is the fight or flight response, basically. It's the bit that switches you on whenever you need to kick into action. So in response to a bunch of hormones being released by the adrenal gland, your body gets ready to either fight or to flight. And to better aid that, certain parts of your body sort of shut down, certain processes are, you know, reduced, like digestion slows, and you start to sweat, and you stop producing saliva as much. So you get a bit dry mouth because your body's needing fluid elsewhere. It's taking your saliva away, and it needs to sweat because you're going to be producing heat, because you're about to go through a period of physical exertion, and sweating is how we cool down when that's happening. So your body needs fluids from elsewhere, so it's going to take them from wherever it can. It's going to stop any fluids that's currently working its way through your digestive system in case it has to absorb that. It's going to stop your, you know, it's not going to, in case it has to absorb that, but in case, you know, it's going to stop it going anyway. It's going to basically stop your digestive system. And it's going to stop your saliva production because, hey, even that fluid, your tear ducts as well, I think your tears dry, stop producing water. So basically anywhere where you've got fluid, your body will pull from it. And as a result, you get a bit of dry mouth. Also, to be fair, you get a bit of a dry mouth when you've been talking for close to an hour. So, you know, that's why I'm drinking this. The Lucozade is cheap energy, at least. So, although maybe one day I'll put vodka and orange in it, and you'd never be able to tell the difference. But yeah, that's why I think he drinks a lot. I think every time he's dealing with something like this. In fact, I think mainly because Mainly because, as I've discussed before, most of his conversations take place in a more inquisitive context, because he's being asked questions, and when you're being asked questions and interrogated, you know, the bulk of his socialization is people asking him questions through like tips and things. So when you're being interrogated like that, you're naturally defensive, and when you're naturally defensive, your sympathetic nervous system kicks in because you're getting defensive, you are getting ready to defend yourself. And so I think that he spends a lot of time with his sympathetic nervous system firing. I think that's why he's a bit fidgety as well. He's consciously getting ready all the time. So that bit was for the person who was hyped for me mentioning the nervous system in the last video, and I totally forgot to mention the nervous system in the last video because we went on for like 4.5 hours. So that bit was for you. And that's why I think he drinks a lot. I think he's constantly on edge because his nervous system's firing, because he's ready to defend himself at so many times, because all he does is interact with people by them asking him questions and him having to answer them. He doesn't socialise normally. Most of us don't get all nervous and sweaty when we're talking with our friends because we're not in a I am being interrogated mindset. We don't have to be so defensive with our friends. So our nervous systems aren't firing as much.
By the way, I do see that people here are contributing. I am going to read out and shout out all your contributions in a bit. Please let me get through what I have to say. It's important kind of state of the stream update. All right. And then I will give you shout outs just like usual at the end of a pre-stream. Okay. So here's the deal. I see all this going on. Now I can basically say, you know, it's just another challenge. It's just another challenge, you know? And the thing is, like I said, I could easily change my content to get an increase in views. I know right now I could do that, but I don't want to do that because I want to continue to be me. I don't want to be a character for you. I don't want to change what I do. When I've been doing this for 13 years and I have a dedicated viewer base that supports me, that's another important fact that I should bring up.
That is a very important fact. Thank you for bringing it up. A 13-year legacy can be seen as proof to Phil that what he does works, because his continued existence is its own justification. If he'd done something wrong, he would have been stopped a long time ago. He's used that argument before. If I used hateful slurs, wouldn't I have been kicked off Twitch a long time ago? So that sort of logic, 13 years of continued existence, is justification enough that what you're doing is working. Because if it didn't work, you wouldn't be creating stuff. So to him, to Phil, that's probably the greatest validation. It's great evidence. And it's a great justification to go, well, no, I'm not going to change. I don't have to change because what I do works, and I know what I do works because I've been doing it for 13 years. Never mind the fact that we are currently talking about you having lower numbers than normal, and the fact that you are worried about stream attendance being low, and that you see all this and it makes you nervous. But it's all right because you've been doing it for 13 years, so it works. So you don't have to change. Maybe that's why he blinks so much. Maybe he blinks so much because his mind is constantly processing the cognitive dissonance that he's feeling, and it's trying not to collapse in on itself with all these contradictions swirling round. Maybe that's it. Maybe I've cracked it. I need to get right. There's a paper here. I need to write this down. Right. Remember that. Remember that, Steve. Come back to this in future.
Just because the stream attendance has been down does not mean that the support's been down. At all.
Oh, does it not really? Then why do you keep begging for money? If support is fine, even though earlier you said that it wasn't. If support is fine, why are you worried? Why are we doing this? Why are people constantly saying, hey, I've noticed all these things are wrong? If support is fine, why do you keep asking for more money?
And I mean that too. The support's been pretty good. Yes, there's been a slow day here or there. Absolutely. We're not hitting the tips goals every single stream. Mm-hmm. But overall support is good on the streams. Okay? Mm-hmm. it's not the level that it was on Twitch because it's never going to be until I build this channel up for many years, I feel. You know, on Twitch, that was a 4.5-year climb to get to where I was, having 900 subs, having the level of cheers that I was getting every single day on the streams.
I wonder if we go back to, should we say a year ago, yeah, and see what he was like on Twitch at the time.
In particular today, I really need your help with tips. In fact, this month is going to be a very, very demanding month on me financially. Not only am I going to have to afford the PlayStation 5 and the PlayStation Pulse headset, 3D Pulse headset. So right there, that's $600 plus tax. It's going to come out to almost $700 when we're done. But in addition to that, all right, we got 2 new games next week. During the launch of the PS5, we got arguably 5 to 6 new games. Then we've got Call of Duty and the possibility of maybe even Hyrule Warriors, Age of Calamity later on in the month. So if you add it all up, no exaggeration, probably around $2,000, all right, just in the cost of games and equipment this month, okay? That's not even operational cost or anything. It's a lot of money for 1 month. In fact, it's the busiest gaming month in years, all right? So your tips are going to help me tremendously this month. I really need help with tips right now. If you like the streams and you want to support, please do by tipping me, all right? Now, another way you can help that would help tremendously would be to check out my Amazon wish list and purchase me some PlayStation Network credits.
Even more in his recent, in fact, let's do both. Let's go like a year ago and shortly before he was kicked off. And I'll bet he was begging.
Mr. Tater also did a 100-bit cheer. Thank you, Mr. Tater. All right, guys, about a half an hour left on the stream. Thank you for everyone chilling with me and hanging out. Hopefully, we get some more support, especially tips, which we haven't even heard a third of the tips goal. Please, guys, I'd like to hit this tips goal to end my streaming week. It would be great if we could. Thank you. Yesterday, I didn't hit any tips goal. Last stream of the night, last match of the night, last opportunity. If you want to contribute and help me out, please do. Been a very slow night for contributions. I would appreciate some last-minute support if you can. But in the in the meantime of that, it's been a great stream. So that's what I mean. I hope that you guys are enjoying the Call of Duty while I'm able to play it. But it is going to definitely change. All right, it's not going to be at this frequency as it is right now permanently or anything. But I am having fun with it. The last month, seriously, think about what I did in the last month. All those melee weapons, handguns, dual handguns, now trying sniper rifles and shotguns. This is all very varied gameplay from what I would normally do in Call of Duty, and that's why I'm really liking it. It's not always the most win-filled stream, especially when I'm starting with new weapons and no attachments and shit. But I'm having fun with it, you know? So I certainly hope that you guys are enjoying it. But again, this is my job. I have to put out a stream that you guys are going to support as well. It goes hand in hand. You see what I'm saying? So if I see this as a pattern, and honestly right now I'm starting to see a pattern emerging with this game, that people aren't really showing up to support it. So I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. All right, I'm definitely playing this again as the main stream on Saturday. We'll see how that stream goes, I guess, and go from there. All right. So I got a good amount of viewers today, but you guys see, last time I played Call of Duty, the same thing happened. Contributions are at a standstill. And this sucks because I like playing Call of Duty, but I'm noticing out of all the games I'm playing, this is the least amount of support I'm getting on a stream whenever I play this now. And I don't understand why, because you guys tell me that you're liking the stream, you like I'm unlocking new weapons, I'm trying new things. Please, if you like the Call of Duty and you show up for it, please support it, because I don't want to have to cut down on the amount I play. But right now, I really need help today, support, and I'm not getting it. And it's like, this really sucks. I could have played something else today, you know? Madara's God cheered. He said, we just did a poll. 59% of people say they enjoy these streams. See what I mean? People like them. They come out for them. I know you guys turn out for Call of Duty. That's why I play it. But again, I need to also support for those streams. You have to understand that. You know, it goes hand in hand. It's always been my philosophy that if you guys are enjoying what I'm doing and I'm interacting with you guys and I'm kind of doing what you're asking, trying new weapons, unlocking, sniping. I haven't done sniping at all. And now I'm doing sniping and I'm trying to get good at it. And you guys are telling me you're enjoying it. So please support the stream. That's what I'm saying. Please support the streams. If you like it, I need the support, okay? This is now, what, the 3rd to 4th straight Call of Duty stream where it's like, what is going on? Why you know, everyone loves it, but contributions are not almost non-existent. Who is it with the top tip tonight? Jack Spartacus? If it wasn't for Jack Spartacus, we'd have $2. You see? So FYI, guys, about a half an hour left on today's stream, roughly. Thank you for your support. Please, if you could, tip me tonight. That's the best way to support. Okay, not to say I'm trying to give to us in the mouth. Mark Fear's very generous cheer there was very nice, but tipping, I'd like to. We get a vest, you know, it'd be amazing tonight. We'll see. Thank you to the top tipper, Bad Guy. We're at $24 of tips, guys. Again, I really need your help with tips. Please support the stream. Please tip me if you can. That's really the support I need all week long. Like I said, everything else, we're good. We already hit the sub goal for the month and everything. I need help in the short term. Please tip me if you can tonight, especially if you're liking the gameplay with the crossbow. All right, so about 45 to 50 minutes left on tonight's stream, guys. Thank you for your support so far. Thank you to the top contributors of the night. Top cheerer tonight is Wishful Knight with the 421-bit cheer from earlier. Shirtless Mofo with the $10 tip. Of course, we just have Maria Lucina as well, so they're tied for the $10 tip. Tips goal is at $32, guys. Please, if you like my streams, please support them with tips tonight if you can. Thank you very much. Well, guys, this is probably going to be the last match of the night. Last chance, if you'd like to contribute and support the stream, I would appreciate it if you do. All right, thank you so much, guys, for everything. I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream. Thank you for your support today. Looks like we're not going to hit the tips goal, which sucks. We're so close. We were so damn close to hitting the tips goal, but haven't had a tip now in over an hour, so I don't think it's going to happen, guys. All right, about half an hour left on the stream, everyone. Thank you to the last tipper who was Attack-ack-ack and the top tipper who was Attack-ack-ack. Please, guys, if you like the stream, please support it. It's the final Call of Duty stream for a while. All right? If you liked the Call of Duty stuff all along for the last 6-7 months I've been playing it, which is about 6 months because it was early November, right? Yeah, so about 6 months. Please support it. I need the help tonight. I need to hit the tips goal tonight, please. If you like it, please do. Again, I want to stay here on Twitch. I really do. I want to stay here. I don't have to leave and go to YouTube and have a terrible chat in order to bring back things like memberships for subs and super chats for cheers. I don't want to leave. I like this. Well, please support it, okay? Thank you.
He was great on Twitch, but then you go back to Twitch and he's like, I'm really struggling here, you guys. So you get that. That's gaslighting. Assuming that they've not been banned, most of this audience here in this chat will have been around at the time that he's talking about, at the time that I'm talking about. They will have been around, you know, shortly before he got kicked off Twitch. They will have been around about this time last year. So these people will remember that this time last year he was begging for help. And now he's telling him, it was great. It was great, you guys. I was getting so much money. The tips, they were great. You know, the support was great because I had so many subs. Because, you know, it was easy for people like OIC and Emerald 7 to just gift subs to people. And that made me look more popular. And that's why I'm, you know, I think he's just gotten over 300. Compared to the 900. It's even weirder going back like further when he's at like in the thousands. I think at one point like 1,700 or something. It's weird going back and seeing him with quite huge numbers and seeing it now. But it's alright, guys. He doesn't have to change because what he's done is working because he's been doing it for 13 years. He doesn't have to grow or change or evolve as a person like everybody else does throughout their lives.
And it's been a slow transition. To this day, there's people coming over saying, hey, Phil, I was so-and-so over on Twitch watching you for 4.5 years. Today, I decided to finally come over and watch you on YouTube. I've been here for 5 months. You know? So that's going to continue to happen. You know what I mean? That is going to continue to happen. You're going to see that gradual growth. You're going to see that gradual movement of people over to YouTube. But it basically is a very slow process. And I knew this would be because I've done this before. I've been to different streaming services. I've been to different video sharing services before. And it is a very slow process to get people used to change and to get people to move, graduate over from one to another. It just is. I'm going to say graduate, not gravitate. Or gravitate, not graduate. Blech.
I just wanted to enjoy that. Also, yeah, we know you've been on a lot of streaming services, Phil. We also know why you've left most of them.
But anyway, you see the point I'm making. It's not going to be the levels of Twitch. But I'm pleased with how things have gone this year. Things could have been way worse. And I'm pleased with how they've gone because you guys have stuck with me and supported me and come over here in droves to YouTube to watch my stuff and support my stuff. And that's what I should say. It's funny because People say stuff like, oh, you see, Phil only has 200 viewers. Yeah, but I still get support. You know what I mean? Like, there's a difference between, okay, I'm a content creator, and I have a giant 10,000 viewer base, and because of that, I make a really good living because everyone's constantly throwing me contributions, right? That's a one kind of content creation. I don't do that. What I do is a very specified type of content for a very specified type of viewer. I guess what you could actually call it is like carefully curated content. Okay.
No, you can't. You call yourself a variety streamer. You can't also call yourself like specially curated content creator. You can't do both. If you're variety, it means you do a little bit of everything. If you're specifically curated, it means you are chosen deliberately for certain people. You can't do both. Carefully curated implies a niche, you know. And variety implies a variety. You can't... Again, the cognitive dissonance. How is his head not exploding? His brain must be going a mile a minute to try to, like, just spin all... It's in the memory. Fuck it, get rid of it. You know, he's sure you don't want to encode it into long-term... No, fuck it, get rid of it. It's been through short-term memory. We don't need it anymore. Really, you might want to record... Fuck it, get rid of it. Because I can't stop to process these things. Because if I do, I'm going to realise there are too many inherent contradictions and I'm going to shut down. You know. Phil's brain should have blue screened years ago. You can't be a variety streamer who does a little bit of everything to attract the widest audience and also say I do carefully curated content, because that implies you're doing something niche and specific for a tiny core group. Oh, like the social construction part of my brain is just shut down. The bit that knows that how words give a meaning. The bit that processes social constructions like language. And meaning and context. Oh, fuck.
Okay? When I'm streaming a game, I have a special level of interactivity with my audience that big streamer doesn't have, because I don't have a giant audience. But because I have that level of interactivity and we have that level of discussion and cultural exchange and social interaction during my streams.
Cultural exchange, I mean, he's got to be talking about Microsoft Flight Simulator when people were like, I've, got the biggest tip, fly over my hometown and I'll tell you all about, the local attractions and things. It's got to be that. Cultural exchange. What about the culture of Renton have you brought to your streams? What aspect of the culture of the town that you live in right now have you brought to your streams to share with people like Snow Carl in Sweden? To share with your European fans, What have you brought to share with your American fans on the other side of the continent? What have you brought? And what have they brought you? What have you learned? If you went back to do the geography test in Bully, could you do better than the last time because of all this cultural exchange? Oh, God. I'm just going to make a quick break in the pause because I'm worried about the file sizes being too big. Wait, did I say breaking the pause then? What I meant to say was breaking the video. Now would be a good time to actually have a break because we're about halfway through and, we could do with a quick breather. So let's have a quick break.
This is an art attack. This is an art attack. This is Art Attack.
have that tune stuck in my head all day now. Anyway, yeah, this is going to be something a bit different. I have had to edit a lot of Phil's footage over the last couple of videos, and a lot of it's been pre-streamed, which means I've seen a lot of this art, and I have opinions. So, I'm not a digital artist, but I do know how to draw a few things, and let's just get into it, right? Okay. Let's not fuck about. First things first, I'm not really going to bother with the, well, I guess you call like the promo ones. You know, well, in fact, I move slightly this way, which means I am blocking my fantastic art attack. Shout out to all my fellow British detractors. Also, if you watched Heartbeat, that's also fine. I watched that as well. You know, it had morph on it, so why wouldn't I? But yeah, I'm not going to do like the the promo ones that are basically just, you know, here's my stream, here's an advert for my channel, is, you know, my Twitter feed and all that. They're fairly, you know, they're functional. You don't really want artwork and like inspired pieces for that. It's just, you know, you have to call it out sometimes though, and this one in particular is just really fucking lazy. I sort of think that's Phil himself. I think most of these might be Phil himself. Some of them, like the Twitter and the Raw Archive No BS one, they look fairly well done. But this one just looks like, it looks like Phil. So does that outline of the controller one as well, but mainly this one, because it's just text and it's really bad. And I'm just going to skip past the fact that this one doesn't have a space here. So yeah, I'm also not going to bother with ones that are like bad, like, you know, this one and the Far Cry one, because they're just bad, you know, and you feel bad for sort of like going, look at how shit this is, when it's obvious they're working with like really minimal, like, this is done on paint, you know, this is obviously done on paint, and the other one's probably done on paint as well. So, you know, you are limited by your tools to some extent. So someone who's not great at drawing or painting, having a go on Microsoft Paint, you can't really slag it off. It just feels bad. So I'm not going to bother with them either. I do have to give a shout out to this one though. And I have to admit, I quite like this one. It's fine, you know. It's cohesive. That's what I like about it, right? It's cohesive. It's, you know, it's supposed to be like an abstracty sort of way, you know, and it, you know, there's a bit of Picasso to it, and it works. It's of DSP, so yeah, but it as a drawing, as a piece of art, it's fine, you know. I quite like it. It's cohesive, you know. The style works, and it looks fine to me. So I quite like that one. Yeah. There's also this artist who crops up a lot. I'm assuming these are all the same person, because it's all the same person. I'm not entirely sure who it is though. Whoever's got the initials MM, I guess. Now this person's obviously got a lot of skill. They've drawn a lot, right? A lot of patience has gone into these pictures. For as weird as they might look, the sort of abstract fantasy thing carries it a bit, and you know, their attention to detail, especially with like the skeleton one, the skulls one. I hate skeletons, and there's a lot of intricate line work in there, so there's a lot of patience, and I can respect that. You know, there's a lot of work's gone into that, and even though we might not necessarily agree with all that effort for Phil, you know, the point is they've spent their time on this sort of thing. But there is, and I'm not, well, it's sort of, don't take it personally. It's sort of like your technique rather than your skill. is what I'm criticising here, because this is one of them incidents. I found myself doing this. This is where I'm speaking from, right? I don't mean anything by it, but I'm speaking from personal experience. This is when you draw a lot and you focus a lot on drawing cool shit, like yourself in, you know, battle armor or holding a lightsaber or, you know, doing cool stuff. You know, you draw like fight scenes and action scenes and stuff, and you don't pay attention to perspective. Like I've said, like the sort of abstract fantasy sort of aesthetic carries it for a lot of it, but it does let you get away with being able to sort of fudge over the fact that, you know, perspective is a bit off at times. A lot of these things are indicative of the front character, like in this one, like in this one with the two, I suppose there's supposed to be like two sides of Phil. Most of these were around the Dark Souls era that he was playing through the Dark Souls games, so, you know, I think they're from that sort. I think they're going for that sort of look. But in this one, you can see that the fills in the foreground with the animals have been drawn first, and then the backgrounds have been filled in afterwards. And that's really what you do when you're not that great at perspective, or you can't be arsed with perspective. And there, you know, a lot of them get away with it. Like this one with the tank, which was from around Devil May Cry 5, I think. I remember seeing that around that time. Again, using like the cover of the fill in the front and the tank in the back means that you've sort of like blocked off a lot of what you might potentially have as a horizon line, and the thing in this corner here, it helps just obscure that fact. And this one with the sort of Windows Vista landscape twisted, the waviness of the hills means it's easy to obscure that there's no defining horizon. It does look like this one's probably the closest, though. You could draw a horizon line on it and most of the things would fit in, but obviously this floating thing in the background has been drawn in later. So yeah, and this is the one that I wanted to highlight, because this reminds me of what I call the Rob Liefeld problem, which is not an overabundance of patches or, you know, a gross misunderstanding of anatomy. It's not being great at drawing feet, because a lot of these pictures have people standing at least waist or leg high, you know, so feet are obscured and you don't have to draw them, which is a shame, because feet are easy. If you look at the shape of this one, I'm looking this way because I have these images displayed on my computer. I should have made that clear, but I'm going to be like highlighting this bit because I'm going to be displaying them here. So if you look at like this foot here, you almost got like the basics down. Like feet aren't that difficult to draw. You just need to practice it. And you often don't, because most of the time you're not drawing people full body. You're drawing from like, you know, half up or at least 3/4, and, you know, you're getting in either medium or close up framing. So most of the time you don't really have to draw feet, but they're quite easy to do. I mean, let's say, right, you've got an ankle, so there's your skeleton there of the leg, and there's your muscles, and then feet you could just draw as almost like a wedge, you know. And then you fill out this shape, because now you've got like a rough 3D shape here. You can start to fill it in with features. Better finish that off. And then you can just fill in the rest by smoothing out the edges and giving it form. And it's surprisingly, they probably should put that up a bit higher, because obviously your ankle bone is. But feet are easy once you realise that they're not that difficult. There's a lot of problems with feet, and especially hands, is that it can be quite difficult to make it look like they're real. The realistic hands especially are quite difficult to draw, with like grabbing things and holding things and, you know, just making general sort of weird shapes. But again, hands are easy to draw, and you tend to have to draw them a bit more, so people practice them a bit more. But feet are just as easy to draw once you start out with a sort of wedge shape anyway, because feet are roughly rectangular. They stick out from the bottom of the leg, so it's quite easy to just imagine a sort of like doorstop or a wedge on them, and that gives you the sort of rough basic outline of this is where the feet should go. This is where, you know, the toe should go. This is where the skin should go. And so, yeah, it's one of the things where it's like practice makes a bit of perfection. A bit of perfection. You can't have a bit of perfection. Perfection is by in its very nature fully perfect. But yeah, feet are easier to draw than you might think. So, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, if you practiced, there's nothing wrong with drawing the cool shit over and over again, but every now and then you have to stop and you have to think, right, okay, I'm going to draw something boring now. I'm going to draw shapes for a while and try and get them in a row. And I'm going to draw mundane objects, because those are the things that give you the necessary practice in dealing with stuff like 3D objects in space, or making sure things look like relative to each other, make sure things look right, or dealing with light and shadows. They're the boring bits, but you need to do them as well as the cool shit. So, you know, you might be able to draw an abstract looking tank, or like a character swinging a large sword and a bizarre sci-fi fantasy armor, but it sort of ruins the illusion a bit when the feet are a bit iffy. And that's why I think of Rob Liefeld a lot when I see this, because he would just put like stuff in front of people so that they didn't have to draw feet. And yeah, that's just a thing that sticks out to me as somebody who likes to draw. So yeah, moving on. There are a couple of DSP slides which I consider like retro, which really kind of bug me, because just from a person who, you know, is about Phil's age, and so could understand what these things are retro now. When was the last time Phil played retro games? When was the last time he played like a NES game or a SNES game or a Mega Drive game or a Master? Has he ever played Master System? I don't know. But it's like, you don't associate these things with Phil, even though he likes to go, oh, you know, King of Retro and all that. They're not. I don't think he has done enough to warrant being able to do that, especially with like the synthwave stuff. Because when he's like this one, when does Phil ever, like, when do you ever think of Phil when you see that sort of stuff? You know, when has Phil ever tried to associate himself with this sort of aesthetic, I guess, or style, or, you know, just any of this? It just feels unearned. It feels like DSP's trying to jump on a thing, you know, or trying to claim it because he does a thing, where it's like, oh, you'll play, say, like when the Genesis Mini came out, when the classic Genesis thing came out, and he was like, yeah, I'll do that for a bit, and he did it for a couple of streams, and then that was it was done, you know. And any of like the older games that he played recently have been remasters, as I'm sure he's complained about enough, but again, they're not retro to this extent, you know. When was the last time you played a game from the 90s or the 80s? It's difficult, and they annoyed me. They really annoyed me. Especially this one, because it's like, in another image, you have a Mega Drive font, and yet here it's mangled, and they're all in different shapes, and it's just they're all different sizes, and it doesn't fit together. Why don't you just download a font? Just download a font and use that, and put it there instead. It's laziness, is what it is. No, that was probably more work. That was probably more work than downloading a Mega Drive font. Just Mega Drive font, Sega font, whatever. You know, just freaking just download the font. Why wouldn't you? Instead, it just looks like a mess. It just, because they're different thicknesses and they don't match in terms of height, and it's a mess. For something so simple, it's a mess. And anyway, these next two are what I consider Phil being lazy. Because, well, they are lazy. Look at them. They're lazy. The Virtua Fighter looking one, it's just, ugh. Couldn't even fit like another line. It just looks horrible, because the gap between the text and the character select screen is too big, and it's, you know, another line underneath it would have at least matched it to like the height of the profile picture, and then it would have looked sort of coherent and like they'd be put together. But, oh my god, this one, I can't get over this one so much. I mean, this is just, it's all over the place. It's the one with the double space, and it's right. I had an idea for this. You could have a bunch of these. You could have a bunch of these with like different DSP facts, you know. You could have a bunch of them where it's the same sort of, you know, did you know with Dark Side Phil? And then, you know, it's just like the picture of Phil, which even that's small on that screen. You would normally have that big. That would be, you know, quite significant part. You yourself would fill up most of the screen there. You would fill up most of that image, that corner, and then you would have this room for text. But did you know with Dark Side Phil? And then you would have the blah 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 underneath, the factoid of the day. But you could have a bunch of them with different facts, and they could just be like at random places throughout your stream. Not your stream, your pre-stream at least. They would be, you know, like on shuffle in the slideshow, so that whenever your slideshow gets to that, it picks a random one. And you could have a bunch of them, and you could have some of them be serious and some of them not be serious. And, you know, that would be a really cool thing for, you know, your fans and like the people watching your stream or like waiting for you to get on with shit to entertain themselves, I guess. But, you know, that would be cool. That would be like a cool thing that you could do with that. But instead, there's just that one about him going to an arcade when he was younger. And they're just lazy. That's the thing that sticks out to me and insults me as somebody who drew. They're lazy. They're you know, like when I would draw because I wanted to draw something different or new or better. I wanted to draw, you know, something that pushed me a bit. And that's just lazy. Sorry, I'm gonna need another drink. I did have one before I started. I thought I'm going to plough through this in one go. But, yeah. Sometimes when you talk about Phil angrily for over 15 minutes, it hurts your throat. These next two are lazy for very different reasons, but they are indicative of something that is at the heart of DSP's issues when it comes to fan art. And it's taking anything. It's not having like a set standard. YouTube has a set standard. When you go to upload a thumbnail or channel art or anything like that, you have a minimum resolution, and these don't fit. So you can see Phil's the weird line that he has underneath his bar, where he's got like his leaderboards. You can see that from behind the images because the images aren't the same resolution as the image of the stream as a whole. So there's two bars underneath where the stream behind is visible, and it's just laziness. You know, it's not as lazy as doing nothing with these two, because again, you could shuffle the Virtua Fighter one and have yourself in different fighting game character select screens. You could have a different one each day, just so, you know, you don't burn them out and go through them all. Or the facts, you could just make up as many facts as you want and have them randomly throughout, or just change them daily as well. But you could use those things to have a lot of variety in your stream artwork. And he doesn't. And that's lazy one way, but this is laziness another way. This is, I'll take anything. If I don't have to pay for it, I'll take it. You know, like this Street Fighter one. There is no way any of his fans drew that image. That somebody else has made that image, and either Phil or one of his fans has come along and added this bit on the bottom. Because I guarantee you, one of my fans drew that, I would be paying them to make me artwork. I would be paying them to make the rest of my art, because that's a really good image. I'm pretty sure though it's a promo one. I'm pretty sure like it's probably someone at Capcom themselves, if not somebody on DeviantArt that's drawn that, and they've just found it and put Friday Night Street Fighter with Dark Side Phil. And even there, it's like, have your YouTube and Twitter icons be fireballs. If you're going to have Ken and Ryu doing that, you might as well. You know, for fuck's sake. It's right in the face, mate. It's staring right at you. You've like deliberately positioned them that way. Why not? Because you're lazy. Since we're speaking of Street Fighter, it's fucking awful. It's fucking awful. Come on. I don't know what else to say about that. It's fucking awful. 3D art is not. Don't, Phil. Just don't. It's, you know, it's beyond the capacity of your fans, and And that's not even like it says Super Street Fighter 4 on the arcade cabinet, but that's the Ultra Street Fighter 4 character select screen. Come on, man. Anyway, since we're speaking of Street Fighter, it's time we dealt with this, which I'm going to deal with as a whole, because whoever it is that's doing this art style for him now, I don't like it. And, you know, obviously you're not really supposed to care about what I think, so you are fully free to ignore what I'm going to say. I'm not telling you to stop. I'm just saying I fucking hate the look of it. I hate that cartoon image of him. I hate the thickness of it all. It just looks too thick. The lines are far too big, and it just... I hate it. I personally hate it. There's nothing, again, cohesively, it's an aesthetic. You know, we'll give it that. It's aesthetic cohesiveness is fine. It's all a consistent style. You can tell this was all the same person because the style is consistent. I'll give it that because I think that's really important. But I just personally don't like it. There's nothing against the artist that made it, even though you are making it for Phil, so I hope you're getting paid. I'm suspicious of the fact that you're probably not, but you know, I really hope you are. Either way, I don't like that. There's something about that sort of style and that sort of look and that Phil caricature in particular. I don't like it. You know, I don't. And again, I can't. You know, it's not necessarily. It's image manipulation more than it is anything else. I'm assuming that they're at least drawing Phil. But, you know, there's like a heavy use of like background textures and background filters and things. And so it's like, it's difficult to get a read on it as an art style as a whole because, you know, you're not drawing like a full picture like this, the other person, you know, you're not drawing like a full image. You know, you get in a background and then you put in your drawing on top of it. And that's fine. You're drawing that character. That's fine, you know. And then you're doing your text around it and then you're, you know, adding filters and things. But I don't like it, and that's just a personal thing. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that I don't like it personally. That's all. But I've seen a lot of it while editing these videos, so a thought suddenly occurs that I'm gonna see more of it when I'm editing this one. Fuck. All right, you win. Okay. Moving on. Again, this is another one where it's like it's not necessarily bad because it looks like that. I have a feeling that's a deliberate stylistic choice. That's a unique cohesive style. That's them drawing in that. That's fine. I hate the text. That art style is fine. It's, you know, I think it looks deliberately like a child drew it, and that's fine. If you're going for that, fine. You know, it's actually harder to get it looking like a child did it than you'd think, but you know, it works. It's fine, and I've said that a lot. I should probably keep a running. Actually, no, don't keep a running counter. But anyway, the text is the issue that I have with this one because it's just it would have been better if, because I'm assuming that was left blank. This bit here, the white with the text on it, was left blank so that Phil could add text to it. And it would have been better if he'd have drawn a speech bubble so that you could have... Well, not if Phil wouldn't have written it, would it? He'd have just plopped that text on anyway. But, you know, if you'd have used a font that looked enough like handwriting, or if you'd have used a font that looked, you know, like a bit comic-y, so it would look like Phil was saying that. It would look like Phil was saying, "Welcome to Chill Streaming with Darkside Phil." And Mr. Jasper the cat. Mr. Jasper the... No, doesn't roll off the tongue. But yeah, the text, it just doesn't look right. It looks like it's been added on afterwards, and it's obviously it has been, but it just it looks like it's been added on by Phil, not you, the artist. You know, and you, the artist, may have put it on, but that's the point I'm trying to make here. That you've not done a great job of it, so it looks like Phil's added it on later. Like, he downloaded the image you've sent to him, and he's opened it up in Paint, and he's put them text boxes in, rather than you adding it in. And I just think that, you know, if you put a speech bubble there, making it look like Phil was saying that, it would have worked a lot better, and it would have been, you know, a bit more cohesive stylistically, because that just looks like it's added by, like, Word 97 when you'd get text art. This next one is actually why I wanted to do this art attack thing in the first place, because this is another thing where I see that, you know, this is a trap that I fell into a lot at first when I was drawing, and it's a hard one to shake, but this is one where you've drawn the front thing first, you've drawn Phil first, and then you've added in the couch afterwards, and then you've filled in the floor, rather than drawing a true horizon line and drawing everything to scale, and then drawing the couch, and then drawing somebody sat in it. And again, it's fine if you want to, like, exaggerate and draw things cartoonistically, stylistically, you know, it's fine, but you still need that that rule of a perspective. You still need it to look like your character is sat on a sofa, rather than a sofa has been drawn behind them. I'm going to actually show you. I'm going to have to get rid of this. So, even if you were just drawing somebody sat on a sofa, a horizon line is essential. You don't need to keep it, you don't need to draw it, but you do need to have it there when you are first sketching out. So let's say we're going to do somebody sat on a sofa playing a game, because that's the image we're taking from, really. So you want a horizon line that's fairly low, because you're not drawing, well, actually I suppose it depends on what angle you really want to draw from, but you can work around that as well, I suppose. Change your mind. Point of drawing the sofa first is so that you know where these things are when you come to draw a character sitting on them. But yeah, as I said, now we have these things, we can draw people sat on them, which again is the point. So you would be able to place somebody about head height, be able to place somebody's head at the right height, because obviously you know that people sit sort of almost to the top of sofas if you're slouching, but usually when you're sat in a sofa and your back's to it, your head is over the top, so you've got a head there, and then you can just add on your face and draw it out like that, and then you can start drawing the body. Something roughly like that, I guess. I mean, it looks a bit more natural. It looks a bit more like somebody's actually sat on a sofa, rather than somebody has actually just been drawn and then a sofa has been drawn around them. It's, oh yeah, and then we've got place for the cat as well. If she's anything like my cat, would actually be sat on my lap, because she's a twat who can't leave me alone for 5 minutes. Yeah. The importance of a horizon line, ladies and gentlemen, and just generally, like, that's the sort of thing that you should be focusing on. Because it's a difficult one to really tell people, look, you've got potential, but you need to focus on this, because nobody likes to hear focus on the dull stuff. Focus on the making sure that everything's got its own line, and making sure that everything's parallel, and making sure, making sure that everything looks right. Focus on the lighting and the shadows. Focus on, drawing the shapes. And nobody likes to hear that when it's easier and it's cooler to draw yourself, being cool. Nah, I can wait. But perspective is important, and perspective matters, because perspective is the issue that I have with this one. And this one, again, is... I can see the look they're going for, and it's... I don't want to say the word fine, but... You know, I can't say it's bad. If you have a style and, you know, you can do something in that style, then great. You know, cool. So... I can't say that it's bad per se, but the perspective hurts it. And then again, this is one where DSP's been drawn first, and then the TV, the monitor, whatever, and the games, and the... I can't believe a grown-ass man has bubbles on his stream. Anyway, they've been drawn second, and then the signs that are hanging down here, they have obviously been drawn first, and they're obviously supposed to be the closest to the camera. So in order from the camera, they're supposed to be those signs, and then they're supposed to be the monitor, and then they're supposed to be filled behind it. But because it's been drawn the other way, it doesn't look like that. And instead, what it looks like is that these should be hanging behind Phil, and they're not. So it's that one really messes with my eyes when I see it on Phil's streams. It really sort of... because my brain's trying to put it in an order, and it can't, because it's like it's like an Escher picture, and I don't say that in a positive way. I say it in the it's fucking with my mind, because I can't quite grasp the perspective of it way. You know, it just, again, it's because of how it's been drawn. And that's the sort of thing that you would enforce with a horizon line to keep everything in perspective. And obviously, like I said, horizon lines, you don't need to keep them. They can be rubbed out. They can even be below. And if you were putting a horizon line on this image, it would be below the image itself. But you still need them. You still need to keep like a conscious track of where it is. Otherwise, things don't look right. And that's why it doesn't look right. To me, that just looks like those signs are supposed to be behind him, but instead they're in front of him, and he's sat in front of the monitor, which is also behind the signs that are supposed to be behind him. And it messes with my eyes. And so, you know, it's a really strong example of why perspective matters. And, you know, not that I'm saying that the people who do Phil's are bad. I'm saying that they should be paid for their work, because Phil's probably just going to take whatever he can get at this point. And when you take whatever you can get rather than paying for something, you get wildly different standards of quality. So yeah. Anyway, that's been Art Attack for today. My 1,000 subscribers extravaganza. That was mainly catharsis for me, but I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you all learned something about how to draw. And I'll see you again, because, you know, I'm gonna go and do the rest of the video now. So, you know, yeah, let's go back to whinging about DSP melting down at his fans. I'm not whinging, actually. Why the I say whinging then? That was fun, wasn't it? Something different, at least. Bit of catharsis for me. I've also got a brew because it's freezing outside, and like I said earlier, I fucking love Super Metroid. I love the Metroid series, so the fact that you don't play it just... Anyway, yeah. Currently talking about cultural exchange and the interaction that people have with him on the stream.
People feel that my streams are very different from other streamers. They tell me I can come to your stream and watch you play a game, and I never have to worry that you're advertising that game because you don't take sponsorships. You're here just being honest with us, just like as if we were playing the game. We can trust your reactions to a game because it's real. You're a real person. You're not a character acting in front of the camera. This isn't scripted. This isn't a paid advertisement shilling session. This is you being real with games, and we like that. That is specialized, curated content for what we want.
No, it's not specialized. It's not curated. It's... Especially when you keep saying, you know, the games that you play and you have on stream are sort of dictated by your fans. You let them have, you know, choice and everything. But, you know, you constantly say, if support is low, I'll stop playing a game. And therefore, the fans are the ones that are like, nah, not interested in this game. We'll come back when you're playing something new. If you want it as a variety streamer, and again, like with the indie games, you said you don't know. You know, you need to be told what games are good to play. what games people want to see. You guys have to tell me. So, you know, you can't say you're curated because you're not the one picking the games. You can't even look through a list of indie games and pick one to stream. You have to, you know, you have to be told. You said earlier. So, it's going to be a long episode, this one.
So even though there's only 200 viewers on a stream, those viewers contribute, and then the stream ends up being good for me to keep maintaining a business. You understand? That's the difference between me and other content creators.
And also, yes, every other content creator is a shill. You can't just be somebody who likes fighting games and specializes in fighting games. You can't be somebody who likes CSGO and specializes in CSGO. You can't be somebody who likes Fortnite or Minecraft and specializes in Fortnite or Minecraft. You are a paid shill. And I wonder if that's projection. I wonder if that's because in that position, if Phil was given the opportunity to, you know, to shill a game, if he had that audience still, if he had, like, say, the audience level of Maximilian, and a new fighting game was coming out and they were like, oh, would you play our alpha? It would be really good for us. You know, shout out to Murfight, which is actually shaping up to be pretty cool. I think he'd say, yeah, I think he'd do it. I feel like he would sell out if he could, if there was money involved. So, oh, 1 second. Okay, there we go. She's in. Right.
They need to push their 10,000 viewers in order to make a living doing it. They need to take those sponsorships because they need to make that money. I'm not like that.
Why do they? No, they're making more. If your core of 200 is enough to keep you afloat, then a larger core of 10,000 would be plenty. So you'd be less likely to need a sponsorship because you're doing all right for money. What do you mean they need to push their 10,000? I feel like this is projection. He's doing this. He has to push his audience into giving him money. He has to beg his audience to keep him afloat. So he assumes that other people are doing the same. Other people must be pushing theirs harder because they've got a bigger audience, so there's more work to do, I guess. I don't know. This is really difficult logic to follow. Everybody who's over 10,000 subscribers is a shill that's pushing their audience into buying the games that they're being paid to advertise. He's so jealous. He's so bitter and he's so jealous that other people do better than him.
Can actually have a small viewer base, but the viewer base appreciates what I do and supports me via crowdfunding so I can continue to put out content that's very different than the big time content. You understand? By the way, I think I could open the window now because I think that the landscapers are gone and I'd like the fresh air.
Yeah? What are you doing?
Okay. Okay. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. I feel that the vibe around my streams, in particular this month, all right, and I'm not going to name names because there are a few people who seem to be in this group, but there's people who are like, it's Chicken Little. You ever read the story of Chicken Little? It was the chicken who got hit in the head with an apple.
It wasn't an apple, it was an acorn. Just need to get that out of the way. It wasn't an apple. You're thinking of Isaac Newton. It was an acorn, Phil. Chicken Little was a chick, and he was not big. The clue's in the name. An apple falling on him would have splattered him completely. I know, I'm telling him. It's an acorn. So, yeah, just going to get that out of the way first. And also, some people, again, big ups to my boy Snow Carl.
And then the sky is falling. Oh my God, everyone, the sky is falling. Everything's ending. It's all falling apart at the seams. This is the end of everything. The sky is falling. It's, you know, the heavens are coming down on us. It's the apocalypse, right? And that's not the case. Just being honest with you guys, that's definitely not the case at all. This is not the end of anything. This is a challenge, of course. I want to have more viewers on my streams. I want to have more people engaged and enjoying the content. I'd love to have more viewers on the stream, for sure. It's concerning to me when I'm streaming and I only have 150 to 200 viewers. I'm looking at it, I'm like, I want more people to enjoy my content, you know? But it's just such a unique situation of factors right now.
But Phil, I thought that the 200 people were fine and they were enough, and they were your core audience, and they're keeping you going, and support has been great recently. You said that like, I don't know, 10 minutes ago? We have already looped into contradicting himself again. We have looped into, I need more people, from I don't need 10,000 subscribers, I'm happy with 200 because that's my group, that's my core audience who keep me afloat. After having said, support's been fine during the month. Viewers might be down, but support has been steady. Support's been great. It's been fine. I would like more eyes on my streams because, you know, I need the money. It's fucked. Seriously, the cognitive dissonance, man. How is your brain not like dribbling out of your ears? Or are they blocked up with an infection because you dirt your manky headphones and the fact that you don't clean your ears?
That I'm not really sure what I could do to change besides just drop the mainstream games I'm playing and just play a bunch of indie games. But what's to say that's going to bring anyone to the stream, right? Especially, like I said, when you have such an insane range of indie games to choose from, and you have no idea if any of them are good.
Look at fucking reviews. Read websites. Read Twitter. I somehow managed to figure out which indie games I want to buy and which ones I don't, based on like trailers and reviews and just looking at them and thinking that looks like something I might enjoy. 13 fucking years.
You know, and the other thing is I'm not the same guy I was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I was bringing so much.
Again with the cognitive dissonance. I'm not the same guy I was 10 years ago. From I haven't changed, I'm still me. I've been here 13 years and it works, and I don't need to change because I've been here 13 years, so it obviously works. I'm still me. I don't want to change who I am. I'm not the same guy I was.
Much money on YouTube. I mean this too. The ad revenue on YouTube was ridiculous just 10 years
I know.
ago.
It stresses me out
I would
as
put out
well.
a playthrough. Now, I'm not exaggerating either. I wish I would just give you guys some perspective. I'd be playing a new release playthrough in the fall. Let's say Far Cry 6. I'd be playing Far Cry 6 10 years ago. All right? That playthrough of a game that I paid $60 for would arguably bring me in over $1,000. Just the one playthrough.
But you have a tips goal of $150. I mean, you'll take anything over it, but you have like a max tips goal at which point you will have put on everything, even though you're not a gimmick. You will have put on your glasses and your vest and your hat. So if you hit that once, you have basically earned almost double the $60 it cost you for Far Cry. One stream. So after that, everything else is a bonus. And the only reason your previous videos, your previous, playthroughs got so much is because you had them in 10-minute chunks and you used to swamp everybody's fucking inboxes with fucking 30-part video playthroughs every day. You game the system, you did alright for a bit, and then they changed the rules. And you got mad that you can't game the system anymore. So instead, you're blaming that on YouTube being dicks. Whereas YouTube thought, I know what, just let people upload hours and hours at a time. He's just mad that you can't still do that. He's just mad that you still can't pump out, 10-minute videos and just do like 15 or 20 or 30 of them a day and get the ad revenue that way.
That's not even exaggeration. That's how crazy ad revenue was on YouTube a decade ago. It was like money was falling from the heavens. It didn't even have to be a good game. Any game that I played and I put a playthrough up on YouTube, I would make insane amounts of money.
Then if it doesn't have to be a good game, why does it matter if what indie game you pick is good or not? Why does it matter? If it doesn't have to be a good game for you to make money off it, why does it matter that oh, I don't know if this indie game's good or not. Somebody better tell me, or else, you know, I can't bring myself to buy it, you guys. I can't put down the $10 or the $20 because it's an indie game, you know, to find out whether it's good or not on one night. I need somebody to tell me. Whereas back then, it was like, fuck it, I don't care if it's bad or not, I'll stick it up on YouTube and make money off it anyway. That's all it's been. That's all it's been, ever, really, isn't it? They're means to money. You don't play games for the love of games, you play games because they're how you earn your money. I think it's sad that you're just not accepting that. Well, at least not publicly. Privately, he probably does know.
You see? So in that situation, a decade ago, I would have so much liquidity that I could buy whatever I wanted. If I needed to buy a game peripheral, if I needed to buy a game, if I needed to do this or do that, I could go on a trip and I could document that trip.
A microtransaction here or there.
Because it was insane how much money there was to be had on YouTube at that time. It was out of control, okay? Today, it's not like that. Today, I very much rely on you guys crowdfunding because the money I make behind the scenes on YouTube stuff is negligible. It's very little. It would be considered supplemental income. I could never make a living on the ad revenue that I make on my videos on YouTube today.
He does know that we can see how much he's getting in, like, super chats and things, and we can add them up. He keeps a running track of his tips anyway. Does he not think that people might add up these things so over the course of a playthrough they can work out how much he earned? Does he not think people keep track of this stuff? His finances were leaked. He confirmed it. Oh yeah, of course. Sorry, we can't look at that. It's bullshit. It's detractor conspiracies. The identity theft was true, but what was stolen wasn't. So of course, silly me. Fucking what an ass.
It would never even happen. If even if I tried to be a full-time YouTuber today, it would never work. And now today, it's all about the crowdfunding. It's about people enjoying what you do and supporting that content. But the point I'm making here is I just don't have the freedom to go out and buy whatever I want. I wish I did. I really, honest to God, wish that I had that kind of freedom like I did 10 years ago. Because I promise you, here's what I would do. If 10 years ago, I was noticing that everything that I was playing wasn't getting a lot of interest, I would say, fuck it. We're dropping everything today. As of right now, we're playing all new shit. I'm buying all these new games. I'm going to review peripheral. I'm buying a new set of headphones, a new controller. We're going to review that. I'm going to go on a trip. I'm going to vlog that trip. I'm going to put those videos up on YouTube. It's all different content starting today. Let's hit the reset button because obviously what I'm doing isn't working, right? But that's not my situation anymore. It's very different.
Why? You run your own stream. You pick what you do. You pick when you do it. You could vlog your day-to-day life if you wanted. We know how much you earn. You could have, like, gone on a trip to, Seattle or whatever. You could still do these things. We know how much money you earn in a month.
Today, 10 years later, I live in a different part of the country. I have a family now. I have a ton of financial responsibilities. As you know, I've been through the ringer when it comes to financial stuff that's happened to me in the last few years between bankruptcy, tax issues, identity theft, all kinds of shit going on. And I'm in a point where I'm very limited with what I can do, okay? In the future, moving forward, I'm hoping for the best. I'm hoping that things on this channel will improve and hopefully grow to the point where I feel that we can get back to Twitch levels. Because earlier this year when I was on Twitch levels, things were good. I'm not even going to exaggerate. Earlier this year, it was 1 month and I looked, I was like, oh, this is what I made on Twitch. This is what I made in tips. And here's what I now owe because all that financial stuff kind of has been taken care of and I'm on track with back taxes and everything. I was looking, I was like, oh, wow. So now every month I'm going to be able to put this money aside to save up for important stuff. I'm going to have enough money to pay all of the taxes that I owe every month, which has always been an issue for me for like the last 5-6 years. I haven't been able to afford my taxes, right? And like as things were looking up, things were looking so up. and people were happy with the content and everything was good. And then Twitch literally just treated me like shit.
I will bet that the last few months of him on Twitch were just non-stop begging. They were just, guys, I really need your help. I've got this bill coming up. Like I said before, I feel like I'm repeating myself. It will have been that. His last few months of Twitch will be like that, and it's either denial or gaslight. I think he's just... I feel like this is more gaslighting than denial. I feel like this is him trying to convince his audience that things actually were good back then, rather than him being in denial about how bad things were back then. Because back then, things were pretty good for him privately. Publicly, he had a face of, I need help with bills, I need help with money, I need you guys' help. But privately, we know that he was fucking wadded. So, as far as he's concerned, yeah, things were great back then. But as far as his audience is concerned, things were really bad back then. So he's trying to convince them now, no, things are great back then, because he needs them to believe that now things are bad. Now he needs their help. Back then he didn't. Back then things were fine and everything was great and he didn't have to worry about it. In fact, it was so good he was looking to put money aside. But we all know it wasn't. We all know it wasn't. We all know that back then he was begging just as hard as he is now. So I feel like it's gaslighting. I feel like he's convincing his audience so that they're more likely to go, oh shit, Phil needs our help. As is his want.
For no good reason. There was no valid reason for them to do what they did to me.
They give you a reason. They give you a reason. I'm fucking fed up with this. I hate this. I hate it so much. They gave you a reason. You shouted it out when you read out the email.
Hateful slurs.
You read out their email. You told your audience what the reason they gave you was.
Hateful slurs.
You left your audience to linger for like 12 minutes while you went and composed an email in reply. We have the video of this. You're on video. I've just played the fucking clip.
Hateful slurs.
Sometimes I want to sit down with Phil and like properly clinically assess him. I want to like really psychologically evaluate him. I want to know just like how far this goes with him. You know, I want to know what his mental state is. I want to be in like a proper clinical setting and like properly assess him and evaluate him and give him, you know, a battery of personality tests and like have one-to-one interviews with him. And other times I just want to hit him. To say, stop being such an obstinate prick. Stop acting like you're innocent here when you're on video. It's the same with the hitting the 11-year-old child when he's like, no, that never happened. It's like, how can you not want to hit him in response? Because he's on video.
Good, now I'm away from that annoying fucking bitch of a kid who I would have slapped in real fucking life if they talked to me like that. I would have fucking pimp slapped that shit out of that. What the fuck?
It happened. We've seen it. So many people, myself included, have contrasted the clip of him going, it never happened, to him doing it. And this is another one. He is on video shouting out the words
hateful slurs.
And yet here he is going, Twitch had no reason. They gave me no reason. They just did it. They didn't tell me why. And it's like, just stop being a prick about it and accept responsibility for it. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating because when you start like starting to get into these psychological levels, just the sort of pushback from a combination of like cognitive dissonance and narcissism and empowered denial and fucking the privilege of isolation that he's had. I just... Oh, I need to do that childhood video of his. But there's so much more to do. But I need to do the childhood one to go really... You need to know with personality disorders, especially narcissism, it really helps to look at the childhood. So I need to know. I just need to stop pausing.
Kick me out of the partner program. They still to this day have not justified it, and quite frankly, I could probably take legal action against them for what they did to me, because they have to justify when they do something like that, and they refuse to.
They did justify it. You read out the word
Hateful slurs.
You cannot take legal action against them. They are not obligated to do it. Those are the terms that you accepted when you signed up to their service. Oh my God, I am just losing my mind here. I am getting so frustrated with this. It's just amazing how delusional he is. How unwilling to accept reality he is. When I fucked up at my previous job and got fired, I was presented with what I did. It was a file, it was like that thing. She just gave me the went poof like that. And I saw a record of everything. And I was like, fuck. And I realised straight away I was in serious shit. And there was no coming out of this, and I couldn't deny it. I couldn't refute this evidence. It was undeniable. It was so bad that the manager who was like doing this, who was like giving me the information, who was like, "Can you justify this? Because we've caught you doing this." It got so bad that she said to me, "Do you want to take a few minutes, catch your breath?" Because I was like, "Fuck." This is a serious circumstance where I've got to accept responsibility. I cannot deny or argue or bluff my way out of this. And I was like, what, 22, 23? It's astonishing that even at that age, going through similar circumstances when he's, lost his job, he can't, and had a car crash, I had a car crash at the age of 5. And it was my fault. And the fact that he just can't accept responsibility, it's frustrating. It's amazing how delusional you can be. It just... Onwards and onwards, Steve. Onwards and onwards. Come on.
Am I going to take legal action against Twitch? No. I'm a small-time guy. I'm a small fry. I don't have the money, the means, or the time to go after them for mistreating me and violating their own site's fucking policies.
They didn't violate their own site's policies. They told you hateful slurs. They told you fucking hateful slurs.
Hateful slurs.
That's why you got kicked out of the partner program. Because you violated the terms that you accepted and agreed to when you signed up to the partner program. And they gave you a reason for kicking you out of the partner program. That's why you can't legally fight them. Not because you don't have a leg to... Not because you don't have the resources for it. Sorry. It's because you don't have a leg to stand on. They didn't violate their own fucking terms. They set the terms anyway. You accepted them.
To kick me out of their partner program. I don't have the means to do it. But literally what they did to me screwed me over life-wise. It wasn't just like, oh, this is a little hurdle, now Phil could go stream somewhere else. It was, you fucked me financially by kicking me out of a program where I was getting big, consistent income every month.
You lost your job then, basically. You lost your job. Even though you didn't, even though you can still use Twitch, you could still stream on Twitch and you could still accept tips and things. It's frustrating. It really is frustrating. You're just meeting a wall of resistance constantly, a wall of denial, a wall of refusal to accept accountability. He's got away with not having to accept accountability for so long that he thinks he shouldn't have to. He's got away with ducking and dodging confrontation that leads to humiliation, that leads to the humbling that is involved in circumstances that make you accept responsibility and accountability. Everybody's had to eat humble pie. Everybody's had to accept that they fucked up. At some point in your life, you have had to accept that you fucked up somewhere. So That's how we grow, but he has not grown. He has not changed. He has not evolved like people do over the last 13 years. He's still himself, and his 13-year legacy proves that. And that defense mechanism, that response has become malignant over those 13 years. Because he's not had any real challenge to it. He's been able to avoid accountability. Even when he started making money off YouTube, he was able to avoid accountability by not going out. He started isolating himself from people. He started seeing Rambo less and less. He moved Leanna away from everybody in Connecticut and her family. So he could just be on his own there with her, and she could take care of him, and he was fine to carry on playing. His entire life has been about avoiding accountability. It's amazing.
And you gave me no justification for what you did to me. None. Hateful slurs. You refused to provide it. They actually literally said they don't have to provide anything. So, fuck you then. You know, like, you're scumbags. Like, who the hell are you to take someone who's been on your business for 4.5, 5 years, not done anything wrong, and then one day just decide we don't want you here?
Not done anything wrong. Reminder that he masturbated on stream. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? That attitude as well. That really sort of aggressive attitude. You'll notice that his body language has changed now. He's very confident now. He's very aggressive now. You know, he's very confrontational. He's very defensive now. Really defensive. He's getting stronger in his statements. His speech patterns, his tone is getting really aggressive, defiant. He's very like, who the fuck are you? You know? They're the people that you made a living using their website. They're the people that ran that website, and they're the people who got to decide who they wanted on that website and who they didn't want on their website, and they decided that they didn't want to be affiliated with you. In their infinite benevolence and grace, they decided to let you still use the platform, but your ego had taken too much of a hit and you couldn't deal with it, so you ate humble pie and went back to YouTube. In fact, you didn't eat humble pie, you kicked the humble pie out of the door and were like, this is a good thing, I'm taking my business to YouTube. And so you twisted it into a way that makes you look like the victimized and the aggrieved, and then it makes you look like that you're the one doing the thing and you're the one that has control over the situation because you're the one who decided to leave, you know, because Twitch were toxic assholes. Either you decided to leave or they fucked you over. It can't be both. It can't be you kicked me out, so fuck you, and I decided to leave, so fuck you. Again, the cognitive load processing, how do you do it?
Without any justification for it, you know? But that really hurt me badly. And it's now going to take me a while to recover. So now it's like I'm back to square one again. And that's sadly what the situation has been in 2021 is I can't even afford anything again. Here we are again. I've fought my way tooth and nail for years to get out of the situation I was in. And then that after all that debt and the issues was cleared up, they took my fucking income away from me.
They're not obligated to provide you with a stream of income. You sign up to use their service and they let you use their service to make money. They're not obligated to keep you on there if they don't want to. They have written their terms in such a way that they can decide to get rid of you if you violate one of a number of terms and policies, such as hateful content and slurs. And you did. So they are well within their rights to get rid of you. They are not obligated to look at you and think, shit, guys, he might not be able to make a living. That's not their responsibility. That's yours. You get kicked out of one place, it's your responsibility to go find somewhere else. You don't sit outside the first place you've been kicked out of going, you fucking owe me. Unless, of course, you're working in like a restaurant or a business, or you're working for a scummy boss who doesn't pay you wages on time, so when you leave, you're owed back wages, in which case, yeah, fair enough. But this isn't the case here, because we know he got paid from Twitch, despite having the emergency fundraiser for it, and saying he didn't know. So even then, the moment after he's been kicked out of Twitch, he's engaging in scummy behaviour. He's scamming his fans. Don't forget that. Don't ever forget that. The moment he decided, oh, my business has been fucked over, he had an emergency stream where he earned a lot of money because he was like, oh, guys, I really don't know if I'm going to be paid by Twitch or not. When he fucking did know, and he was paid by Twitch. So, fuck him for that as well.
You know? So anyway, the point I'm making is I wish that this were 10 years ago, and when I'm in a month like this that's supposed to be busy and it's not, I could say, let's hit the reset button and change everything, guys. But I can't do that. I don't have the means to do it. I don't have the money, and certainly I don't have the time. I can't go on a trip. It's fucking COVID. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything's changed. The world has changed a lot in the last decade. And so I got to make do with what I can do, you know? What I'm going to say is this, okay? I could commit to you that I'm not going to give up, all right? I'm not going to change. I'm not going to do things differently, and I'm certainly not going to become a sellout or a shill or anything like that at all.
I'm not going to change. I'm not going to do anything differently. Then continue to decline. If you don't try anything different, nothing's going to change. If you remain static and in stasis, nothing will happen for you. You have to change. You have to evolve. You have to grow. People do throughout their lives. We all change and grow. I am not the same person I was 13 years ago. When Phil started streaming, I was a very different person. Because I've changed and grown like fucking everybody else does over the last 13 years. Except Phil, who sees it as a point of pride that he hasn't. It's a point of pride to him that he has remained obstinately me, you know. He's the same prick that he was 13 years ago. Of course, 20 minutes ago, he's telling you he's changed. He's grown. He's, you know, the content he's putting out now is better than ever. Because he's changed as a person. And as a content creator. You can say both to you with a straight... Well, not with a straight face. You can't say both to you with a straight face at all, can you? You can't keep your face straight. But just the fucking idea that you can say one thing and then say the other later on, and the two completely contradictory things, and believe both. Again, the cognitive dissonance. How is he not, like, falling over backwards because his brain is blue screened and he can't control his body anymore? Why is he just not shutting down constantly?
I'm gonna be me. I refuse. What's the point of me doing this if people aren't getting that same meaning out of it anymore? You know what I'm saying? At the very same time, that does not mean that I can't every once in a while do something silly or spontaneous, which is what we're going to be doing today, which I'll talk about in a little bit. I don't want to spoil yet. But when I see that things are kind of dry and boring and people are like, nah, we can spruce things up a bit every once in a while to do something silly or dumb. And that's kind of what we're doing today, as you'll see, for variety's sake, okay? But what I want to say is this. The sky's not falling. This is not the end of Phil and DSP gaming. This is not, you know, these people coming on stream every day, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, here I am, I'm playing a game, I'm having a good time. Wow, this was a good segment. That was a cool fight I just did. I blew down a helicopter with a rocket launcher, and I'm doing all this fun stuff. And I turned to my chat to see how they reacted to that really awesome stuff that just happened in the game. Oh, why are the viewers so low? Oh, why are the tips so low today? Oh, no, the sky is falling. Oh, no, it's the end of Phil's streams. Oh, no. And I'm looking, I'm like, oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. How often have you ever seen me react to something like that?
He cannot comprehend empathy. For whatever reason, his fans care about him and the product that he puts out. And so they want him to improve and grow and be better. And when they voice their concerns, because they're like, guys, I'm really worried because the stream attendance is low and the chats are low and, you know, this isn't sustainable and Phil needs to change and do something about it. And you get treated like that. That's how he portrays you. He has to portray that side of the argument. He has to portray that perspective as that ridiculous because he needs you to believe that it's that ridiculous. If you are to believe his lie of actually things are fine. Even though earlier on he said he sees that stream attendance is low and numbers are low and he's nervous about it. Oh, the fucking cognitive dissonance. Oh. Fuck.
Yeah, right? Have you ever known me to be someone who's going to sit here and panic about something and freak out and be like, oh no! Oh.
See, he needs you to be ridiculous. If you believe that things are getting a bit bad and, you know, you're starting to worry that, you know, the stream attendance is declining and Phil just doesn't seem to be getting as much support as he usually does, which he also said earlier, then he needs you to be that ridiculous. He needs to portray you like that. He can't consider your perspective. He can't, like, think to himself, hang on, what if they've got a point? And he can't consider the wider ramifications of that. He can't bring himself to do it. His narcissistic brain won't let him do it. His ego is too fragile and must be protected at all costs. See, this is why I think Phil is a what's the word for them? Two types of narcissist, and one's like a ostentatious narcissist or something like that. It's the narcissists that fully believe their bullshit and you know, definitely believe they are like the center of the universe, and so their behavior is driven by the confidence and the belief that they are great. Whereas insecure narcissists use their sort of behavior to mask their insecurities, and so they act out in the way that they do because it hides the sort of real insecurities that they feel. And I think that Phil's one of them. I think that deep down he knows things are fucked, but he can't bring himself to accept it. He can't bring himself to admit it, so he acts out like this, and it manifests itself in narcissistic behavior. So he's definitely a fucking narcissist, but I just think he's a insecure narcissist. So yeah, the way he's portraying, oh no, like that, it's like, number one, again, you're nearly 40, fucking grow up. And number two, that you have to portray the other side as that ridiculous. Just, it tells us more about you than it does about the people making the argument that, Phil, maybe you should change something or try something different to boost your flagging attendance and support. We mean money. We know he means money, but yeah. He needs you to be that ridiculous, because otherwise your argument might have merit, and he can't have people believing that, and he certainly can't accept that himself. So no, you're being ridiculous.
That's not me. You know that. You know.
Maybe it should be.
13 years. I don't think you've ever seen me react to something like that, right?
I bet we have. I bet there's been a bunch of times where we've been like, guys, this is really serious. I really need your help. But basically, maybe you should be. Maybe you should consider that position, because a growing number of your fans seem to be able to see it. So maybe you should take a look at it from their position. Maybe you should be panicking. Maybe you should be worrying. Of course, we all know the reason why he's not. It's because he's still making a shit ton of money backstage, and it's all going on WWE Champions and DoorDash. And as long as he can keep doing that, he's fine. He doesn't need to change, he doesn't need to grow, because at the end of the day, once the stream's done, he can go start hunting for Hogan pulls and wait for his order to arrive. So he's fine as far as he's concerned.
I try to be level-headed. Yeah, every once in a while I get heated, I'll get pissed. But you're never going to see me panic and act like that, right? But I look at the stream, I'm laughing at these people like, what are you talking about? Like, seriously. Like, what the hell are you talking about? This is not the end of anything. I have been through the ringer, guys.
Gina produced what you just did. Literally started this segment by going, I see that attendance is low and I'm worried.
I've been through every possible fucking thing. This is not the end of DSP gaming. This is just another thing to recover from. We got to redouble our efforts. We got to figure out how to solve it, or how to improve upon it, or how to make things better, right? That's what the point is. And I see people react in silly ways to that, and I'm like, what the? How could you react like that?
This is
no!
This is a very nervy way of talking. It's a very nervy way to be leaning forward and to have your shoulders hunched like that, and to be, you know, moving from side to side a lot. And again, there's only so much I'm willing to give as back issues. So to be like that and to be like, guys, look, really, this is the thing that we don't need to worry about, it's fine, is not reassuring. When people are confident enough in the truth of their statements, their posture is usually a bit more relaxed, because they don't need to be defensive. They're confident enough in the truth of their statements. So, you know, it's like, don't need to worry about it, guys. It's fine. It's nothing to worry about. Compared to guys, we don't need to worry about this. It's fine. Really. It's nothing to worry about. It's going to be okay. I don't need to panic. That's fine, guys. You don't need to chicken little. It's fine. The context of your body language changes how you are perceived. So, you know. Feel like maybe another break. Do you guys know what's really quick and easy filler content? A top 10 list. Only I'm not going to be doing the top 10 worst DSP moments, but that might actually be a good idea for a future video. Should really write that down. Anyway, this is actually going to be my top 10 This Is How You Don't Play moments. These are 10 moments from across various This Is How You Don't Plays that have made me piss myself laughing, or have made me howl in despair, or have led me to some sort of deeper understanding. Well, I say deeper understanding, it's probably not actually that accurate because I'm still struggling for any sort of understanding about the sort of person Phil is. They made me realise something about Phil and the person that he is. The only real rule I've got for this list is one entry per series, because otherwise this list would be dominated by Resident Evil and Metal Gear Solid. So, other than that, any moment from any This Is How You Don't Play is fair game. So, without further ado, let's start, as tradition and indeed the very nature of the format demands, with number 10. Number 10.
Manchester United. Uh-oh. We got some hooligans. Some soccer hooligans.
FIFA 2012. I wanted to put this much higher, but I'm also aware that more than half my audience is American, so I can't really justify giving it top 5 because I'm a populist shill who's chasing clout and I don't want to alienate my viewers. But still, it deserves to be on the list because I'm a pedantic git and I just can't let this go. It's Phil's pronunciation of several football clubs.
Where's the Real Madrid? There's the Real Mercuria. Tottenham. Wigan Athletic. Or Wigan? I don't know. Wigan? Is that what they said? Wigan Athletic? Wigan? Alright, looks like our quarterfinal match is against the Swansea City AFC.
You might not think it for FIFA, but there's a surprising amount of frustration for Phil, especially when it comes to navigating menus.
Alright, so 20 minutes and we haven't played the game yet because I can't fucking figure out how.
Actually starting a match.
How the fuck do I play a game? It's the dumbest fucking thing. What do I do to play a game, dude?
And wrestling with controls that are designed to be simple and easy to use.
Rudy. What the fuck? I didn't double pass. Why are they passing twice? I'm not doing that.
But for me personally, it's the pronunciation every time. I mean, I know it's not something you can explicitly blame him for because we're all bound to fuck up pronunciations of places we've never heard of before. But as a Brit, god damn, it makes me wince hearing him pronounce Tottenham, Wigan, and Swansea.
Swansea.
That's not to say you won't enjoy this one if you're not British, because there's still like some quality salt to find here. There's a particularly brilliant moment where Phil claims,
obviously now I've mastered the controls,
so he's putting up the difficulty, and it goes exactly how you think it would.
Into the box. Danger hasn't passed.
What the? No! This is nonsense and bullshit. How do they only score with big fucking Hail Mary lobs into a fucking headbutt into the goal? This is complete bullshit.
But much like SummerSlam 1992, this one has a special place in British hearts. In retrospect, it's a nice example of Phil's ignorance of the wider world, you know, complete with cringe-inducing attempts at mimicking an accent. But there is a much better example of that ignorance that we're going to get to later. For me personally, FIFA's on this list just because, I mean... God, it's so painful. Wigan, for fuck's sake.
Come on, I pressed the fucking button. Why didn't he shoot?
Number 9.
I got my eyes closed, and I'm randomly going through the classes. I got the thief.
Salt and Sanctuary. I'm going to give a shout out to an often overlooked This Is How You Don't Play, because Phil only played this as part of a marathon and has never come back to it since. And also, I fucking love Salt and Sanctuary. So watching him blundering through environmental traps and straight into boss fights was both pant-pissingly hilarious and agonisingly frustrating. Like many games following in the footsteps of Dark Souls, Salt and Sanctuary demands a measure of environmental awareness that Phil just wasn't prepared to give, and as a result he gets bodied by his own ignorance of his surroundings as often as he does by the enemies he underestimates. Whether it's repeatedly stumbling into the same trap...
You fucking son of a bitch! How am I supposed to know that was there? Let's try this again. Oh my god! Fuck shit! Fuck! This is the most annoying fucking enemy. Come over here. You fucker! I'm not even gonna comment. I can't fucking remember.
or ignoring environmental cues that imply an impending boss fight.
Oh no! A Kraken Cyclops! No! I wasn't ready for this! I'm not ready for this!
DSP underappreciated the attention needed to get through Salt and Sanctuary based on its simple Metroidvania-esque look and assumed combat would be much easier and more straightforward than it actually is. He also, and I still cannot get over this, moaned about not being able to find a save point while repeatedly running past the fucking save point.
Like, I really wish I would have found a checkpoint when I was all the fucking way down at the bottom. There's gotta be a sanctuary around here. Wait a minute! Are you kidding me? This is... Oh, no.
The one upside to this playthrough is its brevity, because if you like Salt and Sanctuary, then you don't actually have that long to suffer through watching him butcher this criminally underrated game. And since he's shown no inclination to return to it, you can rest easy that this is it. This is the sum total of DSP's time and experience in the game, and as bad as it is, at least it's never going to get any worse.
Phew, that was close. I didn't mean to fall. I jumped to try to get over it. I still got hit. Oh my god.
Number 8.
That's the other thing. Dante takes hits like such a bitch. That's the reason I've been using ranged attacks.
Devil May Cry 1. In an action-packed hack-and-slash game that literally defined a genre we call spectacle brawlers, built around racking up combos to increase your score, and that rates your combat performance on a scale that considers how stylish it is, Phil mains a shotgun.
Bam! 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 Fuck your shit up. Block this bitch. He's gonna block a shotgun shell in my ass.
Devil May Cry makes this list because, for me, it's one of the first real moments that sticks out in my memory when I realised something new about Phil and gained a deeper understanding of what he was like as a gamer and as a person. There are several of these moments scattered through this list, but in this one is the moment where I realised that Phil is a sort of gamer who streamlines his fun. Now, what I mean by that is he'll pick his one play style and brute force his way to the end of the game with it, no matter how inefficient or ineffective or frustrating it is.
Right when he was about to attack, I pressed pause. I was going to use the untouchable, and it didn't work. So, redo the whole stage. Oh my god, this is stupid. This is stupid because you're forced to replay stages over and over and over. Because you don't know what to do. It's trial and error till you figure out how to kill these guys. So how is this fucking fair? This is stupid. Well, isn't it fun to watch me replay the entire fucking stage? Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Everyone wants to see me repetitively do the same stuff over and over. It's just bad game design.
A game could contain like 10 different playstyles and be built around encouraging the player to switch between them frequently and experiment with things like changing weapons and perks and spells and attack styles and items and finding the best combination of all these things to face the challenges that the game throws at you. And Phil will stick to one style 99% of the time. Other weapons or spells might get a cursory use immediately after unlocking them, but Phil will soon switch back to his preferred weapon or item, usually the moment he can.
Oh, what happened? Did I get power? Look at this. Oh, I'm coming! Wow, he lights on fire. Flaming gauntlet that gives the possessor increased powers. Whoa. Is that it? That was a quick fight. I blew the shit out of him.
and that way it remains until the final boss. For the majority of an entire playthrough, he picks one method of play that he is familiar with, what he is comfortable with, and will get frustrated when he encounters difficulties because of it, rather than risking the challenge of experimentation and on-the-fly adaptation.
I do want to address the fact that in the first set of gameplay that I did for this game, the first 15 parts, there were several things I did not know, okay? And mostly because the game doesn't explain anything, okay? Advanced melee combos if you delay your button inputs. Apparently it's better to use melee because you get more orbs out of your enemies, in which case I would have been able to buy lots more power-ups by this point if I'd been using melee combat, okay? Apparently, using guns is supposed to be something just for advanced juggle combos and really isn't supposed to be used as a primary way to kill enemies, even though with guns like the grenade launcher, it's extremely easy to kill enemies with it.
This is one of the most vivid examples to me of DSP refusing to step outside of his comfort zone, which is one of the most fundamental problems with Phil as a creator and as a person.
What? I have to start from the beginning of the mission? What's the point of saving?
Number 7. Number 7. Why do I almost sound scouse when I do that?
The time has come. The extermination will begin now.
Dead Space 2. You know why this is on here, and you could sum up the legend and legacy of Dead Space 2 with just 2 words.
Isaac Heimler.
As a playthrough in and of itself, it's fine, you know? The game isn't bad. There's no bugs or anything that screw him over. He doesn't fuck himself over by using a key item at the wrong place or, you know, get lost for 30 minutes or anything like that. It's fine. It's fine playthrough, but that's not why we remember Dead Space 2. That's not why it's, you know, as revered in the pantheon of this is how you don't play. It's because of the Nazi jokes.
And now, turn the ovens on.
We remember it because it cost him his sweet partnership deal with Blip.tv.
Traditionally in December, I do my end of the year videos. Last year kind of blew because what ended up happening, if you remember, was my partnership with YouTube got canceled out. They actually kicked me out of the partnership program. So I went to a new website called Blip TV where I put up all of my end of the year videos. Then subsequently a troll, yes that's right, a troll fooled Blip TV into thinking that they were complaining about my videos for racist content, which I've never been racist in my entire life, so it was a complete misunderstanding. They kicked me off their site, and when they did it, they deleted all of my year-end videos. So all of that work, if you didn't see it, was completely deleted from the internet.
The staggering lack of self-awareness that comes with thinking that it's fine to make jokes about the last remaining Nazi exterminated Jews in space, and then thinking that it's absolutely fine to upload because Howard Stern used to make similar jokes.
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want. You've let the Jews overrun space, and now look at this. Their greed has had the artifact turn everyone into necromorphs. So now I, the last remaining Nazi, must exterminate them.
But more importantly, the legacy of Dead Space 2 is that it shines brightly as an example of Phil being unable to grasp wider concepts and issues and an inability to engage with them. To this day, Phil will use Howard Stern as his excuse for making those jokes.
Bill says, I thought your Nazi joke was funny. People are too sensitive. Listen, the thing is about humor or comedy is that it's relative to the person. Some people will find something funny and others will not. They'll find it offensive. And for me, like, I can totally understand why some people found that joke offensive. Completely, like, I get it. I didn't mean anything by it. I was emulating the Howard Stern show, which I really, really liked back then, because I was still listening to it actively on the radio. And the truth of the matter is, the Howard Stern show was running like the classics, Howard Stern classics. They'd have a whole week where Howard would be off, and he would play all his old shows. And one of the skits he used to do on his old shows, that there was a guy who was supposed to be like the last Nazi or something, and he would do this commentary and stuff on the show just like that. And so I basically emulated that on my video, and people got really offended. Like, damn, you know, I kind of wish now that at least if I was going to do it, I would have said up front, this is a parody of something Howard Stern did, not that just did it on the fly, and the next thing you know, people were going to, like, crucify me for it, you know? But it is what it is. You know, I did it, and I openly admit it was wrong. A lot of people found it offensive. What are you going to do, right? I just can't go back and change what I did.
without being able to consider or understand that Howard Stern was born in the 1950s, which was a time when Jewish people worldwide were still coming to terms with the very real horror that had been perpetrated upon them, or how the mechanics of laughing at trauma serve as a coping method and a way of processing that trauma, or that Howard Stern's experiences as a Jewish person both inside his community as it processed this trauma and outside of it as the rest of the world reacted to these events that are still fresh in the memory, and how Stern would have been affected by this and how it would have affected his outlook on life and his approach to comedy. And basically, there are a metric fuckton of extraneous influences in this situation that Phil cannot consider because they lie beyond his intellectual capacity, and this is a pattern that exists throughout his life and is repeated ever since, and nothing exemplifies this better than the Dead Space 2 playthrough.
Hello, Drew.
Number 6.
I've never played a Resident Evil game where I had issues with ink ribbons. This is the first one. And keep in mind, I played all the ones after this one too, and I still didn't have problems.
Resident Evil 3.
Oh boy.
There are so many moments across Resident Evil that could have guaranteed their inclusion on this list, and I agonised far too long between this and that bit in Resident Evil 1 where he refuses to kill the dogs in the hallway and they keep fucking him up when he has to go that way. But in the end, the bitching about ink ribbons clinches it.
It was close, it was tense, but I fucking got out of the situation. Now I just gotta get back to the trolley, and I have no opportunity to save at all, because I have no fucking ink ribbons. Great. Oh, no ink ribbons. I can't save my game now. I have no ink ribbons, so I can't save. I'm fucked, yes, I'm screwed. Oh.
It's another example of Phil's pig-headed obliviousness and his refusal to accept responsibility, but I think it's one of the clearer ones in my mind because it's just so constant during the hour or so period that he complains over, rather than accept responsibility for consuming ink ribbons like they're peanut butter M&Ms. In a game where management of resources is key to your survival, he instead bitches about the lack of ink ribbons at least 60 times before he finally finds some.
Oh my god, is that an ink ribbon? Wait a minute, I see one right here. Oh my god, I got the ink ribbons. Ink ribbon. I found the ink ribbons. Yes. Save the game with ink ribbons. Oh my god, this is like a half an hour part. I didn't even split this part. This has been a half an hour till I found the fucking ink ribbons. Oh my god. What kind of a bullshit marathon was that? No ink ribbons. Oh. Oh, okay. Thank God.
It's also one of the earliest examples in my mind where I realised that Phil is either unwilling or unable to be introspective, because anybody else would be kicking themselves over using so many saves so quickly, but instead he projects his frustration onto the game for not having ink ribbons in every new room he comes across.
Oh, fuck. I don't even... Oh, God. Spiders! There's fucking spiders in here. There's spiders everywhere. Art... Oh, an art picture postcard. Oh. Alright, I have to go to the right. Goddamn spiders. There's fucking spiders everywhere. Alright, this might be a save room. Please let there be ink ribbons.
Item management burdens DSP throughout the Resident Evil series. Even in 3, he also complains about the placement of explosive barrels and the distribution of red and green herbs. Herbs. And nothing encapsulates that better than the ink ribbon debacle.
I can't carry any more items. Oh my god, I can't carry any more items. Are you fucking serious? You gotta be kidding me. So I have to use some first aid and waste it. I have to waste first aid. There's nothing else I can do. You gotta be joking. Unless I fucking backtrack.
Also, he dies to the railgun.
And it kills me! It killed me! It shot me in the face. What the fuck? Wow.
And he gets an F rank at the end of the game. He saved like 33 times.
I'm glad now that I have now officially played every Resident Evil game that is a numbered entry. There's still a few I haven't played, like Resident Evil 0, Resident Evil Code Veronica. So there are a few grade of F. Fuck you.
And he keeps dying to stupid stuff like being too close to explosive barrels and standing right in front of Nemesis. And the incredibly salty rants inevitably follow every death, especially if it's been a while since he saved.
What? I was not near that barrel. Are you fucking serious? I gotta redo all of that gameplay in the park. I was not near the barrel. Fuck this. Dude, this is the second fucking time playing this game that there's a huge span of gameplay with no save points available. Second fucking time, dude. This game is nowhere near as good as the first two. I'm sorry to say, I don't like it as much as the first two games. When in the first two games were there cheap instant deaths like that, and an entire span of a half an hour of gameplay with no fucking saves? What the fuck?
It's even now, right, thinking about it, it's frustrating, but I also can't deny that it's a brilliant This Is How You Don't Play. Even if you're not a fan of Resident Evil, it's just great. The game fucks him over so many times. It's amazing.
I never had this problem with Resident Evil 1 or 2. Only 3 do I have this problem with ink ribbons.
Number 5.
They're making fun of the fact that all their names sound the same. Wow, what a racially sensitive game.
Sleeping Dogs. It's the racism.
Hey, ding ding dong. Ding 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 dong. Oh, amazing Jackie Chan jump, yes.
Just all of it.
Oh, yes, spinning ninja kick. Oh, yes, some Shaolin shit coming out right here, baby. Oh.
There's an immature obsession with penises, sex, and hentai, which takes root in the early game, because this is 2014, Phil. But if you were to summarise Sleeping Dogs' playthrough in just one issue, it's racism.
What the hell is this shit? Who's out ding dong dong?
And again, this is the core of the whole point of This Is How You Don't Plays, to illustrate how great games are ruined by the irredeemable dickhead playing them. Sleeping Dogs fucking rules. It has a great story, great performances, the combat is brutal and visceral. It looks fantastic for a game released 2 console generations ago, and yet this underdeveloped man-child vomits his unabashed idiocy onto the canvas with juvenile glee, giving his usual shenanigans like missing cues and prompts and having no idea what he has to do an extra layer of intolerability. I feel like if it had just been 1 or 2 comments, it would have been much easier for people to write them off as just Phil being a bit ignorant and not really knowing how his comments could be perceived. But the abundance of racist comments followed by his repulsive laughter suggests to me that the issue is far more ingrained into Phil's psyche than simple ignorance can account for. Some people live their lives with minimal exposure to other ethnic minorities, and as such they lack the exposure to different perspectives, which leads to understanding of how certain depictions of that ethnicity might be problematic. And in those cases, there's very rarely malice to their comments, just an ignorance of different experiences and cultures and opinions and perspectives. But Phil's attitude during this seems disdainful and mocking, like another culture is beneath him.
Wow, you are really gay. You sing that like a fag.
Is there anything you like?
And that's one of the red flags waving above a root of actual prejudice, which turned him from a harmless buffoon into a hate-filled shell of a man in my eyes. And that's why Sleeping Dogs, This Is How You Don't Play sticks out to me.
Look at the fucking size of this dude right here. How much food does he have to eat to maintain that weight every day? Oh my god.
Number 4.
This is stupid. Are you serious? I didn't even know there was a time limit. I thought that was the time limit for the class.
Bully.
Fuck!
Phil's world is small. His exposure to other people and other cultures is minimal, despite the racial utopia he sometimes claims his school life was. And nowhere else does this stick out as strongly as the geography test in Bully. There's more to Bully than that, of course, and personally I believe that the playthrough as a whole is emblematic of an aspect of DSP that will go on to have repercussions further down the line. His intellectual stagnation.
Oh no, geography. Alright, I'm gonna have to look up a map of Europe to do this, dude, because I don't know these European countries. I don't live in Europe. I haven't done geography since high school.
Phil struggles with the minigames throughout the playthrough, and watching him try to make as many words as possible out of just 6 letters is actually banned under international law, and making people watch it is considered a war crime. But the geography test just clinches it for me.
Hold A. Match the flags to their corresponding province, state, or country. What? Oh, fuck me.
I try not to put too much stock into stereotypes, but at the same time, I'm also aware that there's usually the tiniest grain of truth embedded in their distorted DNA. I know not every American is ignorant about world geography, but Phil plays the role like he was born for it. The proud ignorance of the obnoxious Yank tourist, unaware of the existence of the wider world, and uncaring about how their stultified intellectual capacity makes them seem in the eyes of others.
Okay. Denmark. Denmark is this little country right here. Which means that this is Switzerland. It's not even marked on the map on Google.
You've shot in a fine course for yourself, son. Bravo.
That's hard, man. That's seriously hard. If you don't live in Europe, how would you know that, you know? Unless you're a geography buff. I don't know all that shit. I knew some of them. I didn't know more than half of them, though.
I know that not every American is like Phil, but Phil is American, and he fits the American stereotype perfectly here.
Geography. Oh, no. All right, I'm going to have to bring up a map on my computer. Let's see what this is. Because I'm not going to fail this.
Everyone to your seats, please. It's a big world we've got to cover today.
Oh god, it's state flags you have to match with the states. So I have to not only look up every state flag, I also have to look up the map.
The bully playthrough exemplifies an aspect of Phil that is utterly alien to me, because I like learning things, I like knowing stuff, I like to discover new information. Intellectual stagnation is anathema to me, but it's Phil's default state, and there are few better examples of this than Bully.
Yeah! That's how it's done. That's how it's done. You cheat.
Number 3.
Barney? Who the fuck's him? Barney.
Black Mesa. He can't crouch jump.
This is so fucking weird. I don't understand. Like, what game mechanic am I not doing properly here that I can't get up here?
Black Mesa was the first time I tried to show somebody else DSP. I remember trying to explain it to my mate Nige, who got me into PC gaming, Steam and Half-Life, the pipe section, and I couldn't do it justice. So I don't think Nige really fully got why I was watching detractor content. So, Nige, this bit's for you.
Watch that first step, it's a doozy. Oh, what the fuck? I tried to use the ladder and instead he fell down the corridor and killed himself. Well, that was annoying. I tried to use the ladder and he fucking wouldn't grab it. Instead he fell down the corridor.
One of the most consistent aspects of DSP's personality is his inability to admit he was wrong and to try to deflect blame and responsibility anywhere else. And Black Mesa is home to one of the best examples of this. Phil does not understand how to crouch jump. He acknowledges the prompt and then struggles to perform the action.
What the hell's a crouch jump? Whoa! A head crab monster, whoa! Yeah, I can't get up here.
And from that point on, it's the game's fault. The game is glitched, and the devs are assholes for not making sure that their game worked properly before releasing it. And then we get to the pipes, a moment that's so infamous that the devs of Black Mesa updated the game to lower the crouch jumping areas and added in an auto crouch jump option. After witnessing the waterway collapsing and then determining that he's obviously supposed to jump down, and then dying twice.
Well, here goes. Geronimo! It says it's loading. Nope, that's not what I was supposed to do, I guess, because I'm dead. Holy shit. What am I supposed to do then? No, I'm not supposed to do that, huh?
Phil realises that platforming across the pipes is the way to go, and then follows 25 minutes of failure as DSP struggles with trying to force his way forward with a barrel, before essentially giving up so that he can go look up a guide or a walkthrough and see how other people have passed this section. Frustrated that everybody else seems to be able to just jump their way onto the pipes with no immediately noticeable difference, Phil questions whether his copy of the game is bugged because they can jump and he can't.
Well, I'm pretty stumped. I actually went online to see. I thought maybe I was doing something wrong. I was like, what am I missing here? Other people online seem to be able to jump on stuff, and I'm not. To which I'd like to say, is my game bugged? Because how is everyone else able to jump up here, but I'm not? Like, there are people doing walkthroughs of this game, and they just easily jump up here, and I can't do it at all. Look, I can't fucking jump up here.
And then, when being told how to progress by his followers on Twitter, he still calls it a bugged jumping mechanic, as opposed to something that all humans do when they're fucking hurdling over something, and complains that the devs didn't tell him how to do it, rather than accept responsibility for his own ignorance and failing.
Wow, you're not gonna believe it. I figured it out. Thank you to my Twitter followers. This game has a bugged jumping mechanic. Wrong! Jumping crouch. And if you crouch while you're jumping, you can actually do jumps. See? I just did it. I jumped and crouched mid-jump and it worked. What the fuck did they do?
It's one of the earliest moments that I can remember just absolutely stunning me into silence over his apparent lack of higher cognitive functions. I had no idea how to process that back then. That's why I needed you to see this, Nige. I needed to share in this experience, and I needed somebody else to encounter the same mental blue screen that I did, so that I knew that I wasn't alone in being just utterly shocked by this.
Well, at least now I know what to do, but that was 25 minutes of torture. 25 minutes of torturous platforming gameplay because the jumping is bugged. The problem is they say to crouch jump, you press control and jump. That's not true. You're supposed to jump and then press control in the middle of your jump. Which you don't know because they don't tell you that.
Perhaps no other moment is more emblematic of the utter catastrophe that can follow the confluence of Phil's inability to pay attention, his poor problem-solving skills, and his reluctance to accept responsibility for his own fuck-ups than him struggling to jump over a railing and onto a pipe.
I can't fucking jump up here.
Number 2.
Kojima World Order. Kojima World Order.
Metal Gear Solid 1. My first exposure to Phil was the 1-2 combo of the Wonder Waffles 84 Double Perfect in the Metal Gear Solid 2 playthrough. And while the "how do I eat rations" moaning sticks out in my mind as the first moment I went, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? When I think of Phil and Metal Gear Solid, I think of...
In China, they say, rashness brings success to few.
In China, they say, Chiggy Chang Wang Charlie Chan Chicka Chaka Choka Cha.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't care what they say in China.
All Nikita missiles. Kill this guy. Let's search the room.
In China, they say, cat very delicious.
Oh, come on, I didn't mean to do that.
This moment is beautiful to me. It is Phil's shameless racism shining into the night like a dumbass bat signal, before Phil realised that racism isn't viewed as lightly by others as it is by him, and that he'd better tone it down if he wanted those YouTube checks to keep showing up. But that beacon of ignorance flares up in response to a stealth game literally telling him, the player, to take his time and not rush into things. Mei Ling tells Snake, rashness brings success to few, misfortune to many. And ever the boorish oath, Phil spits out that now infamous bit of casual racism before shitting that obnoxious laugh into your eardrums, right as he rushes into a room, triggers an alarm, and is promptly killed. It is one of the most perfect moments of karmic justice I have ever seen, and to this day, it still brings me an inner sense of glee and joy and Schadenfreude-esque delight whenever I see it. The fact that
In China, they say,
has become a meme whenever Phil's playing any game featuring an East Asian person is some pretty perfect icing on the karma cake to me. Metal Gear 1 has so many of my favourite moments. Phil thinking he's going to piss through Psycho Mantis because he knows about the controller trick, yet still getting fucking wrecked by him.
I'm dead. How do I kill him? What the fuck? I do like no damage. I'm gonna have to throw grenades, dude. Everyone say equip rations. I don't have rations. I have none. I have no rations, so I'm gonna have to keep replaying this over and over till I finally beat him.
The bitching about having to go back for the sniper rifle.
Alright, well, I have no idea where to go. The game obviously expects you to either wander around aimlessly or look it up, which obviously is what everyone fucking did when they played this game. They looked it up.
And about taking diazepam.
Of course, everyone on the stream chat going nuts telling me, go back for the diazepam. No, I'm not fucking going back for the diazepam. I'm not gonna spend another half hour backtracking to go get the stupid fucking medicine. No thanks.
Him spending most of the game based around using stealth, essentially running and gunning. But then when it gets to the stairway fight and the game basically goes, here's some stun grenades and some ammo, go nuts. He tries to leg it and complains that there are too many guards.
What the fuck? This is dumb as hell. 1,000 dudes, and you just have to take shots. There's nothing you can do about it.
And let us never forget that he died on the first fucking screen.
Oh no! I'm already caught. I'm already dead. Instant fail. Game over!
There are so many great moments in it, but
In China, they say.
is the moment where I first really got what it was to be a detractor. Because watching DSP's own arrogance and ignorance come back to bite him in the ass was the funniest fucking thing I'd ever seen.
Got it. Oh, that was Meryl! I killed Meryl! Ah! Yes!
Before we get to number 1, and just to draw this thing out a little bit longer because I'm a master of suspense, a couple of honourable mentions.
Why am I poisoned? Why am I toxic?
Where's the shotgun? Wait a minute. Where's the shotgun?
Oh shit. I died! Are you fucking serious? I couldn't heal. The game locked up and I died.
Oh, really?
See, I got rations. How do I use them? I want to use them right now. How the fuck do I use rations?
Hello. Well, that was a mistake. What's going on? I can't see. Oh, that was not the fire button, was it? That was melee, apparently. What the? How do I fire the gun?
Alright, now we're getting somewhere. I know how to use magic. I know how to do proper combat. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. I'm liking this. Son of a bitch.
Number 1.
Are you kidding me? I was mashing X and now they're gonna tell me I didn't press it. Oh my god.
Bayonetta.
Alright, so you can't press it when they tell you to and you can't mash it. So when am I supposed to fucking push it?
Now, my taste in music isn't all that great, as my preference for black metal should have indicated to you all. But even I can recognise that Fly Me to the Moon is an absolute fucking banger. And DSP calls it shitty music. For that alone, his opinions on literally anything should automatically be disqualified from that moment until the end of time. But that's not why Bayonetta's on this list. It's just the extra sprinkling of fecal matter onto the diarrhea frosting of this 3-tiered shitcake, lovingly crafted to celebrate DSP getting lost in the first level.
Can't go through this door. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Does the game give you any guidance at some point? How do I fucking figure this shit out?
I feel like Lost in the first level undersells the issue somewhat, because these aren't huge expansive levels or open worlds. Bayonetta's levels are divided into linear sections, and the section Phil gets lost in is a small rectangular area, a section of the graveyard that the player is supposed to be in for no longer than the duration of the fight that takes place there. But for some completely inexplicable reason, Phil misses the giant hole in the fence that he was just shown an enemy escaping through, a hole that's literally right in front of him when the cutscene ends and gameplay resumes, a hole that's still got the enemy escaping through it.
Okay, now what?
And spends nearly 7 minutes running back and forth around this tiny rectangle, getting increasingly frustrated and angry at his inability to progress.
What the hell? Dude, I'm about to turn the game off. I'm not even kidding. I'm about to turn it off. What the fuck am I supposed to do? If this whole game's gonna be like this, I don't want to play it. I really don't want to.
Compounding this issue further is the fact that this takes place like 4 minutes after gameplay begins.
What the fucking shit? I can't believe this! 4 minutes in, well, this is what, like 24 minutes in now. I have no clue what the fuck I'm supposed to do. And the game's not helping me, look.
This is still part of the tutorial area, designed to teach the player how to double jump. And at one point, Phil even approaches the hole in the fence and sees the double jump tutorial message pop up, and fucking walks away from it.
Hold A to extend your jump duration. Press A to execute a double jump. What do you think I've been fucking doing?
And then, when he finally jumps through the hole in the fence, his reaction is,
Are you shitting me? I was supposed to know to go through there. Oh my god.
and
I got a bronze medal. Yeah, well, because it fucking took me 6 minutes to find a fucking door. Because the game didn't tell you had to go there.
Like the game hadn't just fucking shown him exactly where to go, and even resumed gameplay directly facing where he had to go, with the enemy still visibly moving in that direction. It's just so utterly baffling, even now, all these years later. I was curious, right, when I was making this list, I was curious if he'd ever watched this moment again, and if he had, what his reaction would be to it now. Because it's so undeniably and blatantly his fault. So I searched Pig Go to see if it had come up in like any retrospectives, and no, he hasn't watched it. I wonder if he is still aware of it though. Like, is it there somewhere in the howling wasteland of his mind? Like a small but incredibly hot flame of embarrassment, and that's why he won't go back to it. I wonder if he's aware that that video has 399 likes and 1.6 thousand dislikes. That's not to say the Bayonetta This Is How You Don't Play is a one-moment watch. It's still got plenty of classic DSP. There's a lot of dying and not knowing why. There's plenty more being confused and angry about not knowing what to do, despite the game telling him.
I'm thinking maybe I'm supposed to make items to help me here, but I don't know how to... Oh, you can walk on the walls! Oh, shit. Alright. That was completely random that I just figured that out. I did it by complete accident, but I figured it out. It only took me a couple minutes this time.
And not knowing what a wicked weave is, despite being 7 hours into the game, and calling them useless.
What the fuck is a wicked weave? I've gotten this far in the game and I have no idea what a wicked weave is, so obviously it's not important.
All the good stuff is here, but missing the hole in the fence was the first spark that ignited the question. No, seriously, what exactly is wrong with this guy's brain? And all these years later, that question still remains unanswered. And that's why it's my favourite This Is How You Don't Play moment. Let me know what yours are in the comments, because I don't doubt that I've missed absolutely loads of classics. And also I'm a shameless whore, desperate for engagement. Thank you for watching the top 10 list. Let's get back to regularly scheduled content. Oh, fuck, my arm is killing me after doing all that. You wouldn't think it would after just this, but... Fuck. It's the cognitive dissonance that gets me. It really is. As humans, as people, as individuals, we all have to... We keep a narrative in our heads. You know, we have a running life narrative. And so when we are absorbing our experiences throughout our lives, both regular and extraordinary, we fit them within that narrative, and most of the time they fit fine because they make a consistent logical sense. You know, your day-to-day experience of getting up and getting dressed and going to work and then coming back home and changing your clothes into, you know, you lounging about sweatpants and hoodie, and then, you know, making tea or eating an entire tub of Ben and Jerry's while watching Married at First Sight Australia. You fit all those things into a narrative, and they make most sense because they are all things that are consistent with what you do according to your values and your beliefs and your drives and motivations and everything. You know, things fit in and make sense. And that's why we go to a lot of effort to avoid cognitive dissonance, because when things don't make logical sense, when two things clash, when one of them can't make sense, if one of them does make sense, then the other can't. If one is true, the other can't be true. You know, so cognitive dissonance is like a clashing of positions, and it's the mental strain of having to hold both contradictory ideas at once, and people will go to like immense lengths to avoid that. And dealing with DSP sometimes feels like actually drilling for it and finding a rich vein of it in a mine somewhere. See, most of us, when there's a logical path, even if that logical path ended up being incorrect and it ended up resulting in incorrect decisions or bad decisions or whatever being done, you know, if there's a logical path there and we can follow it, we're okay with it. We might not agree with it. It might not have been the way we've done it. But as long as there is a logical path from event A to event B, then most of us are fine with it because we can see the logic that has resulted in event B happening following event A. So when things lack that, that's when we have trouble accepting it. And this is a real issue here with Phil. It's that he can, ostensibly at least, that he can hold two contradictory ideas at once. I don't know though. You see, the thing is, could always be lying. he might believe one thing but say the other, you know, and then when he says the one thing again in public, it's like slipping out. It's the mask slipping out. Or he could just, you know, he could believe something else entirely and be bullshitting you either way. He could both be desperate attempts to bullshit you, and really he believes a third thing that none of us have considered. It's difficult to know because he lies. So, not only am I struggling with cognitive dissonance, but it's like, do take these things at face value. I'm you know, most of the time giving benefit of doubt, but sometimes I do think, what are you lying about? You know, what don't you know? When you say this, what do you really mean? Yeah, so anyway, let's carry on.
All over! Whoa! An apple hit my head! Oh, that must mean that meteors are coming down to destroy the planet. What? Like, what are you talking about, man? Alright? I'm not going anywhere. I'm not, alright? But I'll be honest with you guys. Yeah, I want more people to chill with me on streams. I want more people to understand that my streams are not just about the game I'm playing. And I feel that, sadly, that's kind of what it's become, is there's a group of people who have always been here to watch the game I'm playing. They're not here necessarily because they want to have a chill time with me. They like seeing me play the hot new releases. And if there's no games out that they deem are hot new releases, they just don't come to the streams, okay?
But those people not coming to the streams are surely compensated for by the people who are coming to the streams for the other games. Again, if there's no hot new fighting games out, your fighting game fans aren't going to be coming to your streams. But there's probably a hot new platformer or open world adventure or racing game or shooter that the fans of those sorts of genres would come to see and make up for the fact that your fighting game fans aren't coming. So I'm conscious of every time I itch now. I don't do it as much as him, though. He does it a lot. That's very nervous. That's a very... Men do that when we're thinking. We do it when we're processing. Most of the men I know anyway. I mean, this is a very blanket statement, but I'm fairly confident in my assertion that most men, when they're sort of like thinking about things, go like that. It just seems to be like habitual. This hair gets itchy anyway. This hair gets really itchy, and especially when, you know, it's like his. And it's patchy. I hate how patchy his beard is. But yeah, here especially, because you've got something there, so you've at least got like the tactile feedback of running your fingers through something. So doing that is quite, yeah. He exaggerates it anyway. You've seen him do that. What about if it's this? You know, we've seen him do that as well. So yeah, but then it's obvious that he's doing that for exaggerated effect, whereas here it's a more casual thing. It's almost absent-minded. It's a tick almost. He's not got ticks, obviously, but it's like a behavioural. It's a behavioural habit, basically. He's used to doing this whenever he's processing thoughts. You know, this is one of the ways that he processes thoughts. It's just sort of like to idle this. You know, you don't need to worry about getting proprioceptive data from your arm because you know it's here doing this. So.
That's your choice and your prerogative. Obviously, no one's going to force you to come and check out a stream. But I had so many people over the last 1 to 2 years come and say, wow, you know, we hear all these things about Phil, but when we come to a stream, my God, that's fun. It's relaxing. We have a good conversation. He's enjoying the game he's playing. That was a good time.
Again, no one speaks. This is a speech pattern that's incredibly unique to Phil. Nobody else speaks like that. You don't go to see a streamer and then come away and go, wow, that was a really chill, positive stream. I had a lot of fun there. The guy was obviously engaged in the game and, you know, we chatted and had a great time. You don't come away thinking that. It just... It's like if an alien sort of was trying to pass amongst humans and hadn't really gotten the nuance. He hadn't been, you know, undercover enough to pick up on like the true nuances of human interaction. So instead what he had to do was cobble it together from like episodes of sitcoms like Friends and Cheers and sort of like wing it. Obviously it's the result of his extended isolation. It's maladaptive socialization, but yeah.
He didn't have to play a hyper challenging game, a super stressful game. He didn't have to sit here and rage and smash his controller and yell at a game developer to make the stream entertaining. It's quite the opposite. If he's having a great time with a game that's enjoyable, this is a really great stream, right?
This is especially ironic given, you know, how he's been recently with like Forza. It's also, again, I've not changed, but I'm also not that person. I'm not that Phil. I don't do the, you know, getting angry and calling Kojima a cocksucker. That Kojima tweet, holy shit. The fucking shame of it. Just absolute shamelessness of him to be like that. 20 years old, sir. Kojima's a fucking cocksucker, sir.
But I think, sadly, excuse me, I'm drinking seltzer water today. About half my viewership doesn't understand that. Still to this day, they're of that that old school YouTube mentality where it was never about social interaction. It was never about relaxing and having a chill time. It was about, man, what's Phil raging at today? What's Phil failing at today? What's Phil doing wrong today that we can laugh at or whatever? And listen, that's definitely a part of the content I put out there. And it's coming. Don't worry. There's multiplayer games coming out in the next few months where I just think about Battlefield and Halo alone. You know I'm going to get fucked up in those games, right? Right? One of the major reasons I still play Street Fighter once a week is to have that kind of an aspect to my content. Because outside of that, what else is there? You know, look at the games that are out. Coming up in February. You know Elden Ring is going to kick my ass. Come on now.
Oh, just the way he's like, oh, you know, it's a From Software game, so you know I'm going to do really bad at it, you guys. Hint, hint. Don't worry, come back. The acting will be over-exaggerated for your pleasure and entertainment. There's so much to unpack there, you know. It's like you got your start on YouTube and you were fairly successful for being the guy who did rage and, you know, did get angry at games a lot, and that's fine, you know, because that was very much the style at the time. But to be like half my audience only wants that, when your audience just wants to be entertained by you. So you are like failing your audience because you're struggling to keep them all together. If half of them are fucking off for a certain type of game because they're not interested in it, and, you know, the other half aren't interested in the other type of game that the first half comes for, then, you know, you're struggling to meet the two. And again, this is the problem when you're spreading yourself too thin. You can be a jack of all trades and a master of none. You know, I should move the microphone back a bit, actually. So yeah, it's difficult to really grow a bigger, sort of solid and cohesive fan base that's like stronger and is more willing to come out to games that they're not necessarily interested in because you are the streamer is the thing that's entertaining. The idea, again, he's seeing it just as it's the games that are the important thing here. It's the games that people are coming for. Not it's me as a streamer that they're coming for. Because again, if he said then, if there's nothing out, well then pick an old game and play that. Again, Gamepass, right? None of the games that I had on my list have been released this year, I'm pretty sure. One of them's Long Live the Queen, you know, which is an old game that no one's really bothered about. Let's say 6 or 8 years ago, I think. Either way, it's not new. It's not a new game. It's not a new release. But it's been sat in my backlog for a while. I thought that's pretty interesting. It's a lifestyle simulator basically. You've got to be a princess and not get murdered by like a, you know, evil sort of royal scenario where everybody around you wants to kill you because they want the crown and they want the power. So it looked interesting, and I thought that's going to be. I think I could carry an interesting stream with that. I wouldn't expect people to come up because they're like, oh, Steve's playing Long Live the Queen. I'd expect them to come because it's a stream where I'm chatting shit, and that's what people are there for, and the game is just a vehicle and a vector for that. Whereas to Phil, the game is the vehicle and the vector for money, and he is not part of the process. You come to see the game, and you give him money for playing the game. Not for the responsibility of him as the streamer to entertain the audience just doesn't seem to come into it for him. It's all the game. People aren't coming because this game is crap. People don't want to turn up because there's nothing interesting being released. Then what are you for?
You guys know that I like From Software games, but the first time through that I played them, I'm not good at them. You guys know that. And I haven't played a From Software game now how many years? You know that playthrough's coming. You know how epic that playthrough will be.
I remember the numbers I used to get for Dark Souls. I remember how many people used to turn up and give me money back then. One of them. So please everybody, please come back. Don't miss this one, please. I need another Dark Souls. I need another Dark Souls 3. I don't want to do a redemption run of Metal Gear Solid again. It's pathetic. Fucking nearly 40.
In addition, we've got the Grand Theft Auto trilogy coming, right? We got the Grand Theft Auto trilogy. The Grand Theft Auto games, I'll be very honest with all of you, okay? They have been some of the biggest, most successful games and playthroughs I've ever done, ever, in my 13-year history, all right? They've been some of the best playthroughs I've ever done.
That movement seemed to come very naturally to him then.
And it didn't matter if it was the first time I played it, the second time. Whenever I play a GTA game, people love it. And by the way, I'm not good at them. I fail. I have tons of issues. The thing is, I feel like there's been...
Again, trying to have your cake and eat it here. You're trying to appeal to the people who want the old Phil of 13 years ago who would get mad and angry at games and be like, fucking Kojima, how do I use my rations? This game still hasn't fucking told me. They want that Phil. They want the Phil that gets really annoyed at cheap deaths. Well, I say cheap deaths, it's Dark Souls. They're never cheap, it's your own fault. And even I, as somebody who's really bad at Dark Souls, understands that. Whilst claiming that you've grown and evolved and, you're a much more mature content creator and you think that the stuff you put out now is way better than the stuff that you put out back then because it's, much better, it's much clearer, you have better graphical fidelity, you're not using a camera anymore, you've got interaction with the chat and, chill stream, positive vibes and all that. He's trying to appeal to both, and the two are fundamentally opposed. Because you can't have both the old Phil from 13 years ago and the new mature Phil of the streaming era. Because the two are fundamentally opposite. If the old Phil is the sort of person who gets mad and he gets riled up and he gets angry, and the new Phil is like chill and more mature and a bit more casual about things, then the two can't go. One of them must be an act. Or both of them are. Again, this is assuming that it's doing him the massive honour of assuming that at least one of these positions is true. He either is the old arsehole Phil trying to cover it, or he's the new mature Phil who's a bit more, reluctant to accept that he was a bit of a dick back then. Or it's something else. It's a third one, if he's lying. But either way, it's, again, trying to have your cake and eat it, because he's just trying to appeal to both. And you can't. People know now. The people that wanted you to rage and to get angry, the people that like that sort of content, know that it's an act that you put on and you exaggerate your responses. And the people that want the chill, mature, cool vibes Phil know that you get angry at the drop of a hat and you snap at your fans, you snap at your the games you're playing, you do still call creators, and you do still insult people, and all that stuff. So the two fundamentally can't coexist, and the fact that you have a schism in both is just, again, it's astonishing to me. It's that you could end up with an audience like that is. So you'd think most of them would have stuck with you because you'd evolved, rather than trying to put on an air of change, trying to put on the impression of change. It's the impression of it. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's like when he goes, my family, and we all know it's not really a family, but it's the impression of being mature and having a family. I've got a job, I've got a house, I've got a mortgage, I've got a wife. It's the impression of being a mature adult. And it's the same thing here. It's the impression of it rather than actually, being that person. the impression of a mature, chill gamer, rather than actually being that person because you've evolved into them naturally. It can't be, because, you know, if he'd evolved past the angry, irritated Phil from 13 years ago, he wouldn't still be getting as angry as he does at games, and he wouldn't be snapping as angrily as he does at his viewers. So, I'm most tempted to fall on that side of the fence, that he is still the arsehole from 13 years ago, and he's just trying to look like he's not. He's trying to look like a different person, like he's evolved, while at the same time, again, accepting that he's been doing this for 13 years and he's not going to change.
There's been a string of time here when there hasn't been that style of game releasing. In fact, it's been the opposite. You come to my streams and really the streams are way more relaxing than anything else. And so you get that I call it, like, it's almost like a clientele, that certain group of viewers and customers who come in because they want to see that kind of content. And if it's not here, they're going to go elsewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there are going to be people that are, say, like, into Soulsborne sort of games. There are still plenty of Soulsborne sort of games. You know, I can think of it, is it like Blue Fire, Unworthy? Obviously, you've got Blasphemous, Dead Cells to an extent, Salt and Sanctuary. You could do the Surge 1 and 2, assuming he's not done them. There's still Souls-like games being released. It's just that they're not AAA Souls-like games. Code Vein! Fucking Code Vein! You know? And he doesn't want to put in the effort of going and reading a few reviews and deciding, oh, that one looks alright. You know? Like I said, I'm not good at Dark Souls. I'm not good at Soulsborne sort of games. I'm not good at Bloodborne either. They're just not clicking with me. They're just not my sort of game. But I fucking love Salt and Sanctuary. Because it's good. It's got many of the same aspects. It's got many of the same mechanics. It's Souls-like. It's 2D, yeah. You know. Also, Blue Fire, which is great. Unworthy, which is really good. You know. I know these games because I've played them myself. And I've tried to get into them. The Surge 1 and 2, I actually thought the Surge 1 wasn't that bad. But yeah, you know, games are still out there. It's just that he doesn't want to go looking for them. He'd rather people tell him. In fact, not people, because if his audience suggested to them, he'd be like, "Oh, I don't know what's it like. I don't know. I don't want to risk it." Yeah, you know, I'll happily take the credit if you want to buy it me, but I don't want to take that risk. Whereas if whoever he follows for his video game news, you know, because obviously he talks about it at the start of the streams. So, you know, what's today's gaming news after doing the pre-stream intro? So he's obviously following some people about video game news, and he wants them to tell him, this next Soulsborne game looks great, you should try it. Rather than his audience going, we'd really like you to see you play this, you know. We'd really love it if you could play this game, like Code Vein. Nah, not interested. I don't want to risk it.
So all that being said, guys, all that being said, I'm not too worried about the future. I'm not. I'm really not. Okay? But people seem to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, if people seem to be, they look at my streams and they look at attendance and they look at stuff like that, and then they start freaking out.
Just to borrow a behavioural habit. I wonder why that might be. I wonder why people are freaking out. I wonder if I should be listening to them instead of living in denial. There's a reason why. Oh God, that fucking frame.
I don't want anyone to freak out. I'm not freaking out. Okay?
Maybe you should
be.
People
still love the content. The feedback is still overwhelmingly positive.
Again, the feedback's overwhelmingly positive because you ban anybody else who says anything contrary. That's it. That's why your feedback's positive. It's sycophantic praise because it has to be. Because if it's not, you're going to get banned. And some people are here to chat to Snow Carl. So it's not worth your ire.
On the content I'm putting out there. Is it the most popular content?
Get popular feedback on the content you're putting out there. And in a couple of weeks, he's going to start moderating comments. The fucking gall of the man.
On the internet, fuck no. But the people who like the content are supporting it. So what is there to be afraid of, right? But when I am
Challenging
streaming
you there.
and I'm looking and there's a group of people and they're just freaking out, oh my god, the sky is falling, this is the end of Phil. How can I, number one, concentrate on what I'm doing and have a good time? And number two, how can I allow that? Because there's other...
He's totally clocked Rich, by the way. He's ignoring him. Rich, you weren't here earlier, so, you know, I'm not going to explain it again. I'll deal with Super Chats later.
people in the chat who are probably having a good time, and then they turn and they look and they're like...
It's distracting him now. He's having them pauses while he's trying to think of people as distracting, and then they turn, and because he's reading the chat and he's processing what's going on in the chat, and he's seeing that everybody's talking to Rich. Everybody's like, oh my god, Rich is here. And he's trying not to annoy him. It's like when he looks at the chat and he sees that Snow Carl's there and everybody's talking to Snow Carl, and it really annoys him. He's doing that again. He's seeing it, and it's momentarily distracting him, so he's pausing for a little bit longer to get the next bit of his sentence out.
Well, you know, oh man, maybe this... What's wrong with this content? Is Phil suffering? Is Phil not going to be here now? No! But people need to stop that mentality, all right? So, what I kind of want to say is, listen, if you're someone who enjoys my content, thank you. Come chill with me every day. Don't worry about the viewer count. Don't worry about that shit. That's for me to worry about, not you, right? It's not... how many people are watching the stream, how many people are contributing to the stream is my responsibility, and it's my job to look at that and worry about that and try to improve that or whatever it needs to be.
But you're not. You're not. Your fans give more of a shit than you do, because your fans are the ones going, hey, what about this? Or hey, what about that? Have you thought about doing this? Have you thought about playing that? Not you. You're the one sitting there going, guys, tell me what to do. Guys, tell me what I can do to improve the stream. Guys, tell me what games I should play. I'll play indie games if you tell me which ones to play. You're not doing anything. You're asking people to tell you what to do. You're asking people to make it better for you. You know, you don't want to put in the work of finding out which indie games are hot and which indie games aren't, and which indie games look good and which indie games you think you'd enjoy. You'd rather somebody else did the work for you, and then you can play it and get money for it. You can't even be bothered to read reviews to pick a game for your stream that you make money off. It's just laziness at this point. It's chronically lazy. You are a man-child. I'm sorry, but he is. It's a fucking man-child at this point. And I say that knowing that earlier today, the detractors were putting up videos titled DSP needs your money because Cat's telling him he needs to buy new boxes. So I know he's a man-child. You can't look at a pair of boxes that are falling apart and think I should probably replace them. Because he's like, oh, they don't make the boxes like that anymore. Like, you can't fucking look on Amazon for a pair of boxers. Fuck. Oh my god.
Not yours as a viewer. Your job as a viewer is to come chill with me. Have a good time with games.
Yeah,
whether that means that we have a...
Right, I forgot. I just totally breezed past that one, but you as a viewer are not allowed to show concern for the thing you like. You as a viewer are not allowed to worry about the health and the stability and the popularity and the sustainability of this thing that you like. You as a viewer are not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to care to that level. But you are supposed to be enough of a member of the community to come and keep giving him money. He's, again, wanting to have your cake and eat it. He wants to build and foster and engender that sense of community. But he doesn't want any of the sort of like the consequences or the responsibilities that come with that, because inherent in building a community is that people are invested in you, and when people are invested in something, they tend to care about it. You know, they tend to want it to do well because they've invested in it. They you know, you start following a band, you like their old stuff, you hope the new album's going to be great. You start watching a TV show, you start liking the first few episodes, you hope the series finale is going to be great. You start getting into things and you start investing in them and you start hoping for better from them. And he doesn't want you to do that. He doesn't want you. He wants you to have that level of investment in him so that you'll give him money. But he doesn't want you to have that level of investment in him where you start to tell him, I think this would help. I think you should do this. And, I think you should try this. Because those involve changes and effort on his part. And he didn't want to do that. So he'd rather you just not mention it. So as far as he's concerned, don't worry about that sort of thing. It's my job to worry about it. But as a fan, you're going to worry about it. People cry when their football teams are relegated, People get emotionally invested in things. People get invested in things. If you remember falling out of love with Cradle of Filth, listening to an album and thinking, God, this is shit. So, people get invested in things. They have emotional responses to things, and they have both positive and negative emotional responses to things, depending on how those things are doing in relation to that person's expectations and wants and needs of that thing. So if you are into a band and you are getting, a lot of your social identity from being part of the group around that band, if you're a heavy metal fan, if you're into a heavy metal band, you're part of a heavy metal subculture, so you get a lot of subcultural identity and responses and norms and values and beliefs and attitudes from that group, all focused around, like, say, Iron Maiden. So when Iron Maiden releases a new album, you hope it's good. You hope it's not Virtual 11. I'm probably pissed off a few years. I don't care. And when it is Virtual 11, you get a bit disappointed and you get a bit upset, and you have to wait a few years for Bruce to come back and Brave New World to be released, and then everything's great again. You get emotionally invested and you want things. When you get emotionally invested in things, you want them to do well and be good. So it's stunning to me how many of these basic sort of human things Phil doesn't seem to grasp. Again, it's like with OIC and the stalking thing from a couple of videos ago, where he's like, if you're a fan to that extent and you're following me to that extent, that's a good thing. And it's like, holy shit, no, it's not. How do you not recognize that that's not appropriate? This is another one here. It's like, how do you not recognize that behavior is a natural thing? Your fans want you to do well and they are trying to help you, and you are saying don't. It's not your responsibility. Which, if you want to take control of your business and do things your own way, fine, whatever, but don't be like that about it, because fans are going to have this response regardless. They're not going to be able to help it because they're invested in you, and you've wanted them to be invested in you, and you encourage them to be invested in you, and you've had them give you money. So they're going to expect a little bit of a return, and occasionally suggesting a video game going, yeah, I'll consider that, isn't that much of an ask for a return.
A relaxing time or a stressful time because I'm sucking. Right now, Super Monkey Ball, I guess, would be the one playthrough I'm doing that's like that, where I'm stressed out, I'm failing, and people like to laugh at the fails or whatever, right?
Just not psychology related, but as somebody who played like the original Super Monkey Ball when it was out on the GameCube, and I think Banana Blitz as well, yeah. And spent many hours drinking with my then girlfriend and my mate Josh and his girlfriend, and doing the 4-player mini game with the punch, the boxing gloves on the springs, and obviously doing the single player campaign as well, and taking it in turns to try and do fucking levels. I knew Super Monkey Ball would kick his ass, and I knew that he'd go in overconfident because he'd think, the first few levels are quite easy, I'm getting the hang of this, I'm really good at this, and then the difficulty would just go whoosh right up and it would kick the shit out of him. So I was very happy to see that happen.
So enjoy it for what it is. Don't come here and become panic mode. There's no point. Because, number one, you can't affect it. You're a viewer, right? You just watch the content. You're not making the content.
They can't affect it. You listen to them. You take their ideas on board and make changes based on their suggestions, and that's them affecting it. If a viewer comes up and says, I think you really like this game, you should check it out. It's a short game. It's a cheap game. And it's your sort of game. And you check it out and you give it a playthrough and you do a couple of streams from it. that viewer has affected the change on your channel. They've gotten what they've wanted. I'm amazed he doesn't do that. I'm amazed he doesn't raffle off. I'm amazed he doesn't give it as like tier rewards to patrons or something. Pick a game. Have one stream every week, say like Tuesday day stream, Tuesday evening stream, because the night streams always seem to do worse anyway, so you might as well double dip and get some money off some patrons. And just be like, right, this is now my patron's choice stream. Every week or every 2 weeks or every month or however long, a patron will get to pick a game, and I'll do it. I'll do, not necessarily commit to a full playthrough, but for at least a stream, if not 2 streams, for at least 2 streams, say, I will do that game, whatever the patron picks. And that's your viewer affecting change on your stream, and that's also you benefiting because you're getting money. And your stream's getting a variety of content, which is a variety of streamer you want. It's astonishing to me. Again, these aren't complicated things. You don't need a business degree to know these things. Sorry, Brittany. I'm shocked that his business degree is legit. I suspected that it wasn't, because it made sense to me that it was just like a degree that he's overhyped and overblown. And it wasn't necessarily a business degree, but he told somebody it was one day, and then the lie got out of control, and now he's told everybody, oh, I've got a business degree. But no, it's a legit business degree. He's actually got it. And yeah, here we are. That's astonishing to me.
You can't change it. You can't make more people come to the stream. I mean, yeah, through word of mouth, maybe you could tell some of your friends or your relatives, hey, I check out Darksidefill's content. He's still pretty good. Go check him out. But there's not much else you could do about that. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe if you hadn't banned so many people. Again, just saying, like, this is another one of those, hey, this is the consequences of your actions coming back to bite you in the ass. But maybe if you didn't ban so many people, your audience might be a bit more willing to help you affect change in your own stream by spreading the word. It might be easier to spread the word if you're not, like, say, locking your account or restricting replies or, holding comments on your YouTube channel for approval. It might be easier for people to feel like they can interact with you and then want to come to see you. But again, if you want to paint yourself as an interactive variety streamer, where, it's always the people who pick the game. You guys said you wanted me to play this, and attendance is down, and money is down, and, stream support is down, and I don't understand why. Because you guys told me you want to see this. You can't then say you also can't affect change. Because if you're bilking your audience to say to you which game you should play, and if you're wearing it as a badge of pride that you're a variety streamer, carefully selected, curated content for some reason, even that, it can't be curated content if nobody's curating it. At least with like a patron's choice thing, somebody would be. It'd be a different patron every week or every month or however long, but somebody would be picking. You wouldn't be relying on whatever mainstream press there is for a game. You'd have a wider variety of things, and it's just... I need to get into streaming. It's a piece of piss. No diss to like Piece of Piece or anybody else who streams. No, sorry, Meerkat Inc. Sorry, fantastic Mr. Sam. Sorry, everybody that streams. I didn't mean it like that, but you know what I mean. It's like compared to how Phil's doing it. Oh, I'm still bitter about the editing comment. Okay.
I'm gonna be honest with you now. If you're going to sit here and complain and say, wow, why are the contributions low? Then you should contribute. Seriously.
The fucking gall of that, man. The fucking gall of this gormless twat to dare say, given how much he begs, given how much of a central focus he makes money of his streams, for him to say, if you're complaining about donations being low, if you're saying, hey, why are donations so low, you should donate yourself. Not donate yourself in that way. I mean, you yourself should donate money. Just the fucking gall of him. And he wonders why he's barely over 300 now. You know, at this point, he's wondering why he's struggling to get 300 subs. He's not even at 275 at this point. And he's wondering why people are like, oh my god, the stream, things are getting so low. When he's like, how dare you criticize me? Fucking donate. If you're worried, Phil, we're worried that your donations are so low. Well, you fucking donate then. Fuck off. You tosser. You absolutely, that would drive me from a stream. If I was watching someone and they said that, I'd be like, right, oh, fuck you, I'm out. There's an inherent need for respect of your audience in this parasocial relationship, you know. They are ultimately funding your lifestyle. They're paying your wages. They're paying your bills. They're how you manage to keep affording to increase your roster size on WWE champions and keep Shari's in business. That you can't show them a little bit of respect. That you view them so negatively. So that you think so little of them that you could dare say that. It's fucking shocking to me that he still has fans.
If you're the person who's going to sit here and verbally complain about that on my stream, then you should be the one to set the example and contribute. Because it's hilarious the people that I see complain about that stuff the most in chat.
But it's fucking stream now.
And that's the funny part about it. If I'm running the stream and I say, oh, the stream is slow today, not a lot of contributions, it would help if you guys picked it up, that's one thing. Okay? But to see a view, take it upon themselves, a viewer, to say, oh man, no one's supporting Phil today. What's going on? It's not your job. It's not your job. It's not your responsibility. It's not your place to do it.
Like I've said before, fans feel invested in the things that they're fans of, so they will. So you can't say you shouldn't be doing that because you're expecting a level of support from them that far eclipses that response from them. You know. They don't give this level of support. BTS fans don't give this level of support to BTS. But they still feel the need to defend them because they're emotionally invested in them. I'm going to use another example now. Red Dwarf fans do not feel the need to emotionally support later series. But we still feel the need to defend the series cut-off that we design because we're emotionally involved in the series up to that point. Some people don't like Series 6, those people are wrong. Some people don't like Series 7, those people are less wrong. Some people don't like Series 8, and those people are less wrong still, but there's still a couple of good bits in Series 8, so I don't mind it that much. Cassandra's a great episode. Most Red Dwarf fans will stop at Back to Earth. Some people like 10, 11, and 12. Those people are also all wrong. But people argue because, you know, they're emotionally invested in it, and people support the thing in that they're invested in. So I'll die on the hill that Series 8 has some good points, but the series cut off should have been after Series 6, even though Series 7 is also fine, you know. Because that's how my emotional investment in Red Dwarf has led me to. You know, that's what it's led me to. It's brought me to that point, whereas other people in it feel differently. They'll feel like Series 7 is fine, or Series 7 is trash, or Series 5 is the best. You know? And that's fine. They can be wrong. I'm being a rank twat about this. But you get my point. People get emotionally invested in things and they want to defend them because they're emotionally invested in things and they're getting an emotional response and return from them. So when people are being asked to be emotionally invested in something to the extent that Phil is asking them to be in, it is a level of emotional investment that has already passed defending that thing and worrying about that thing and wanting to support that thing. You know, you reach that point before you reach the point that Phil is asking you to be at to give him money. So just to be like that with your audience and to be so entitled that you could think these people are here to give me money. You know, there's Adam Gates there in his chat. We're not responsible for tips. In fact, Phil's audience has no obligation to tip him at all. That Phil expects tips is disgusting. He has an expectation, and I don't mean like he's having a tips goal. I mean he has an expectation. He will stop streams to talk to you about how slow a night it's been. He will stop streams to send a tweet asking people to come by and support the stream, because we all know what it means. And he shouldn't have that expectation of his audience, because he doesn't want the much lesser response of, we care about you and we want to see you do better, and we have suggestions and recommendations and help and advice that might get you there. So it's another one where you think, I'm not one for physical violence, but you need to fucking slap. And with USMC vet, oh my god, this man.
The best thing you can do in that situation is contribute yourself.
All right, see, there again, okay, sorry. His posture there as well was very... I can't get over how little neck he's got. But again, he was very contemptuous with that. His arms were folded, and they weren't in a defensive way, but they were in a dismissive and contemptuous way. Like, I can't believe I have to deal with this. Rather than a, fuck, I'm going to have to deal with this sort of way. I know you can't really see my folded arms, but you from the general sort of impression of posture, it's like when they're lower down typically, and he's sort of about it. He's looser and he's more slumped, I guess you'd say. His shoulders aren't up, his chest isn't out, and his arms aren't as high up as they would be if he was defensive. If he was defensive, he would be like, fucking come on then, right. But instead he's like this, fucking come on then, right. So it's more of a dismissive, contemptuous approach there, because again he's annoyed by the fact that his fans care about him. Basically, his fans are showing concern for him and the state of his streams recently, and they're worried about him, and they're trying to help him and give him, advice and tips and, things that he can do to change things. And he's like, you shouldn't have to be dealing with this. It's my responsibility. Just show up and give me money.
Or keep your mouth shut. Because what happens is now you get a group of people who are all saying that, and now people are like, man, Phil, I came to your stream, but everyone in chat was just talking about how low contributions were. It was a real bummer, and I didn't have a good time.
People don't speak like that. Nobody said that.
I don't want to ban people for that. I don't want to...
Bollocks, mate. I don't want to ban people. You fucking do. You love it. It's the only thing that gets your micro penis anywhere near semi-flaccid at this point.
I don't want to outright have to start banning people for that kind of conversation, but it literally is not your business. It's my business.
It's their money. It's not your business what they spend their money on. If they don't want to spend their money on your business, that's not your business.
Like, really, I own this. It's my business. It's actually legally my business in my name. It's not yours, so it's not your point to step up and even say that on my streams, okay? It's actually out of place. I would consider that a stream derailment.
Of course you would. It's not fawning praise, and it's not, oh man, Phil, this game is amazing. I'm really engaged with the fun, chill, and interactive gameplay that you're putting out right now. We are so lucky to have you as a content creator. It's bound to get you banned. Fuck off, mate. Fuck off.
Because if I say it, it's my business. If you say it, it's none of your business. You see?
Right, okay. Then shut up about money. Because what your stream audience does with their money is none of your business. Because it's not your money, it's theirs. Do you hear me, Phil? Are you listening? Or OIC or whoever is watching this that gives it the thumbs down, that I'm not chicken shitting off to hide. I'd have left them up. Either way, if you're watching this, Phil, it's not your business what your audience does with their money. So if it's not their business to ask about it, it's not your business to ask them about it. So fucking stop it.
I don't want to be some guy who has to like lay down a million laws about what can and can't be said in his stream chat, but I've noticed this distinctly in the last month, that there's a group coming in and doing this to my streams.
Again, It cannot be that your audience is genuinely concerned about this. It has to be. It can't be that your audience is genuinely concerned about the slow decline that they've noticed, that you have also acknowledged and said that worries you earlier in this very video, when you said normally at this time of the year I'd be doing great, but this time I'm doing shit, and I see that low attendance and low support, and I'm worried about it. But if your audience says that and worries about that, they're not allowed to.
Oh, here's a stream that has like 175 viewers. It's Lost Judgment, okay? And it's a chill stream. People who are on the stream are enjoying themselves, but maybe the contributions aren't sky high that night or whatever. It's Lost Judgment. I personally wouldn't expect them to be. Maybe I mention it a couple times on stream. Hey, guys, you want to support, please tip me or whatever. I say that, right? All the time.
Yeah, you say that all the time. That's kind of the problem. Guys, help me. I want your support. You need, guys, some support would be great right now. It's a bit of a slow night tonight. Support has been very slow. You say it all the time, and that's the problem here, because it's your audience's money and it's not any of your business what they spend their money on, and that you are not entitled to their money. Phil.
That's fine. But then someone coming in and be, oh my God, the sky is falling. The viewership's terrible. There's no contributions. What's going on? Why are you even saying that?
Because you're a detractor, you're mentally ill, you're conspiracy theorist and all that. It's a concerted effort. That's the thing. You can't genuinely be a member of his audience that's concerned about it. You must be a detractor. It must be a conspiracy theory. If you were an audience member that was genuinely concerned about it, it would mean that there were concerns that Phil needed to address, which arguably is what he's doing now. But the point is that Phil shouldn't have to address those concerns, because Phil doesn't think those concerns are worth being bothered about. He doesn't think they're valid. So why? Why should he? And you shouldn't worry about it either, because as far as he's concerned, it's derailing. It's none of your business, and it's derailing. So if you have concerns that Phil thinks are none of your business and derailing, and you raise those concerns, you're not an honest fan. You're a detractor, and you're mentally ill, and you're spreading conspiracy theories, and you should enjoy your ban, because you can't be a fan of his and be worried. You can't express a sentiment other than, Phil, that's great and you're amazing and everything's fantastic. It's a process known as groupthink, Phil.
Like, if you're on the stream and all you're here to do is perpetrate drama, then don't be on the stream. And I mean that. Like, if you think that your enjoyment is to come to the stream and try to circulate drama on my stream, you don't belong here, because that's not your job at all.
Imagine, again, also being worried about this guy. Really, because if you're a fan and you're into him and you've given him some support here and there, and you've started noticing stream attendance is a bit low, support's been a bit slow recently, where else would you go to bring it up with other people that are also fans of Phil's, that might also have noticed these things, that you might be able to talk to, than his stream? You're not allowed to chat about his stream in his stream if it's not positive. You can't even say, like, somebody here, let's pick somebody here. All Corny could not say to Juzu up at the top there, mate, have you heard about this thing? Mate, have you noticed this? Mate, have you seen that, support's been low? And Juzo could not reply back, actually, yeah, I have. I'm a bit worried about that. I'm hoping things pick up, but, if it goes the way it is. And then Yubnub can't join in and say, guys, I've noticed that as well. Especially because the members, attendance has been low and the member goal has not been reached. Those three would be banned for derailing the chat. For talking about Phil in Phil's chat. That's how fucked up things are. That's how fucked up this is.
It's mine. It's my business. It's my job, not yours. If I have to lay down the law, I will. I don't want to have to, but,
Okay. One more thing. It comes in waves. It's not just your business when you make it such an integral part of your streams. In nearly every stream, you mention something that you've got to pay for. You know, there isn't a stream that doesn't go by without you saying, guys, I really need your help. You cannot go one stream without mentioning bills or taxes or late fees or lawyers or fucking Burger King sandwich. You make it part of your business. So don't be fucking angry or upset or annoyed or pissed off with your audience when they start to talk about it. Because you're making it such a part of your stream, they're gonna. That's the thing that pisses me off the most. I'm making my finances part of this stream, but you can't ask me about it and you can't talk about it. You just have to give me money unquestioningly. That's why I picked this one for this. Although I do think I should have drawn it a bit bigger.
Definitely noticed this distinctly in the last month has been growing, that there's this group of people who come to the stream that looks like they're trying to purposely derail it. Maybe they're noticing that viewership's down. They think, oh, this is the nail in the coffin. If we come and we make the whole stream chat just about money and shit, then the viewers who even like the content will leave. I'm not letting that happen.
You can't be a genuine fan with concerns. You must be there to start shit. If you're bringing this up, you are there to start shit. As far as he's concerned. He doesn't want to address your concerns other than that. People aren't trying to stir shit, Phil. They're trying to help you out of this hole that you've dug yourself. People are like making rope ladders and lowering down buckets, and you know, someone's gone to B&Q to get like all the ladders and a bunch of blue like twine ropes so that they can tie it, make a makeshift ladder and get down there quickly. And you're there with your spade going, no, it's all right, guys. I'm nearly out now.
Okay? I'm not letting that happen. So, if that's going to continue, you're going to find yourself moderated. You're going to find yourself with my foot to your ass. All right? I'm just saying. I can't have it anymore. Because this negativity, this drama shit, this sky is falling mentality is not going to help with what's going on with me and my content. It's just not, you know? There's people who enjoy the content or else I wouldn't be here. You know what I'm saying?
Again, like Audra said, the idea that you can be a content creator for 13 years and not also be a terrible person is fucking ludicrous. It's the same sort of thing there. People obviously like it, so I'm still being able to. People have obviously liked it because I've been able to do it for so long. It's like, I would argue your circumstances are more a result of luck and you falling upwards. Somehow you managed to build yourself a fair platform on YouTube in the early days, and you've just ridden that ever since. It's not really anything you've done. I need to move on.
So, anyway. In a nutshell, guys, I'm well aware that this month has not been a great month for my streams. Take a look at the members, right? We're trying to go up. We went down by 30. What can I do about that? When there's no new games bringing people to the streams. There's literally nothing new that's really exciting this month. I've been telling you that myself. We're having chill streams, but we're certainly not having hype, new release excitement streams, right?
Metroid Dread.
The viewership's down. What can I do about that? All I can really do is mix up the formula unless I want to completely change who I am as a content creator.
How mix up the formula? You won't even play Metroid Dread. You have a Switch. You have a Nintendo Switch and people have given you money for it and you won't play it. Mixing up the formula for Phil is playing YouTuber's life. And how are you going to mix up the formula if you don't want to change? Change is not a bad thing, Phil. People change through their lives. well, I suppose most people change through their lives because most people continue to have regular socialization through their lives. And you've spent the last 13 years sealed up in a cubbyhole.
Maybe play a different random game every once in a while or whatever, or do a random stream that's different than my normal.
That's all he can think of. That's all he can think of. And I came up with better ideas than that while shouting at him. But that's really all he's got. Maybe I can play a different game randomly, like I'm about to now. Or maybe I could have another marathon. Maybe I could have like a random thing. Maybe I could do something else that's random. You know, that he's struggling so much for any sort of way to change things up in a way that doesn't actually involve any effort or any real change.
Than my normal stream, but there's not much I can do about that. The people that are here on the streams are having a good time. The feedback I'm getting is the streams are great, and I am getting support. This is not like, oh, I turn on the stream and there's no memberships, no super chats, no tips, nothing's going on. That's not the case at all.
Then stop complaining. Shut up. Stop bringing it up and get on with playing games.
So why, you know what I mean? So why would I be panicking about shit? I definitely should not be, okay? But other people are, and I can't have that on my streams, all right? So one thing that I kind of want to announce that actually really isn't an announcement, but it definitely is something that I feel like I should at least tell you guys about. You guys probably don't realize this, but my comments have been back on my videos for a while.
Yes, we do. I called it. Everybody called it. All the detractors called it. We all knew. We noticed. We saw. Here we go with this.
Did you know that? I don't think anyone knew because I didn't say nothing.
We knew.
Because obviously I didn't want to do a big influx of stupidity. But the comments have been back on my YouTube videos for a while. I think people just didn't know because I didn't say nothing.
No, we knew.
All right?
We knew.
You didn't know? See, people right now, I didn't notice. I didn't know.
Honestly, I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
I
knew that. Moderated
so
comments,
comment
yeah. Yes, I
YouTube
saw.
videos
I noticed.
For the first
I
time
noticed.
in like,
I knew the
when did
comments.
turn it
Yes,
on?
noticed.
2017? 2018?
I knew. Approval only mode. I noticed.
At least a few years.
Oh, that, yeah.
At least a few years.
People knew.
So that's one of the major pieces of feedback.
They're approved only. It's one of the major pieces of feedback. Phil, we want social engagement and interaction on your channel. Right, well, under my eye. We all know what message moderated comments and approval only comments sends to people. So, like I said before, if you do leave a comment that gets approved, go back and edit it.
That I've gotten is, Phil, because your channel has comments off, there's no social discussion around your content anymore. And so your videos have fallen off on YouTube because no one wants to watch them, because they watch them, then they can't discuss them afterward. It feels like you're just watching an isolated episode and you can't really have any kind of discourse about it. Okay? So I sneakily turned them on. And the reason really that this happened is because a couple months ago,
He didn't sneakily turn them on because people were asking for it. He turned them on because he knew that not having them on was killing his results, his rankings in the search results. But again, how he's framing the narrative. I did it as a thing for you guys. And again, even then, it's not a thing that requires that much effort from him to do. It doesn't really require any change. He went in and changed a setting, you know. And now he gets to use the, I'm moderating comments, so I'm that busy, you know. He gets to use that as an excuse as well going forward, if he ever needs to. Guys, I work really hard. You know how long I spend moderating comments? It's like, I get overwhelmed with comments. It's a difficult thing sometimes, especially when you sort of want to answer them all, and then it gets to like a week and then 2 weeks, and you're like, fuck, it's been a while now. I feel just like really awkward doing it. But I don't moderate them because I just want people to be able to talk freely. And, you know, some people do disagree with me, and some people do give me constructive feedback. I'm really sorry to the guy who said in my last video that he hoped it wasn't just stopping constantly, and he hoped that it would be like, you know, a consideration of the wider picture, because I came into this one knowing that and thinking I need to not stop. I'm sorry, it's just what I'm sorry. There's just so much about him that triggers me. I'm sorry. But, you know, I've taken advice because I wanted people to give me advice, and, you know, change the way I'm looking. Thanks, Sam. And you know, I'm still adjusting the lights. I'm doing things with the audio, and it's like, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you want people to be able to do that freely? You know, I don't mind people disagreeing with me. When I did the narcissism test one, I actually was looking forward to that because I thought people are going to have like a lot of different opinions about this, and it's going to be really interesting to see where people's opinions differ from mine, because I'm really interested to know how they came to their conclusions. I've explained how I came to mine, and I want to know how people came to their others. And you know, every now and then someone will leave a comment on a video that's like a bit of a theory about it, or a bit of a, I think this about Phil because he had this thing in his childhood and now it means this. They're always really interesting to engage with. You know, even people who disagree with me, it's fine. You know, I like hearing opinions about things, so I wouldn't moderate the comments in the first place. So it shocks me that he does. Well, no, he doesn't shock me at all, really. I don't know why I said that. It shocks me that you would. That's what I'm after. It shocks me that you would, that you'd consider it, because it sends out the wrong message, and it says more about you than it does about your audience. And he's going to pull the detractor videos, this is how you don't play, people just leaving the worst comments ever to rip them and put them in videos thing, and it's like, mate, you get the comment section you deserve. So I like people having a laugh in my comment section and leaving, you know, talk of psychology and asking me things about DSP. I like stuff like that, and I like to think that's the comment section I deserve because it's based around the content that I'm putting out. And your comment section being trash is based on the content you're putting out. No, people weren't like coming up with just leaving comments going, oh, I hope this gets into the this is how you don't play. People were leaving comments saying, this guy's ridiculous, and it's being put into the this is how you don't play because your audience is giving you that feedback. You just didn't like it. So just fuck him.
I wanted to implement members only content on my channel, DSP Gaming. I wanted the people who became channel members to have special permissions and authorities. I wanted them to be able to do members-only postings. I wanted to be able to have them do exclusive polls and nominations for events as they've been doing. Well, I couldn't do that with comments off. Literally, YouTube says you have them all on or all off. Wow, that's a really great feature, YouTube. Either absolutely nothing or absolutely everything. There's nothing you could do about it. Oh. 13 years, you can't figure out that maybe there should be an in-between, right? But that's how YouTube is. So the only way that I could have had people comment on my videos was to turn all comments on, but then there's levels of things you can do. So I have them on, and, you know, there's levels of mod. So now there's basically, YouTube has this filter or bot that runs on comments and auto stops tons of nasty comments, which is great, because you don't want people on there saying insane, disgusting stuff.
Yeah, it winds me up because I've been accused of deleting comments in the past, and it's like, I don't delete comments. But I also don't get like notifications, and people are like, oh, I've just left a comment, and why haven't you gotten the notification and replied? Now it's gone. I didn't get a notification. You've obviously said something that's tripped YouTube's algorithms and filter, and it's fucked it off. I pin comments insulting me. I don't delete them.
You know, so you can comment on my videos right now, but don't expect your comments to just show up, because these idiots, of course, I knew that when I said something about this, they would flood the comments with disgusting...
But if you knew the idiots would flood the comments, we all knew that your comments were open. We talked about it in like Dark Dave's stream a lot. And it didn't happen, did it? Well, no, of course it didn't happen. You're fucking moderating the comments, you twat.
Nasty shit, because they think, oh, the floodgates have opened. They haven't. You can't just say anything you want on my videos. It's basically, what do they call it? Curated content. So now, certain comments will automatically show up. Certain comments I have to review and approve. Most comments that are nasty or disgusting will just be blocked. Okay? It took YouTube a ridiculous amount of time to figure out how to do this, but they finally did it. The truth is, I probably never would have turned off comments if this feature was available years ago. They just implemented this in the last few years, where this now stops this kind of abuse. But I didn't know. Well, hold on. I didn't want to publicly just talk about this right away. I wanted people to kind of ease into it because I knew that the moment that I announced it, you know, the idiots would go over there and try to be stupid. And the thing is, now they can't. They could try and their shit will not show up on the video regardless. They could flood it as much as they want. They're just wasting their time. And then the other cool thing is you can have people flagged for blocking and stuff too. So if someone goes on your video and says the N-word or something like that, they're automatically flagged for blocking, and then you could just go blah, 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 block and say goodbye to them, and they never comment ever again, which is good, okay? So...
he's totally using the holding for review as a way of just building up a block list so he could stop detractors from coming to his channel. That's all it is. If you leave a comment and he sees you're a detractor, block list. So yeah, go leave positive comments once they're approved. Edit them.
Definitely, I think that's something that's positive. If you're someone who watches my videos on demand, you can now start participating in discussion again. Okay, and I wanted to kind of announce that this morning because I felt that that was something interesting that you guys might want. I mean, holy crap, you guys wanted comments back for how many years? And I was like, I could finally do it.
You still don't have comments back though. It's still difficult to get a sense of community and a sort of like sense of communication and discourse with people who are also watching your content if every comment is held for moderation. You just can't have that back and forth. You can't talk openly and freely about it. If two fans of something come together, say you're Metallica fans and you talking about your favourite album, and you know, some people like Ride the Lightning, some people like Master of Puppets, some people prefer Justice for All. And they're talking about the various strengths and weaknesses of their preferred album, and they're talking about why they feel like the other albums aren't as good to them personally. There's a lot of arguing, a lot of back and forth there. Can you imagine if those were moderated so that anybody who didn't like Kill 'Em All was banned? It's difficult to have the open sort of discourse about something if you're moderated. That's all it boils down to. You can't sort of say, this was a good vid, Phil, but, you know, that bit in the middle when, you know, you were stumbling around trying to find the key for the dungeon, it was, you know, come on, mate, you can do a bit better than that. And somebody else underneath goes, yeah, I agree, it did take him a bit too long. I mean, when he missed, you know, the obvious sign to the way out, yeah, I was screaming at my TV. But yeah, it was still, it was a funny video because it was a classic Phil moment, you know, like when he missed the gate in Bayonetta, the hole in defense, sorry, in Bayonetta, and then moderated, blocked, banned because you're criticizing him.
So it's, you know, the stuff I'm going to play today, when those videos go live, you can comment on them and there should be positive comments on the videos again and not their disgusting shit. Remember, the reason I turned off comments 4 years ago was because the vast majority of them were disgusting, nasty stuff, like really bad. I'm not just talking, oh, Phil's a scammer, Phil's a bad gamer. It was like racial shit. It was disgusting stuff that you're like, I can't have that on my videos. And certainly I don't have time to sit here all day, you know, like sorting through it and blocking it all. So that's what I mean. Like, I had to take action. And literally I had people who were 10-year fans of my content coming to me telling me, Phil, turn off the comments. It's not even worth it. The comments are literally there just for people to rip them and put them into detractor videos and stuff saying, look how people insult Phil constantly.
Isn't it weird how the people that come to Phil and say things exactly the way that Phil would say them and have exactly the same ideas, beliefs, thoughts and proposals that Phil would have? It's really weird how that keeps happening. I wonder what that could be. Interesting. I look better in white, Phil. Okay.
It became a competition of who can say the most insanely over the top nasty thing. But now that's different. That's all gone. They took care. They fixed it. Thank God they fixed it. Because man, it sucked. I liked having you guys comment on videos. I liked having social discussion around my content. That's been gone for like 4 fucking years. That's huge. That's a huge problem. You know. So that is live as of now. You can comment on my videos. A new video. I should clarify. You can comment on my new videos. Anything from those like 3-4 years, those comments are always going to be disabled. There's nothing I can do about that. I can't go back and manually turn comments on for like 3-4 years of videos. that'll just be a time in history, I guess, that we could say, man, those were the years when people were just so fucking disgusting on the internet or whatever, right? But the way I see it is, this is a way. By the way, also, what's hilarious about everything is, you remember about a month or two ago on Twitter, I said from now on when I tweet, I'm going to set it up that only people who I'm following can respond to my tweets. And all the morons said that would be the end of your Twitter. No one's going to follow your Twitter. No one's going to care about your Twitter anymore. Completely the opposite. My Twitter has engagement. My Twitter's fine because I shut down the trolls.
Oh, I don't give a fuck about what he's saying about his Twitter right now. I'm just looking at the chat and seeing how many people are saying goodbye to Snow Carl. And I know that you sort of glanced at it and saw that Snow Carl was going, and a couple of people had already said goodbye, so it's probably really pissed him off. Good on you, Snow Carl. My boy, proud of you.
Now people can read my tweets and I can like or retweet them and not have to worry about being bombarded with toxic shit. Because I'm basically taking control back of all my presence on the internet. Slowly.
Restricting how people can interact with you on your social platforms is not taking back control over the internet. Not taking control over your online presence, you know. It's just harming your genuine fans. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face.
Slowly but surely. It's taking a long time because these businesses basically have to catch up with the level of abuse and bullying that's happening on the internet. But things are getting better. Slowly but surely. Okay? So that's a good thing. Okay? That's a great thing. Comments will be on my videos again. You can feel free to read my Twitter tweets and retweet and like them and not be abused and harassed because of it. All this stuff is good improvements that are happening now. It's slow, but it's definitely improvement, okay?
Right, I'm actually quite tempted to go and have a look at some of the comments on... In fact, that would actually be a really good break, because I think this video is sort of wrapping up now. It's only like 5 minutes, and I'm not sure there's anything... If there's nothing interesting now, I'll cut to it, because I think it would be a really good thing to, you know, just sort of break things up, to have a brief look at some of the comments that are now on Phil's videos. But yeah, let's get through this. Let's see what's next. Let's see what's in the remaining 5 minutes.
So really, that's what I had to get off my chest this morning. I don't feel like the sky is falling. I don't feel like this is the end of Phil or the end of the content. I feel that when new releases that are actually hyped start coming out, we will see an influx of attendance again. It's not going to be that discoverability attendance that I used to get on Twitch. It's going to be people saying, oh, I'm coming back to your content now because you're actually playing an attractive game to me. This month has not been that. This month has been, in my opinion, one of the deadest months of the year.
It's the game's fault. It's not Phil's fault. He did nothing wrong. He did everything correct. The games are the reason why people aren't coming to the stream. Well, you're a chill, interactive, variety streamer. Change it. You make your own fucking timetable. You set your own routine. You pick and choose when you want to stream and what you want to stream. If the games are dull and they're not bringing people to your stream, change them.
Because all the releases are just not that great, or they're rehashes, or re-releases, remasters. I'll be honest, the summer was better because I was playing Fallout New Vegas. The summer may not have had a ton of high-profile new releases, but Fallout New Vegas...
How old is Fallout New Vegas now? It has to be 10, if not, 12 years? What was it, 2009? No, I feel like Fallout 3 was 2009. I don't know. It's been a while. But again, the games are... The games aren't great. The games that are being released aren't great right now. They're not bringing people to the stream. People don't want to see the old games that I'm playing right now, because I'm playing Alan Wake Remastered, and I'm playing Super Monkey Ball, and I'm playing the spiritual successor to Left 4 Dead. People don't want to see those old games. They're going to come round for Grand Theft Auto Remaster Collection, and they came for Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas, you know, that hot new AAA release. This New Vegas playthrough was painful.
New Vegas was one of the most awesome playthroughs I've done in years because the fans wanted it. It was always a chill vibe. It was tons and tons of content to explore, and in some cases, me doing things in the game for the very first time that I hadn't done in my previous 2 runs. You know, it was basically almost a completionist run with the level of detail that I covered in the DLCs and stuff. Like, that was amazing. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that we had that over the summer got me through a time when otherwise there weren't a lot of releases. What am I doing right now that's like that? You see? So, so what I want to say is, first of all, thank you to those of you who are here, who chill with me and support these streams no matter when I'm playing. Really. You guys are that support group that I need to keep going. Whether you're here for the game or you're just here to chill with me, you know what I mean? The people who are here right now, who are relaxing and chilling with me and supporting these streams through crowdfunding, you guys are amazing because you guys know that the streams are good. Doesn't matter if there's only 150 people on the stream. You're still having a good time, right? Then who cares? We don't have to be a ginormous community of thousands of idiots spamming the chat with fucking brainless drivel. We can actually have fun conversation, okay? But please understand that I cannot, moving forward, I absolutely cannot allow people to come in here and yell, the sky is falling, this is the end of Phil, contributions are low, everyone needs to step up. No, not allowed. As of right now, effective immediately, completely 100% against the rules. If I see it, you're getting moderated for it. I just can't allow it because people can't have a good time on a stream if they have to be worried about that drama shit. That's not what the stream is about, okay? I can't have people so worried that the attendance is low and the contributions are low and everything, you know. I can't. That's not the purpose of the stream that I'm putting out. You understand? I just can't do that. You want to have drama? You want to be stupid? Go to one of the 27 illegal restreams of my content that I know exist out there and there's nothing I can do about and I don't care about. Go to them and go say the sky is falling and circle jerk each other into oblivion saying dumb shit. Don't come to my stream and do it.
Says the man who had a pop at Keemstar on Twitter. Multiple times. Says the man who had a questionable interaction with Audra Williams and then slagged her off on his stream behind her back where he was safe. Says the man who beat off on stream. I don't want drama. What do you think the last, maybe 3 hours for me has been? The last 50 odd minutes of this has been nothing but drama. Because you've made it that. But he don't want drama. So my original plan was to have DSP coping about low views and DSP showing his build in the same video and just have things in between to break it up like I've been doing so far. But it was just too long. I mean, like I love that I've somehow organically grown my own meme. I think that's fucking great. I'm the one who, I do long videos, you know, that's a thing. That's my thing, is the increasing length of the videos compared to the length of the source material. And I love that. I think it's great because it's just happened, you know. Memes should sprout organically like that. Forcing a meme never works, you know. So I think it's great, and it's a really positive sign to me because it means that there's a decent community out there and there's people that are willing to engage and interact like to that extent, and it's just fucking amazing. But I just can't. I'm sorry. Like I think about 5 or 6 is my limit. I think pushing it to 10 hours. It was nearly 10 hours, and I have no doubt that it would have actually been over 10 hours. In fact, I'm going to compare because my new plan is to just, this is now one video, and I'm going to do DSP showing his builds and complaining about all that in the next video. And, you know, fortunately, it's already been recorded, so you don't have to wait that long. It's not going to take that long to, you know, edit into a video and then put it up. So it won't be as long as the way it has been for this one. But I have no doubt that it would have been over 10 hours. And I just can't. I just... plus, just for my like own well-being, the source, the project file for this is currently named 1000 subs, auto recovered again. So it's like during the editing of this, it's crashed and 3 times, so I've lost a bunch of stuff, and then I had to like re-edit a bunch of stuff. And you know, you'd think I'd have learned to save more often after the first one. You'd think I'd already know how to save more often because it's not the first time it's happened during editing one of these videos. So, but yeah, I as it would have gone on and on, I would have had more and more crashes. So I think around 5 or 6 hours is sort of the rough limit for videos for me now, unless he has a divorce or a meltdown. The day he finally dies, yeah, we'll do like a 24-hour. I love it though. I love that it's become a meme. I love people saying to me, "So Steve, 10-hour video out of this. So Steve wants a 24-hour video coming." It's fucking great. I'm not going to do it like a snow Carl thing. I'm not going to like snap at everybody and tell you to stop, because that's just, you know, as I said in that video, you just don't. That's not how you nurture a community. That's not how your community grows. You know, so I'm just really happy that I've got my little thing. I've been a thing on the internet long enough that I've got my own meme, and that feels brilliant to me. It feels great. I can't. When I first did that first review, I thought it would get a couple of hundred views. I thought if I was lucky, I'd get like 600 or 700 views, and a couple of people would find it interesting, and then that'd be it, and I'd go back to doing other stuff. But the fact that I'm doing this for 1,000 subscriber video, which is probably now, I think it's 1,500 now. I think I'm over halfway. Fuck, I've taken that long. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's, you know, I kept interrupting it. It took me, right, I kept interrupting it because there's at least like 3 videos that I've released since passing 1,000 subscribers. And I filmed the first part, and then I filmed the second part. I filmed a bit of Phil going over his bills, and I didn't like how it came out. I remember stopping after like about 5 hours and thinking, what's I doing? I remember thinking, I'm just not happy with this. I'm struggling with this, and so I didn't want to do it. And then as I was editing the first part of this, I thought, I'll give it a go. When I'm, you know, as I'm getting later towards the end of editing this, I'll give it another go, and I'll see how it comes out then. And if it's, you know, if I get something out of it, then I'll put it on at the end. And that way it won't be like full 2 chunks, but it will at least be, I've addressed that as well. And then I did it, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm quite happy with this, actually. I did feel better about it, so I thought I'll properly edit it. And then I realised it's going to be over 10 hours. In fact, as you'll see in the next video, there's points where I realise, oh fuck, I'm going to be over 7 hours, and I start breaking down. So, but yeah, so I'm happy that I managed to get something out of it, but it did mean that, you know, I was sort of umming and ahhing about this when I'm delaying it, and that I wanted to do things as well for that. I had plans for like a dramatic reading of his comments, and I wanted to do like a jokey poorly cooking with Steve where I made a pot noodle, because I made a joke about that like months ago, and now I'm over 1,000 subscribers, so you probably should. So it would have been over 10 hours, and I just can't do that. I'm sorry, but as I was, you know, as things get, the top 10 took quite a long time. When I was recording that, I was capturing footage for it, and I left the microphone on, so it captured all my ambient noise as I was like pottering around doing other stuff while the footage was being captured. And at one point during one of them, my dad calls, and so I pick up a conversation with my dad, and I actually say to him during that conversation, this was a really bad idea, because I thought it'd be really quick to do, but like going and getting all the footage and audio and like aligning it all up, because I wanted it to align up when I was mentioning something about the playthrough. When I was mentioning, I wanted to show that moment, or I wanted to show at least something that was, you know, sort of relevant. I didn't just want to slap random bits of it together. I went looking for things to put in under me talking. And I remember telling my dad that when I started making videos way back during the pandemic, I did it bits of it on camera because that was easier. Because then I didn't have to worry about video. You know, I would just record the audio, make sure it all synced up, and then there was some like minimal editing if I wanted to flash an image on screen or something. But when it came to doing the bits where it was voiceover, I had to go get lots of footage and, you know, make sure it was all edited properly in time together, and so it would match up with whatever I was talking about. And that took ages. So I remember talking to my dad while this footage is being captured and saying, this was a really fucking stupid idea because it's just taken me much longer than it would have been to just read the thing and film myself reading it. But I wanted to do that. I wanted to do that edit just because it was a break to edit in all me footage and cutting it with Phil. So, you know, but I think it was worth it because I think that's, you know, that was fun to edit at least. It took a while, but, you know, it came out all right, I think. And I had fun doing it because I got to go back and look at all these This Is How You Don't Plays and laugh again. So, and I also forgot about the... I remembered this while I was editing. I forgot about the moment in the Grand Theft Auto Liberty City stories.
Get off the bike, you fuckhead. There we go. Fuck you. Dickhead. What the fuck? What the fuck? Get up! Are you fucking serious? This is bullshit. The guy just got knocked off a fucking bike and he's perfectly fine. Fuck you.
No one's gonna miss you.
There. Now we're sure he's not gonna get up. Now the cop got me! Oh my god, a cop got me out of nowhere! Where the fuck was he? Wow. Wow, these repo missions suck dick. And I lost all my fucking weapons. Oh my god. These repo missions suck dick.
So yeah, I should have put that in the honourable mentions bit, but it slipped my mind, and then much later on down the line I was like, oh shit, yeah, there's that moment. But putting something in because I was quite close to the end of this by that point, and putting something in that earlier is a ball ache because you've got loads of stuff that's now going to be out of sync that you have to go back and refix, like sound effects and text and other things like that. So it's a pain in the ass. So I was like, so I'll put it in here. So I did. But yeah, I'm quite happy that I did it, at least, even though it did make it a bit of a longer wait, but I think it was worth it. It was just a breath of fresh air. It was something different, like the art attack bit. That took a bit longer as well. That made things take a while because I just had to go get all the footage, not the footage. I had to get all the images that I was referring to, and sort of like cut them just to highlight, hey, this is the bit that I mean, like when I'm talking about, oh, this bit in the corner, and then corner comes up. So I think it was worth it though. It broke things up. It wasn't just one long. Well, it would have been two. That's the thing. It would have been two. And I realised that, as these things go on, you need to get a bit of a break. And it's also a nice marker for people who watch in chunks and come back to it over a period of days. So, because then you're at the point where you're like, oh yeah, I stopped just before the top 10 bit. Oh, all right. Oh yeah, I'm at this point now. Oh yeah, he's just done the art attack bit. So I did want to do that all as one long video. But again, when I sort of stuck it all together at the halfway point, and I was like, oh fuck, 10 hours. It is going to be over 10 hours. So yeah, it's that I'm doing that still. It's mental to me. Again, like I said at the start, I thought it would only get a couple hundred views, and I did not expect this. And it blows my mind, and I'm just incredibly grateful. I had a list of people that I wanted to give shout outs to, and then I thought I feel really guilty if I miss someone. So, I just want to say thanks to everyone. I do have to give special shout out to Sunspot Gallery and Super Crazy, because they're the ones who, if it weren't Sunspot Gallery posting Super Crazy's video, made me leave the comment saying, oh, I do a psychological profile. And shout out to the people there that were like, yeah, I'd watch that. Because, that's like the moment where it all started. And the fact that I'm over 1,500 now, 1,500 subscribers. It's amazing to me. It's a little unbelievable. I love seeing you all. I love, like, I get some comments, and sometimes I don't reply to them, and other times I do, and sometimes I don't really talk in streams, and other times I do. And I love that people recognize me and say hi. And I love seeing people that I recognize and going, hey, how's it going, man? So I like being part of this community. I've always liked what detractors do and how they spin gold from shit. And I get to be part of that. And that's amazing to me. And I don't know if you can hear the door knocking, but the cat's outside and she knows how to use the letterbox. So she used to, when I had a dog, she used to do it because it would make the dog bark, which would make me get up and go and let her in. But yeah, she knows how to lift the letterbox to knock on the door, and so I should go let her in. But to say thanks to everybody, and because she's not been here throughout this, I'm going to put in a brief clip, which is my favourite video of the cat, and it's her waking up, because the sound of her meowing is hilarious. So if you follow me on Twitter, at Oh Do Shut Up Steve, you've probably seen it, because it's part of the thread of random cat pictures that I sort of sporadically update, so my brother can show my niece. But yeah, this is my favourite clip of the cat. Enjoy. Hello. What? And thanks for subscribing and for being very patient and waiting. They're going to start coming out a bit more frequently. This one was just a special occasion. So yeah, I'm going to go let her in. Thanks everyone. Bye.
Fuck you. You don't know shit. You don't. You're not here in my shoes putting up with this shit every day. I'm tired of the slander and defamation against me and everyone saying I'm a liar. Fuck you. You don't know anything. You're a dumb fucking kid living in your parents' fucking basement with no bills and no responsibility for yourself. Or you're some lucky snowflake who's been protected from real life and doesn't actually understand the repercussions when someone fucks with your livelihood every single fucking day like they do with mine.
Oh, right. Where do I begin with that? I mean, I've just... Any other circumstance, I would be like, that's a thing of beauty, that's a piece of art. That's something that deserves to be in a gilded frame in a gallery somewhere. That's just... it's beautiful. But in the context of this, holy fuck, that is... I can't even... I'm struggling to find the words for it, to be honest. And I think... Right, so you're either still living in your parents' bedroom, which is amazing to come from Phil, because he is still mentally in that mindset. He has never grown past that point mentally. As far as he's concerned, though, he is an adult because he has a house and a wife and he has bills and he's having to do something very adult right now, which is deal with this. So anybody below him, anybody that is the object of his ire, anybody that is the target of his frustrations, anybody that's aggrieved him in any way is automatically rungs below that. He is at the level of I am an adult, and anybody that actually dares disagree with him is levels below him. You cannot be an adult So you must therefore be a child. And because you're on the internet and, obviously into games, otherwise you wouldn't be anywhere associated with DSP, like by watching him or detracting from him, you're therefore a gamer who lives with their parents. So you are therefore still living in their basement. You can't have moved out because otherwise you would have more adult things to do. You can't be an adult because you would be at work. You wouldn't be watching Phil's stream, you'd be at work. You would be doing something other than gaming. Your interests would not involve gaming because gaming is for kids and adults have adult interests. Which, that reveals a lot about his audience and how he views his audience, by the way. So, yeah, just keep that in mind next time he tries to tell you he's not a children's entertainer. But, that he's using that as an insult when it's very obviously an insult children still use. It's very obviously an insult that people in their late teens and early 20s still use, because it's those moments when you're sort of first on your way towards adulthood, and so you should be moving on at that point, whereas most people nowadays are struggling to do that because of various economic forces making it unreasonably expensive to move out. But around that time, you start to see, you've moved out, you're starting to rent your first place, and, you've got your first little taste of independence and freedom and adulthood, and it's great. And so everybody else behind is a loser who's still playing games in their basement, in their mother's basement. And that's a mindset that most of us outgrow as we get into our mid to late 20s and into our late 20s to early 30s, and in our early 30s to mid 30s to late 30s to 40s to 50s to 60s. Most of us outgrow that mindset. And the fact that he used it then as a way to insult the people who dare disagree with him about his very sketchy recounting of this incident and his seemingly incompatible opinions and commands. They're not even beliefs at this point, they're commands. They're him telling his audience what to believe. That I have been the victim of identity theft, but the thing that was stolen from me was not true. If you dare disagree with him, you are automatically that, because he is in the mindset of I will use that as an insult. That's the insult. That's the killer insult. That's the ultimate insult. Or you're a snowflake who's been sheltered from all of the harsh realities of the world, such as having to declare bankruptcy because you can't stop playing a mobile phone game that's so addictive that you went into debt to the tune of 13 credit cards. That's an adult responsibility that everybody has, right? The idea of Darkside Phil calling anybody else a snowflake when he's this offended over somebody disagreeing with him, that he has immediately gone, fuck you and your mother, you pieces of shit. The idea of Darkside Phil saying anybody else has been sheltered, when I can't think of a single person on the internet who has had more opportunities for redemption and pissed them away than Darkside Phil. Darkside Phil should be the dictionary definition of falling into success. He is the very core ideal of falling upwards. He is the Peter Principle made flesh. He is Dunning-Kruger personified. This man, who has had a bankruptcy granted to him and had hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt wiped, despite it all being his own fault, and despite it being well within his means to pay back that money, because the year before he got bankruptcy, the month leading up to the bankruptcy, he was being given $200 per stream, $400 a day, to put on a pissing vest. This man, who had the fucking luck to fall into a job where he is paid to play video games, and he sits in a gated community in a house that has only 2 occupants and a DoorDash delivery driver, and he is a man who sits in his pajamas and calls himself a blue-collar worker. This man who gets the ability to block anybody who disagrees with him, anybody he doesn't like, anybody who has a contrary opinion that he doesn't like, to the point where his Twitter account has restricted following. This man thinks other people are snowflakes who have been insulated against the harsh realities of life. This man who still has his parents in reasonably good health. We've seen that picture of his dad. It is fucking mind-blowing that his dad looks healthier than him. In fact, and looking at it, he looks healthier here, and this is only like 2 months old, because recently he's been looking more like a corpse. At least here there's a bit of colour in his face. It might be fleshy, gammony ham colour, but he's got some colour there. Although the lighting might adjust in a minute and reveal the true corpse pallor of his skin. I'm not one to talk. But this man who has been insulated against the effects of... This man doesn't even accept responsibility for the effects of his decisions. He cannot accept the consequences of his actions. And yet he thinks that other people are somehow insulated from that. I don't know. It feels like projection, even though it's not. It feels like ignorance. It feels more like, right, think about this, Steve. It's not ignorance. It's not ignorance because he knows he's been through stuff like a bankruptcy, you know. So he will weaponize the consequences of his behaviors sometimes. You know, he will weaponize that so he can accept consequences of his behavior. But this outburst, this is not projection. It's not necessarily ignorance. What else is there? There's that denial. They can't... Is he denying? Yes, he must be denying. He's denying that these things have happened to him. He can't accept that these things have happened to him. He can't accept that he has had the privilege of having a sheltered existence because it runs contrary to his image of being aggrieved and being the victim of things. And it's a thing that he uses from time to time because the denial of it, even his mind can't accept the denial of you have been insulated from a lot. You have been insulated from the consequences of your actions on a number of occasions. He can't outright deny that. Can he delude himself into denying it, though? Can he, if he's a delusional narcissist, which I don't think he is, but it's possible. Or would he delude himself out of insecurity? Would he delude himself because he's that insecure about it that he can't accept it? He can't accept that he's had... Yeah, he can't publicly accept it, at least. He can't publicly admit to having been insulated from several consequences, such as his bankruptcy being declared. You know, he got that insulation. He doesn't have to pay back most of that money now. His credit cards were wiped. 13 credit cards gone. He no longer has to pay them. And he can't like outright deny that he's never had to suffer that he's been insulated from consequences. But he can delude himself into believing. He can delude himself into believing that he has been victimized on a number of occasions because he has been victimized on a number of occasions, but he has also escaped the consequences of his behaviors the majority of times. The majority of times when he's said or done something that rightfully should have ended somebody else's career. Threatening to slap an 11-year-old child, for example. And yet he still persists because he is insulated from the consequence of that action. For whatever reason, he has escaped consequences of his actions. So the idea that he can sort of accuse people who disagree with him on this subject of never having experienced the consequences of their actions. You know, they've never had to experience harsh adult realities. Says the man who insulated himself, who has been insulated as well, who has arguably been insulated as well from the consequences of from harsh adult realities. He had a car crash that ran him off the road, caused the airbag to explode in his face, and yet who paid? You know, nothing happened. You know, I'll bet his parents bought him a new car after that. I'll bet they claimed on the insurance. the amount of times he's done something that should have carried consequences and he has escaped consequences is astonishing. But he can't admit that, at least publicly. I wonder whether he believes it privately, because I do feel like he is a delusional narcissist, but I don't know whether the delusion is just delusion. Whether he's deluded himself into believing his own bullshit because it's just so persistent in his life that he bullshits people that he ultimately ends up believing it regardless. Or whether it is, no, he's not delusional. See, again, right. Delusional or insecure. Given this reaction, I'm leaning more towards insecure now. But I feel like there are times when he's deluded himself into believing things because he just spouts that much shit that eventually some of it he's going to end up believing just by the overwhelming vastness of the amount of times he's done it. But I feel like a lot of it comes from an insecure place. Because given this reaction, there's obviously a lot he's insecure about. And I feel like this is a mask that's slipped. So I need to move on. But that statement, just fucking wow. Just the idea that Darkside Bill, of all people, thinks other people escape consequences of their actions and don't have to face harsh adult realities when he's just had hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt wiped. Several months after being given $400 a day for over half a year. Fuck. I'm sorry, Editor Steve, but I think the 1,000 subscriber video, it's gonna break 6 hours in it.